beautiful village of Placencia as we will be broadcasting to you live the Battle of the Paddles. It's taking place today, August 2nd. It's the second one of its kind, and of course, we would like to welcome you to our broadcast for today. It's a beautiful day. We know that we celebrated Emancipation Day yesterday, and today we are here with the Battle of the Paddles. It's the 2026 version of its kind, it's the second of its kind. We know that we had the inaugural battle, which was last year, August 3rd, 2025, and we're here today in beautiful Placencia for the second one. Of course, we'll be having four categories as we go into the race today. We have the canoe category, the sea kayak, the sit on top kayak, and also the stand up, that's the paddleboard. So there are four categories. The races will be starting in just a bit. We'll be starting with the canoe race. That will be a 20-mile long distance, and then we have the kayak challenge. Will be starting a little after 10 or so, and then we have the sit on top kayak later on as the afternoon as it progresses. But once again, we're here in beautiful village of Placencia, and we are getting ready, getting set to get this one on the road. Well, not on the road, but in the waters, the beautiful waters of off the coast of Placencia, the Placencia Peninsula, and also the canoe race will be traversing in the Placencia Lagoon. So right now we'll be going to the main stage area for the beginning of the Battle of the Paddles.
My name is Ian Yearwood, the race coordinator and race founder of the Battle of the Paddles. Alongside me here, I have Miss Naomi Anderson. She's representing one of our key partners, the Placencia Village Council. And on my left, I have Miss Marissa Teos, another key partner from the Crocodile Research Coalition. So I'd like to welcome everyone here. As we start, we're going to start with a prayer. Do we have Miss Sherette Muscham opening up with a prayer for our safety, the fact that we're here. It's a blessing to be here this morning. So Miss Sherette, do you mind?
Good morning. Could we just bow our heads for a quick moment of prayer, please? Heavenly Father, this morning, hallowed be your name. We want to thank you for every person that is represented here. We want to give you thanks for all the coordinators, Megs and Ian, and everybody else behind the scene. We ask that as we embrace this for maybe the second or third year, we want to remind paddlers of the importance of fair play. We ask that your spirit may come among us, be with us as we go through a few hours of a fun day out here. Be with us and keep us. I beg in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, thank you. All right, next we're going to have a welcome from no other than Miss Naomi. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed some important part. I'm sorry, before we go to Miss Naomi, we have the national anthem. Could we please stand at attention for the national anthem? Please show some respect and reverence to our nationality. We just celebrated Emancipation Day. And it is without the fight and difficulties of our ancestors, we would have not been standing on a free land like we do today. So let's stand at respect for our national anthem, please. DJ. Thank you. Did the chips come back? The chips that we mentioned? Do we have the chips sorted out? The numbers that we just called? Can we get the number that we don't have? I just want to make a couple announcements. And in between then, we also have 501 tracking on site. I'm not sure if every canoe have gotten a 501 chip. If not, please reach out to the young man walking with the laptop in his hand facing Mr. Rick in that direction, and make sure you get a chip from 501. That way we could track you. I believe the link would be shared, and we could track you along the way throughout the race. 354 chip. 379 354. Those chips, please check the number on your chips. The tracking chips. Sorry, the time chips. 354 379. All right, Miss Naomi from Placencia Village Council.
Thank you, Ian. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Placencia Village Council, the event organizers, and our community, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 2026 Battle of the Paddle. Today, we proudly welcome the paddlers, support crews, volunteers, officials, sponsors, media teams, residents, and visitors who have come together to celebrate community, sport, and and conservation. This event, founded by Ian Yearwood, has grown into much more than a race. Battle of the Paddle highlights the importance of protecting the Placencia Lagoon, one of Belize's most valuable natural ecosystems, while bringing our community together through healthy competition, environmental awareness, and sustainable tourism. We extend our sincere appreciation to this year's collaborators, Barefoot Services, and Crocodile Research Coalition for their dedication to making this event possible. We also greatly acknowledge the event sponsors and would like to mention Platinum sponsor, World Wildlife Federation Fund, Gold sponsors, Belize Tourism Board, and the Belize Collection, Umaya and Blue Reef Beach. 2026 honorary sponsors, Sandy Cove Belize Stores, in recognition of 7 years of commitment to lagoon cleanup efforts. To every competitor, paddle hard, race safely, and enjoy the incredible beauty of our lagoon. To all the supporters and spectators, thank you for cheering on our athletes and for joining us in promoting the conservation of this very special place we call home. On behalf of the Placencia Village Council, welcome to the 2026 Battle of the Paddle. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll pass the mic over to Miss Marissa.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for everyone who has traveled near and far for Battle of the Paddles, Race for the Environment. As it has been mentioned, this is to bring awareness of the Placencia Lagoon. This is one of the most biodiverse hotspots in Belize. Manatee, we have sharks, we have crocodile, the beauty of the mangroves and the seagrass. This is to bring awareness about how important it is in regard of the protection and conserving the lagoon, but not just for the ecological significance, but also for the cultural significance. Protecting this lagoon, building that pride and stewardship, it's also to ensure the ecological and cultural significance of this lagoon remains preserved for the next generations. So I'm gonna end it right there because I know everyone's really excited to get this going, so let's get ready to rumble!
Yeah. All right, thank you, ladies. And of course, it's about the competition. It's about getting the paddle in the water. So you guys get ready. We start in 15 minutes. Paddlers, 15 minutes? Anderson? No. All right. So let me go over our day on the pretty not much itinerary, but when it comes to the race itself, the first race leaving is the canoe race. So all canoe paddlers, you could get yourself warmed up, get ready. We leave in about 15 minutes. The race goes for 20 miles from the point around the back of the lagoon. We have markers, paddlers, and we have boats that will be guiding you along the way. I like to make mention, on your way up, going out of here, don't go on the left side of any of the red markers. That could definitely earn you a disqualification. What we're trying to do is for you to maintain the same distance going and coming, so you can't cut short. The lagoon itself has a lot of bites along the coast, and we don't want you to cut across. So we have green markers marking your right side and red markers your left going up, likewise coming back down. So pay attention to those paddlers. Again, the chips must be placed in a visible position. We'll have safety boats, and also boats that anybody needs or requires help in regards to anybody flip. We have safety boats to assist you, or anybody needs to get out the race or get out the canoe. We also have boats to assist. The people, the public, the people on the ground, you have a vehicle, you could follow this race. Just go on the Facebook page, and we have a map there that has all the points so you could see the race on land. So let's get it started.
DJ 3T.
We are live here at Placencia. It's Placencia Village. It's a full day of activities, and folks, stop on by. Activities will be taking place here on the beach, on the municipal dock area, so you can catch the start, you can catch the finish. There are various races that will be taking place. Doing that.
And we're just experiencing a little audio difficulty with our crew down in Placencia. We're going to try to work out that situation and get back to you. 5 minutes after 9 o'clock, it's a battle of the paddle taking place today. They're just about to start the first race of the day, the canoe category. All right, so that will be, I do believe, 20 miles of racing, 10 miles to Umaya and back to the Placencia docking right there. So at the Placencia Municipal Dock, that will where the start and the finish of the first leg, 20 miles, 10 miles to Umaya and return back to the dock. The municipal dock. This is Love FM, 6 minutes after 9 o'clock.
Love FM 95.1 and 98.1. Thanks for choosing love.
Off the beach in the municipal dock area, where this one is about to get started. Quite a number of folks, support teams. We have villagers just came out to witness the start of the one. And of course it's the second one of its kind, and we want to encourage all the folks. If you cannot be here, then we want for you to keep it right where you've got it. We've got continuing coverage on our social media platform, Facebook, also on Love TV, and continue to make this be a part of your day. It'll be an all-day thing. We'll be continuing our coverage as the day goes along. We have Rich and Greg. They'll be in the vessel next to the paddlers, and then we also have our land team who will be making stops at different points
where the race will be passing, so you guys could be highlighted of where the race will be. Then I'll be here holding it down here for you. We have a whole lot of activities going on. We have children activities, we have family activities, and I'm certain it'll be a fun-filled day. So folks, if you can, make it out here at the Placencia village, where the beach area, where a whole lot of folks, they're getting ready to get started. So as we can hear, all right, so as we can hear, the has made mention that they are about to get this one started, and so they had cut the music so that everyone on the waters can hear. In my background, we have the paddlers dotting the water. We like to encourage all of you to continue to keep it right where you've got it, as we continue to bring highlights of this one, paddle by paddle action. So there we off. One of its kind, and there.
We apologize for a technical issue with our audio, but the first race of the day is on the way. The Battle of the Paddles. 20 miles of canoeing. We're talking 10 miles to Umaya and return back to the Placencia Municipal Dock. We'll have our coverage will continue with our crew in just a few. We do have Carol Wallace and
it's the first
Richard
of the
Herbert
events this morning,
on
and there are several
the
events that are going
waters
to
there.
take place. This is just the first. These paddlers this morning will be going up 20 miles up the lagoon, where they will make their turn back. Later on, we have the kayaks that will be going another 10 miles up the lagoon and making their turn to return here at the Placencia Point in beautiful Placencia. Right now, what I saw this morning, because we still had some more teams registering, what I saw was 13 teams in the water making their way up. In just a little while, we'll be joining Richard Herbert and Gregorio Canelo in one of the service boats. He'll be in the broadcast boats, and we'll be bringing to you all the highlights of this race as they make their way to the turning point up at one of the resorts 10 miles down from Placencia. Carol, it's a wonderful morning, exciting start to a beautiful day.
And we want to encourage everyone to bring on the family if you can, and if you can't, then you keep it where we've got it, because we've got highlights of this one throughout the course of the day. We know that events will be taking place here on the beach area of Placencia, so come on down and enjoy. We know for sure that activities continues. We know for sure that in a little bit we'll be getting highlights from off the coast of the Placencia Peninsula and in the lagoon area, where this one will be making its way 10 miles in, and then they'll be coming back to this area. We also have the kayak that will be starting at about 10 thereabout, or a little after 10, and so we know it's a fun-filled day. We have also the sit-on-top kayaks that coming up a little later on this afternoon, and also the paddleboard competition. So we want folks to continue to keep it locked. Folks, come on down. It's a fun-filled day. We'll be having activities here at the Placencia Municipal Dock area. And of course, we wish all the teams well as they make their way for this second version of its kind, the Battle of the Paddles. So while we're here, let us just take a look at the sponsors for the Battle of the Paddles. It's a WWF, World Wildlife Fund, Barefoot Services, Crocodile Research Coalition, Placencia Village Council, Sandy Cove, Blue Reef Beach, Umaya, the Belize Tourism Board, Hidden Valley Wilderness Lodge, Ray Key and Island Resort, Caves Branch Adventure Company and Jungle Lodge, Captain Jack's, Miramar Suites, Best Belson Decorative Concrete Solutions, Maya World Destination, C, Southern Environmental Association, Balam Golf, Gecko Property Management, Karim Gordon on behalf of Mango Creek, Top Value Supermarket, M&M Hardware, Seahorse Dive Shop, Flowers Vacation Rentals, Belize and Nirvana, Primus Villas, Itzana Resort and Residence, 501 Tracking, Zeke Rental Agency, Wendy's Restaurant, Barefoot Bar, Maya Beach Hotel, Protected Areas Conservation Trust, PAC, 30 years of PAC, and also our broadcast sponsor, who is the National Institute of Culture and History, NICH. So we want to thank all those folks. Of course, this one is the second one of its kind. It started a little while ago, and in just a little bit, you'll be highlighted with what's going on the sea, so that you can know for sure. But for right now, we have activities that will be starting throughout the course of the day. So we want for the folks, the villagers, come on out and enjoy. Of course, we know that the village council and a whole lot of folks, they would appreciate that, as this has the potential to be a rather large event. And so we want folks to come on out and enjoy this one. It's the second year of the Battle of the Paddles. We know that last year we had it on August 3rd, 2025. And of course, it's founded by Mr. Ian Yearwood. We know that he was speaking a short while ago at the start of the race. And so kudos to him, and of course to all the folks for making this one possible, the second one of its kind. So folks, keep it right where you've got it. We want to encourage everyone wherever you are. If you can come down, if you have time, hey, do just that, all right? Of course, we have folks in the neighboring areas, and we'll be talking to some folks as the day goes along. We'll be talking to some of the NGOs who will be taking part. We know for sure we'll be chatting with some folks from the Sea of Life, Strong Coast, Black in Marine Science. We have a C, WWF, and also, all right, so we know that in the distance, as you can see, one of the teams may have flipped, and we'll be finding out in just a few which team that is, and the support that will be aided to them in relation to getting their canoe turned back over and them getting back in their canoes to finish this one. We know that this one is 20 miles. It goes off the coast of Placencia, it goes into the lagoon, and it turns back 10 miles and 10 miles back. So it's 20 miles in total. And we know a little later on this morning at about 10:15 thereabout, we should be having the kayak portion of the today's activity to launch from this point as well. It starts here, the races start here, it's finished here. So folks, come on down to witness this one. As you can see in the distance, we see a vessel making its way to the canoe that has flipped. And these are what we would refer to as spills and thrills of canoes and of paddling in Belize. So we can see that they may be getting some help in just a little bit. We'll be finding out how it goes. And this is one of the reasons why safety comes first, where the paddlers, we always want to maintain that they wear their safety equipments as it relates to their life vests. Because we expect things like this to take place with distortion or what we would refer to as imbalance in the canoe. So these things happen, and it's a part of the race, it's a part of the thrill, it's a part of what's going on. And we want to encourage folks to keep it where you got it. I mean, this is one of the highlights. So we can see where the Coast Guard vessel is making its way closer to the area. And so once that has been done, they flip back over their canoe, they'll be able to get back in the race and start this one. All right, so yeah, so we can, right, so we have the highlights. Yeah, so they're making their way, as we can see at this time. They're making their way to try and have that canoe turned back over, drained, and also for the paddlers to get back in their canoe to finish this one. Now, this is a disadvantage to this team, because I'm pretty certain that the other canoes has made their way all the way to the front at this time, or a little distance in between them. So they will have some catching up to do. But for now, their main focus, their primary focus at this time is to get back in their canoes and get back in their canoes safely. I mean, this is what canoeing, boating, racing is all about. It's about the thrills and the spills that's taking place in the waters. It's a highlight of it. We all look forward to it. We all look forward for them to yes, we will have little spills, we'll have little and tip overs and so on, but their safety comes first. And we noticed that there are vessels in the area to ensure that they have gotten back into their canoe and gotten back into their canoe safely. So the broadcast will be continuing, of course. It's an all-day thing. We have a DJ playing his music here. The trophies set up over that side for the winners when they come in. We also have activities that will be taking place, little sporting events that may be taking place here on the beach area. So we want to encourage everyone, if you can. It's a family event, it's a family thing. Bring on down the family for this one. The second of its kind, the Battle of the Paddles. It's the second one taking place. So we want to encourage folks to keep it right where you've got it. Of course, we can still see in the distance where the guys are trying to get back into their canoe at this time. The canoe race, it goes for 20 miles and it turns in the Placencia Lagoon and heading back here to the municipal dock. So it's 20 miles a round trip along the Placencia Lagoon, 10 miles to Umaya Resort and return. Now there are 4 points that you may be able to catch it. And we want to ensure that the canoes, they must, right, so the broadcast is continuing in just a little bit. We'll be getting highlights from the team that is on the waters. We know that Richard Herbert and Gregorio Canelo, they are on one of the vessels next to the canoes, and so they will be highlighting what's going on the waters. In just a little, we'll be hearing from them. 10 miles going and 10 miles coming back. So we're working out the logistics just so that we'd be able to ensure that you can get continuing coverage of this event. This event is a big one. It has the potential to balloon into something real big. We know that there are registered 65 paddlers, so we know for sure that folks are enthused by this one, and they are about to get started in that side. We know that we have on the grounds here, we have the folks warming up in their kayaks, because we know that the kayak challenge actually starts at about 10:15 thereabout. So they will be working that out. So in just a little bit, we'll be getting some footage and some highlights of what's going on in the waters. So just a little bit, we'll be getting what's going on. Once again, we're here. This is Carol Wallace. I'm here with you on the Placencia beach area, the municipal dock. We can see in the waters where we have the kayaks. They're getting ready, getting set. Officially, we have, so what we're going to do in just a little bit. So at this time, we'll be taking a break from the beach area and we'll be sending it to Richard Herbert and Gregorio Canelo for their part of the broadcast. They're on the waters, bringing you highlights of the Battle of the Paddles. Take it away, Rich.
And beyond on this Sunday morning, it is a Battle of the Paddles here in Placencia. This is Rich. The Love Crew is out here because this is the second annual Battle of the Paddle. As you've been hearing it being advertised, the race is on right now. We have the canoe race that is currently ongoing at the moment. The first of the three categories we'll be hearing about for this morning's race. Right now, there's one team out in front. This morning there was this feverish start, as usual with any of these canoe races that we usually see. However, there's one team who currently is out in front. Now, this is last year's winner, so they are the reigning champions that are out in front. And I think you should be familiar with them. They have paddled together many times before. Last year, in the Ruta Maya, I should say, this year, they weren't a team together. However, they're in the race. I'm talking about Team Splash, but you might know them as under a different name. Let me just give you the names. That is, of course, Danny Cruz, as well as Javier Guardado and Andres Camp. They are the team that out in front. Team the Splash, that's the first team. But right behind them, not too far away, is actually the champs. Well, 2/3 of the champs in this year's Ruta Maya. We're talking about, well, they don't have an official team name, but we're talking about Christian Lopez, Enrique Cruz, and Bayron Cruz. They are currently in second place in the canoe race for this morning. Coming up right behind him is another, and these three teams are actually in the male elite category. Right now, this is the Balam Flames featuring Wilberta Daniels, Brandon Lynn, and Kenrick Daniels. So right now they're going through the lagoon, and this is where the race is taking place, not on the seaside of Placencia, but in the lagoon. 3 canoes have already passed us at this point. There is a 4th one, and this one is actually a mixed team. And this one features Tanya Halls, Armin Lopez, and Ulysses Lopez, a mixed team. Passing us right now, that is Motherfish. And right behind them, not too far, it's another mixed team. That is Cuba Libre. That is Dariana Matos, Henry Cruz, and Efrain Cruz. That's 5 so far. Now 6. We have, of course, the team brothers that are here. And after that, the 7th one is the first C2 we're seeing. That is, of course, Chris Guides as well as Darrell Flowers, or just Garba. So we already see 7 canoes that have already passed us here, and there's still more of them to come. Now keep in mind, this is a still water, so they have to put in extra effort. They have to work as a cohesive unit, making sure that their coordination, their strength, their mentality, all to conquer this water, in order to conquer this race. We're going to see the 8th team that will pass us now. I think that some of these canoes, they had experienced a little bit of a turnover. We saw a few when we were making our way to this specific point. However, we have the next team that is passing us. This is the 8th team in the race that is passing us here along the Placencia Lagoon. Just to let you know that after this, there will be an hour after this, the sea kayak race will begin. So for right now, it's just the canoe race that has already started, and we're seeing that another one is we have Correo as well as Jerry Cante. So more than 10 canoes have already passed us here already, and we want to remind you that for the canoe race, it is 20 miles that these teams have to paddle. They're going to be going down the Placencia Lagoon, going all the way up to Umaya Resort, and then they will come back down again, battling against the elements. Right now, the sun is beating down on them, so they have to make sure that they manage their energy properly. Apart from that, when they are going, they have to make sure that they preserve strength and know when to make that push, know when not to. With the usual, the usual races, they can't interfere with each other. They have to make sure that if they're trying to overtake, they allow for a safe overtaking. And so we still have more of this to come. So we're going to continue following the race. Again, Love FM is the exclusive media coverage partner for the Battle of the Paddles 2026. These official ceremonies are already over. I know that there were 4 categories originally that were advertised. However, one of the rules about that is that in order for there to be a category available, there needs to be at least 3 persons registered. So for this year, you will not be seeing a paddle board because there was only 1 person who had registered for that paddle board category, but we'll be seeing those other ones. We will be seeing the canoe like we just saw a while ago. Of course, there will also be the sea kayak, which in maybe, like I say, maybe the next 40 or so minutes will be taking place. When those arrive in and when they reach by the municipal pier, then we will see that they sit on top of the kayak, or we're just going to call it the SUT, just to make it short. Whichever one we might alternate between the 2 of them. That will be taking place thereafter, a little bit after 12 o'clock. And remember, this is more than just about the race. This is about the environmental awareness as well. That was what all of this was crafted to be about. This Placencia Lagoon, well, we're going to talk about a little bit about that. But what we're going to do right now, we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we get back to the action for the Battle of the Paddles 2026.
Sean Carroll and the entire crew down in Placencia for the Battle of the Paddles. We will rejoin our crew in just a few. race for you. We'll definitely join Rafael Roberts a little later on, but let's head back to Carol Wallace. In just a few 18 minutes away from 10 o'clock, and just as mentioned, coming up at 10 we will take you to the Emporium Plaza in the city of Belmopan for live coverage of this morning's Sunday lottery draw. That's right, love is everywhere. We are in Belmopan, and as well we are in beautiful Placencia for the Battle of the Paddles. Of course, this is a race for the environment. There's a purpose for this race today. And lots of fun. If you're going to be in the Placencia area, feel free to stop on by and enjoy the festivities. We will join our crew in just a few. Keep it locked right here on Love FM, as well as Love Television and our Facebook page, Love FM News and Music Power. So what we'll be doing at this time, we have some audio issue with Carol, and then we're going to join Rafael Roberts. We have an entire crew there, but let's rejoin Rich.
Welcome back, Belize and beyond. We continue with the Battle of the Paddles 2026, and we're near the Blue Reef. And Ian, exactly what area along the peninsula is it? St. Bite, because I'm not too familiar with it.
Well, it is definitely within what we consider a disputed or gray zone between the two villages. But yes, this would be, if you're asking me, we're in St. Bite.
All right.
We're officially in St. Bite village. Where we are exactly is behind Blue Reef Resort that most people would know as Roberts Grove, the old Roberts Grove we still see on the peninsula. For people who are familiar with this lagoon by road, this is the vantage point we get from the lagoon.
All right, and speaking about vantage point, you at home or wherever you are might not be able to be at the vantage point that we are, but we're bringing to you the race. And right now we're seeing one team that is still out in ahead, and I think they have space, I'd say a couple double, maybe a couple minutes ahead of the second place team. And that team, if all indications are correct, is last year's champion, which is Team Splash. That of course is Danny, Javier, and Andres. And these three paddlers, they have competed in multiple races across Belize. They are proven champions in a lot of those races. This year, earlier, when like I mentioned, they were in the Ruta Maya, but not as a team. So they're coming back together for the Battle of the Paddles and are paddling as a team, coming to defend the title under Team Splash. And it seems like they have not lost a step any at all. No. They seem to be still in sync.
Yes, these guys indeed. You would think that missing an entire year of preparation for this year's La Ruta Maya. I do believe a couple of the guys paddled the mixed category, or family was, and C2 or the other category, which are the other two guys. But these are three-time La Ruta Maya champions. And indeed one time. And from the looks of it, it certainly looks like they want to take it again, back-to-back championship for the Battle of the Paddles. What do you think? Rich, you think that the second team behind, which is the Balam team, has any chance?
Well, it's if they keep up with this pace, and if the Balam don't find that extra gear to shift into, then I'd say they can. But we still have to wait. I know if I was going to my mind, like Jerry, the good friend Jerry, anything could happen out there. But I know these guys wouldn't do something like, it's very rare for an experience team like this to want to flip. So the Balan, they need to ensure that it's based on the strength and that coordination in order to try to overtake Team Splash. But Team Splash, you're seeing them just like they're gliding on this lagoon. Although the water is still, they're gliding on this water top effortlessly.
Yes. But it is indeed a long race, Rich. Right now they are just at the 5-point mark.
Just at the 5 point.
Of 20 miles total. So the race is fairly young. And you're right, yes, your old friend Jerry Rayburn would say that anything could happen on water top. And indeed, anything can happen. But from the looks of it, I know that the guys that are second place, the Balam team, they look strong. And if they keep their pace up, it's just one easy mistake or a lock in or drop in energy from the team up front, and they could get on their wave.
We're looking at Balam Flames, well, that's Roberta Daniels, Kenrick Daniels, and of course Brandon Lim. These guys have paddled before. They actually, we know that Wilberto and Kenrick, although they might not have won it, they've come close on a couple of occasions to win the Ruta Maya. So we know that these are experienced paddlers. You, and I'm not going to recall, but they were in it last year, this Paddle of the Paddles too as well. Because I remember there was a Balam Flames, but I don't remember if it was.
Not the same team. Definitely not the same team paddled last year.
But this group, this collective group of three, they are an experienced group of paddlers, and they are still trying to catch up. I think they managed to shorten that space, but that's still, I think, maybe more than a minute difference when it comes to how far they are, if I'm not mistaken. The third place team, they're still behind, but I think they're starting to pick up a little bit more speed trying to catch up. Second, earlier we had seen that it was the team of Christian Lopez, Enrique Cruz, and Bayron Cruz. Two of them champions from this year for the Ruta Maya. Bayron Cruz, a family member, usually paddles, I believe, in like the family adventure or sometimes in the C2 division. But they are working together right now. I'm not sure how much time they had to practice together, but they're still trying to catch up. But for right now, the two teams out in front is a Splash and Balam Flames. Those are the two teams that are currently out in front, and that means Balam Flames managed to do something to overtake the current third place team, because they were actually in third place when we met them at that point too. But we're still seeing more of the action, because apart from that, I'm going to let Greg, our camera guy, just turn a little bit to his right, because in the distance I see the two mixed teams are battling it out. And again, you were telling me about these two mixed teams, Cuba Libre and Madafish. The two ladies, which I think are the captains of the team, they are having that friendly little back and forth spat, which of course any good competitor does have on the water, right?
So from what I know, the two ladies on board, the two mixed team, they are doing a lot of training together, and they do a lot of training with the great Chris Guides, who is right in the back with Garel, the first C2 boat we see in the far distance, coming behind whatever team that in red. So those girls have been training together a lot. So of course it's friendly trash talk, but the competition is tight because they both have strong guys with them, guys with a lot of experience as well. Yes. I'm sure you know those names in those teams as well.
Well, let's give it to them, right? So we know in Madafish we have Tanya Halls. Tanya, last year, I believe she was the winner for the sit on top kayak race, if I'm not mistaken, for the female division. So we know that she has that pedigree of paddling. But apart from that, talking about more pedigree, we're talking about a family of pedigree, the Lopez family, because we have Armin Lopez Jr. and his younger brother, Ulysses Lopez. They are teaming up with Tanya in the race as Madafish. Now, when it comes to Cuba Libre, we have Dariana Matos, who's a name that's starting to pick up more and more in the paddling scene. But she's being joined by two past champions in that Ruta Maya. We're talking about Anna Cruz and as well as Efrain Cruz as well. So they're in good hands, and that's why I see they're making such a good progress, and they're sticking together so far. And this is going to be like a really bow-to-bow kind of a finish, maybe, if anything.
But let me one observation from the first point of the coverage through the canal. You notice that Madafish is in the front, and Cuba Libre is riding their wave.
Right.
That is strategy. That is experience. The Cruz brothers bring that to the table, and they're taking advantage of the effort that Madafish is putting in, and they're riding their wave. So that is definitely a strategy that most canoe use to keep with the team in front of them. The effort is way left when they're on the wave. It pretty much takes them along. The current, the wick that is created by the canoe, they produces some wave, and once the team is perfectly placed on that wave, they go along with less effort. Of course, the one in the front putting out more efforts when it comes to power being shed.
Speaking about taking advantage, we see another team that has taken advantage of both of them, and this is actually Team Brothers, the team that's leading in the family division. We have Luis Garcia, Jose Garcia, Yoni Garcia, of course, the Garcia brothers, all the way from Cristo Rey Village. And if I'm not mistaken, the next one's back there, I can't quite capture their face all red, but like we were saying, the C2 that we have, that is of course with none other than the legendary Chris Guides and Daryl Flowers as well. So we've had at this point 5, 6, 7, 8. We're seeing 8 canoes have already passed us here. And while we're seeing a break, because it seems that these are the 8 ones that are out ahead, and the rest are so far behind. So what we Ian, just remind them what time do we anticipate the kayak race to begin? Because remember, we start off the canoe, then we're going to have the sea kayak off in a few as well.
The kayak race should be starting about 10:30.
So around 10:30. So make sure you tune in for that. But what we're going to do right now, because we know we also have to bring to you that lottery draw as well coming up at 10 o'clock. So what we can do, we can go and take that break. We're going to go to studios. When we come back, we have more of that action for you for Battle of the Paddles 2026. Back to you in the studio.
Very much, Rich and the entire team down there in beautiful Placencia. And like Rich mentioned, we do have much more coverage for you in terms of all the categories and all the races right after the Sunday lottery.
Be the first to know the winning Bolida number. Tune in to Love FM weeknights, Mondays through Fridays for live coverage of the Bolida draw and the lottery draw every Sunday at 10 o'clock. For accuracy and information, tune in to Love FM, news and music power.
Coverage of this morning's Sunday lottery draw brought to you by Digi, our national telecom, and Hopsing. this morning's Sunday lottery draw.
Pleasant morning to you, Belize and beyond, and welcome to this Sunday morning lottery draw for today, August 2nd, 2026, which is this morning's lottery officer is Robert Allen. The drawing supervisor is Louis Bukuma, and representing Cowie auditing firm is Patrick Tennant. We are coming to you live from the Emporium Plaza in Belmont, and colorful ping pong balls numbering 0 through 9 have already been placed into the 4 slots of the multi-click machine, and then at 10 o'clock, Mr. Pukum, he will be pressing the button, and we will find out exactly what this morning's Sunday lottery numbers will be. But while we wait, let's hear a word from BGLL.
Legal lotteries is an unnecessary risk that is not worth it. Even if you have a winning number, you run the risk of not collecting your prize. You also risk being arrested without a warrant, imprisoned for up to 2 years, and fined up to $20,000. When buying your bolito or jackpot, ensure you buy from an official source. Official sub-agents should have official tickets that feature the Belize Government Lotteries Limited logo, all information about your purchase, a QR code, and more information about the Belize Government Lotteries Limited on the back of the ticket.
The time is 10 o'clock. The ball's already limited. The first number pop up, and it's 3. 3 is the first number in the first prize, 3. Once again, 3 is the first number in the first prize. Colorful ping pong balls, numbering 0 through 9, bouncing up and down, waiting now for the second number, and it's 5. The first half of the first prize, 3, 5. Once again, the first half of the first prize, 3, 5. Waiting now to see what that third number will be. And in a minute now it will pop up, and it's 2. So far, the first prize, 3, 5, 2. One more number left to complete the first prize. So far, 3, 5, 2, and the last number is 5. The first prize is completed. 3, 5, 2, 5. That's 35, 25. 25 is the winning single number. Once again, the first prize, 3, 5, 2, 5. The balls are back into mixing chambers. Colorful ping pong balls, numbered 0 through 9, bouncing up and down. Any minute now, we will find out what the second prize starts with, and that number is 3. The second prize starts with 3. Waiting now to see what that second number is. And a minute now it will pop up, and then that number is 3. The first half of the second prize, 3, 3. Once again, 3, 3. The first prize, once again, 3, 5, 2, 5. The second prize are 3, 3, 2. Once again, the second prize so far, 3, 3, 2. One more number left to complete the second prize, and that number is 7. The second prize is completed. 3, 3, 2, 7. Once again, the second prize, 3, 3, 2, 7. That's 33, 27. The first prize, 3, 5, 2, 5. The balls are back into the mixing chambers. Colorful ping pong balls bouncing up and down. Any minute now, we will know what the third prize starts with, and that number is 5. The third prize starts with 5. Once again, the third prize starts with 5. Waiting now to see what that second number is, and that number is 7. So far, the third prize reads 5, 7. Waiting now to see what the third number is. In a minute now, it will pop up, waiting now to see, and that number is 0. So far, the third prize, 570. One more number left to complete the third prize. So far, 570, and the last number is 8. The third prize is completed, 5708. The first prize, once again, 3525. That's 35, 25, 25 is the winning single number. The second prize, 3327, that's 3327. And the third prize, 5708. If you won, congratulations. If not, well, you can always try again next week, Sunday, for the Sunday lottery draw, or tomorrow, which starts the Belize from Monday to Friday. Once again, the first prize, 3525, that's 35, 25, 25 is the winning single number. The second prize, 3327, that's 3327, and the third prize, 5708, that's 5708. From the Emporium Plaza in Belmopan, I am Pauline Sabranis-Tillett. Back to you in studios.
Thank you as well, Pauline, for bringing us live coverage of this morning's Sunday lottery draw. Repeating all three prizes for you. For those of you just joining us, the first prize, 3525, 3525. 25, the winning single number. The second prize, 3327, 3327. And the third prize, 5708. 5708. Congrats to all winners. Those who've lost, well, you can always try again. That will be Monday, tomorrow, right? Yeah, for the weekly Bolido draw. All right, we do know that the Battle of the Paddle is taking place. It's a ride for the environment. Let's rejoin our crew. We rejoin Carol Wallace.
Day to you once again, Belize. We are here and we are
Placencia on Point Beach, southern Placencia, the last in a Placencia.
Lastly piece.
Yes, most
By the municipal,
beach.
by the municipal dock.
Correct.
All right, so we're here with Miss Megs and we should be talking to us a little about putting together an event like this with the various categories that will be taking part in the paddle competition today, and also stuff that will be taking place here on the grounds. Miss Megs, top of the day to you. How is your day so far? We know it's hot. We know that it's a pretty day. We know that it's a good day for paddling, but talk to us a little about what's going on.
Man, we're having some fun down at the beach. I mean, Sunday Beach Day, Family Day, River Day, Waterfall Day. But right now today, the Placencia Point Beach Day for Battle of the Paddles. We have some family games, kid games, just having some good, clean fun. No alcohol, no rowdy music, just a nice vibe on the beach, enjoying the race going.
All right, and so we heard in the background we heard that, yes. So we heard a short while ago that the sea kayaks will be starting in just a little bit. But talk to us a little about the start of the race, which was the canoe race, which will be paddling for about 20 miles or so, 10 going and 10 coming back. Talk to us a little about that.
So the canoe race our race leaves from the Point Beach and ends at this location. And it goes for 20 miles up the lagoon. The turnaround point is at Umaya. That's about 10 miles up the lagoon, and then it heads back down and ends at this location to complete a 20-mile race.
So how long you think, estimated, at the pace where the guys are going at this point in time, how long do you think it will be before we could see the finish of the canoe race?
The first canoe is expected back here by 12 o'clock. It's usually about a 3-hour paddle. I know Splash Team was the winner of last year and they came for it, so hopefully they make it in less than 3 hours if they are that bad.
Break their own record.
Yes, break the record.
All right, and then we heard a short while ago on the speakers that the kayak race will be starting in just a bit. Talk to us a little about what the kayak race entails and how many participants would that have?
We have about 13 kayakers, sea kayaks registered, and that departs at 10:15. That race goes about 5 miles up the lagoon and turns around at Blue Reef Marina, one of our sponsors, and it makes its way back to the Placentia Point Beach to complete a 10-mile race.
And that would be expected to finish about when?
I'd say in about 1 hour 45 minutes.
Okay. So upon the completion of that, then we'll be having the sit on top kayak, or will that start at its original time before that come back?
It will start at its original time before that comes back. Our goal is to have all race finished within a few minutes of each other departing or ending. So after the sea kayaks leave, the sit on top kayaks goes 2 times around Placentia Key. That's a key right in front of Placentia Point Beach here. And that is to depart at least about an hour after so about 11:30, 11:15 that one should depart.
All right, and we know that there was the paddleboard competition or category. How is that? I think there was only one person registered for that, as I could have seen. But how is that going?
We actually didn't meet the minimum. We have a requirement of 3 paddlers or 3 paddlers per each craft category. So this year we don't have paddle boarders. Honestly, last year made us excited because we had about 10 paddlers who were paddle boarders, but they were all tourists visiting the area. Okay. While we do have a lot of locals here that do paddle, I think they feel like it's a competition and they're not as confident to compete and paddle.
So then why you never left just a one person to go and get the prize?
We offered her to paddle in the canoe. The reason we didn't do the paddle board for her, there's lots of logistics that happen with managing a boat around the key, and that would be a second race time. So we just thought that for this year we won't have that race happen.
That one out. All right, so I'll leave you to get started. I know that the kayak is about to start. You want to encourage anyone to come out, talk to the villagers?
Listen, we have a group of NGOs out here. We have Southern Environmental Services out here. Come and learn about what we're doing in the area with our different NGOs, and come spend some time with your family and friends. Bring your own booze if that's the case. Bring your ice packs, come hang out on the beach. It's gorgeous today on the water, man. Placentia is just beautiful today right now.
So we'll leave you because I know that the kayakers are getting ready. They're in the waters. I'll leave you to do your thing. Take care and have a great day. We'll be catching up a little later on, all right? And of course, we have our next person. We have Darcy, who will be interviewing in just a little bit. But we know for sure that the kayak portion, the kayak category is about to start. You want to go right behind? Yes. Here we go. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right, so we note that in just a little bit, thank you very much, dear lady. So we note that this is live broadcast. Anything can happen. So in 5 minutes, let's see if we could wrap this up in 5, because I know that you want to. I know you want to catch the race starting. So talk to us a little about your participation, Ms. Darcy, in what's going on today here on the Placentia Beach area.
So thank you for pronouncing my name correctly.
Try.
So yes, my name is Darcy, and I am a representative from the Crocodile Research Coalition. So you can see in my shirt, it's Race for the Environment. So the race itself is not just a race, it's actually a movement towards to lifting up the awareness of the Placentia Lagoon. And one of the reasons why we included also a lot of educational NGOs, as you can see on the other side, is because it's a collaborative effort to protect the Placentia Lagoon. It takes a community and it takes a group of NGOs to also make that difference here. And when I say different, it's like a lot of these NGOs are working with mangrove restoration projects. This Crocodile Research Coalitions, we focus a lot on wildlife protection, education, and community involvement. But a lot of it has to do with the Placentia Lagoon. A lot of the research gets done there. So, and a lot of the things that we have found, there's protected species, endangered species. So they need protection and a home, which is the mangrove. So yes.
So what's your position in relation to what's going on the grounds here?
So I'm also part of the Battles of the Paddles. I'm helping out with organizing the setup of other logistics behind the scenes. So yes, so
That part of the secret.
that one. So just working behind the scenes and assisting the Battle of the Paddles committee in wherever I can in terms of like getting the booths organized, getting you guys hotel rooms so that you guys could have sleep in a night.
We call it logistics.
Logistics. Okay, let me not elaborate on that side, but yes.
All right, so big thanks to you and the folks here. We know that the kayak race is about to start. We'll leave you and your team to ensure that that kicks off well. And throughout the course of the day, we'll be hitting up with you to chit chat a little more about the activities throughout the course of the day and your take on certain things. But you do take care and you have a great day.
You too. Have a wonderful day.
I'll try, definitely. On the beach.
Stay hydrated because it's hot.
All right, so what we're going to be doing at this time, we'll be sending it to Rich. He's on the waters, bringing to you highlight of the canoe race, the canoe category of the race. I think he might be heading back here to get the start of the kayak race, but we're sending back to Rich.
And welcome back, Belize. We are continuing the coverage for the 2026 Battle of the Paddles. Now, we were following the canoe race, and now we are here by the municipal dock, the Placencia Municipal Dock, because we are waiting for the start of the sea kayak race. Now, we know that the canoes are already on their way, and this is the second part, the second of the categories for today's race. So, this is the single person sea kayak. Two categories that we have. We have the elite male and the elite female category. Now, let me just give you a rundown of who you can expect to see in this race, and you're going to be hearing some of these names over and over and over again. So let's start off with the single males. Of course, we have Bobby Lopez, who's going to be a part of this. Then we have a bunch of Alford siblings. We have James Alford, we have Jonathan Alford, and Juice Alford. Like I said, the Alford family that is known for paddling, and then there's also going to be another family out here, Rudolph Shaw, Rowell Shaw, and Ruan Shaw. All of them are from the Shaw family. We know that they usually paddle together, but this year they decided to do it individually in the Sea Kayak Challenge. I know that I spoke with, of course, Rudolph. He said that they might not have gotten much chance to really paddle in a kayak, a single vessel, single person vessel. However, they're going to do their best to split it up in three to see if any one of them can take that. We're going to see how the family pits up against each other. Also in the single male category, that is Vladimir Gonzalez, Francis Martinez, and Darian Zott. Then we're looking at the single females. We have three of them that will be competing. There's Raquel Leslie, there's Diana Velasquez, and then there's Avis Guides. So we have all of our paddlers already in for the sea kayak category. We're here again at the municipal dock. We're waiting for the start of this sea kayak race for the Battle of the Paddles. So now, this is not about teamwork right now, but rather single individual performance that these paddlers, male and female, they have to take on at this moment. A good amount of them already prepared to take it on. And compared to last year, they had shortened this to 10 miles. So Ian had mentioned to us that the reason why it was shortened to 10 miles was that I realized that the 20 miles was a little bit too taxing for these single kayak paddlers to take on from going all the way to Maya and back. So that's why for this year, it has been shortened to 10. And because it's been shortened to 10, that means that they will be going all the way up to the Blue Reef Beach Resort. That was where we were earlier before we turned back, the Blue Beach Reef Resort. So we're going to be following them all the way up to there, and we're going to be coming back. Now, by that time we're coming back, we anticipate we could see some of the canoes that were out in front to be coming back as well. So we're going to be seeing canoes. That's the character. We're going to be seeing kayaks and canoes battling it back out, heading back to the pier a little bit later on. I know that the canoes, I'm not sure if they made it all the way to Umaya Resort as yet, but that's where they're going to be heading. Now, sea kayak, individual, 10-mile round trip along the Placencia Lagoon, 5 miles to the Blue Reef Beach Resort and back. Now, these sea kayaks are built for speed, they're built for endurance, they're designed to effectively cover long distance across the open lagoon. So you don't have to worry about wondering, okay, are they going to be having enough strength to propel themselves along the lagoon to get to the point where they're going to be turning around. Trust me, these are experienced paddlers that are in the sea, the sea at this moment, but they're going to be shifting over to the lagoon in a few. And similar to the rules when it came to the canoes, they must remain in the designated race course. So there are some flags that are placed along the road, and they must stay between those indicators and the shore line. If they venture off, even if it's accidentally, that could be grounds for disqualification. So they have to ensure that they remain within that designated race course that, as assigned, they are already have been briefed about this as well. And they have to, like I said, stay between those marked courses, between the buoy and the coastline. 10 miles that these brave men and women will have to take on. Let's see who will come out on top. Let's take a look at last year. Last year in the sea kayak, there was in the male division, James Alford. James Alford was the winner in last year's in the sea kayak category for the males. And well, guess what? He is back in it again, hoping to defend his title. I've seen James paddle before, and I know that he is one strong paddler. I know that he paddled with Daniel Gregorio when we had that sea kayak challenge a few years ago, and they were the winners of that. So he is no stranger to these kayaks at all. Speaking about Daniel Gregorio, he's in the race as well. Now we have the female winner from last year, Diana Velasquez. She is in it again. So in a few minutes, they will starting off. I'm hearing it from the beach. So they're just letting them know that there's going to be a white buoy by Blue Reef Resort. That's where they need to make that turn. So they have to be on the lookout for that. Again, they must remain between those markers that are placed. That's the race course. So they have to not only test their strength, but they have to make sure that they have this eagle-eye vision to not venture beyond that race course as well. All of them are geared up. They are ready to take on this sea kayak challenge. Who's going to be the winner? Will it be a repeat for James and Diana, or one of these other paddlers that are taking on the challenge be the one to overtake them, to dethrone them? Can it be back-to-back, or will there be a brand new one? Let's get ready to see. In any minute now, we'll have the start. The canoe race is currently ongoing at this moment. So we have a lot of action that's going to be taking place. Going to let you know that at the conclusion of the canoe and the sea kayak race, I'm just going to let you know that you don't want to turn away from your device, because there's going to be the sit on top one. The sit on top category. So they're going to get ready. We're going to hear the horn blow in a few. So get ready, Belize, because the sea kayak category in the Battle of the Paddles is about to begin in a few. Get hyped, get excited, cheer up for who do you think will be the paddler that will be the winning person in both the male and the female division. We have a good amount of them in the male, 3 of them in the female. Let's see who will be the top one at the end of the sea kayak category for the Battle of the Paddles 2026. 10 miles that they have to take. We're getting primed up to get into our position to ensure that we can bring to you that action as well. And when we go off, the next time you'll hear from us will be, we'll stay with you as far as we could. We're going to be up to by Beach Resort, and we're going to be coming back with both the canoes and the sea kayak. So we're going to get ready to continue with this as well. So we're going to move out, and we're going to hear the horn any second now, patiently waiting for that horn to be sounded. Of course, the time will be tracked as well. that the usual big red finish line is going to be placed out into the sea, as you see. So we're going to get ready in a few. We are about to start. For those who won in the Belize today, the lottery today, congratulations to you. If you have someone out here who you're cheering for, let us know who you are cheering for as well. We're getting in place. We're going to get ready for the start. We just have to make sure that we are out of to obstruct the vision of the so that we don't obstruct things. So get ready. We're just turning around. This is the sea. There's three of them. Again, just in case you tune in, the paddleboard category, there will not be any of them in this year's race. One of the things in order for a category to be valid is that there needs to be at least 3 persons in that category. What I understood is there was only one single paddleboard that was registered for the race. So that's why they're not going to be having that paddleboard, but we are still going to be having that sit on top kayak. That's going to be later on this afternoon at the early top of the afternoon, so you can get ready for that. So we're already in a place perfectly ready for the sea kayak. Sea kayak is going to be taking on the lagoon, made for the sea, but can be used for the lagoon as well. Don't let the name fool you. These are experienced paddlers. These are strong paddlers. And here it is. They are off the sea kayak category in the Battle of the Paddlers 2026. And out in front, I'm seeing so far we have Rudolph the Show, who is out, but we're seeing one of his sons trying to catch up. The other one is struggling a bit, so for right now it's these two. But don't think that this doesn't mean that any of those behind will not be able to catch up. When they need to catch a rhythm, that's what a lot of them are trying to do at this moment. They're trying to catch this rhythm in order to build up some momentum and then add some more power into it so that can carry them forward. But still out in front, I'm seeing one of the show sons are currently out in front, Ian.
Yes, indeed, indeed. It is a beautiful start this morning. I am counting. We have 10 sea kayaks on the course today, doing 10 miles. That Rick, I don't know what play today.
I kind of missed it.
When am I
I kind of missed that Rick just now. But let me see if I can see correctly. I believe that one is Roel. So, I think it's Roel that is out in front. Not too far behind is, of course, Rudolph, and then it's Ruan. But like I was mentioning, Ian, right now, when it comes to sea kayak, because I've been in one before, not in a competition, but I know it takes a while. Well, if you're not that experienced, it takes a while for you to catch that groove. And then when you finally get that groove, when you manage to sync with your movement from left to right, then that's when you can start to pick up on the speed and catch up with the rest of the competitors.
Yes,
right?
indeed. So one of the interesting race indeed is a kayak race on the course today. Of all 4 vessels will be paddling sea kayaks. Now, what is a sea kayak compared to what we call a sit on top or a regular kayak? You sit in the vessel. Basically, you're below water length, the water level. You're below the water level. And it's a double blade. Kayak use double blade, unlike the canoe we saw this morning, which are single blade. These are way more streamlined with the water, and they move very swiftly in the water. But it requires the paddler to move the boat. And the technique that is required in regards to your question, it does take some warm-up and momentum to get you going, but technique really matters in all paddling. If you notice, those guys up front who are senior paddlers, they're not using their arms much. They're using their torso, their body to paddle, their shoulders. So you could see that it's not an arm action thing. The race looks already stretched out.
Some of them are falling behind. I believe that we have Daniel Gregorio right behind the show family. The first female out in front and currently in 5th is Diana Velasquez. She is the winner from last year's sea kayak. And I think for right now they are preserving some of their energy right now. So we have to see how well the show family will continue to perform, because yes, they're out in front with a good start. They're setting that pace, but then of course we have these other experienced ones who are behind. And I guess you can also tell to who might have that good posture as well with the way how they're holding the blade, because some of them holding a little, there's a certain technique that you have to hold it a certain amount of hand width apart in order to effectively use it. Otherwise, you're just expelling unnecessary energy to try to just paddle on this water.
Yes, like everything else, it requires that technique. And I could see the show brothers, they do have it. And another thing, I could see the strategy that they used this year. Last year, they they signed up in the family competition. And I can't remember what they placed, but they came today looking to take this like a sweep.
Yeah,
but
well-
it's not going easy
Yeah,
because the other three kayaks, including Diana, is right on their tail.
Yeah, indeed. So I got a chance to speak with them yesterday, and Rudolph told me that how they placed third, but they figured that if they split themselves up into 3 individual paddlers in the sea kayak, there's a higher chance that one of them takes home that prize to the household. Imagine all 3. But like I'm saying, I'm seeing that I believe that Daniel might be out there in front as well, the fourth, followed by Diana Velasquez, and she's the only female. The next closest one is Avis, who is in that bright lime green, but she's still not anywhere as close as to Diana. And just in front, if I'm not mistaken, that could actually be James, but you never count out James because I've seen this guy. I seen him team up with Daniel Gregorio, right?
Yes.
And man, these two, like when they're in a kayak, it's like a well-oiled machine, fully focused. So I don't expect it to see it behind
don't
too
count
much.
out James. So let me give you a little insight of what happened last year. Right about where we are, because last year both the canoe and the kayak left at the same time, which created that typical chaos at the start of a race, and a canoe flipped. If I'm not mistaken, it was a mixed team with Mr. Chris Guidis in that team. When James stopped and helped them flip their canoe back over and caught up with all the other kayaks who had him out at least about 5 or 6 minutes. And he closed before the turnaround point. And if I'm not mistaken, he came in second last year overall in the race and won his category in the male elite.
Right, so we just have to figure out. So you never know what's going to happen out here right now. Still out in front, we have the Show family. But I'm starting to see that behind Ruan, it seems that he's already starting to struggle a bit. You're seeing that he's, you can see a little bit, I don't want to say fatigue, but you could see that he's starting to struggle a bit with when it comes to his stroke. And you are starting to see that Daniel and Diana, and the next paddler, they're slowly inching closer to him.
Yes.
So again, a lot to do with the technique of how you handle your paddle, how you're setting your pace, how you're expelling that energy. It's 10 miles shorter than last year, because I'm sure that was took a beating on those kayakers a little bit. So we're gonna go push up a little bit more because we want to catch them when they go inside of that canal before they continue. So keep with us. We're going to be covering this race. It is a Battle of the Paddles 2026 along the Placencia Lagoon. Again, in case you're just tuning in, let's just give you the full recap of it so far this morning. So for right now, we have the canoe race that already started off a little bit after 9 o'clock. A while ago, we have the sea kayak that's starting off. So we are following the sea kayak at this moment. Right now, out in front, we have the Show family. Now, I'm calling them Show family to get them collectively. But I'm starting to see an overtake. Well, I'm starting to see that we have Daniel, who's overtaken Ruan. So we have our first overtake. We have our first pass. So we're starting to see that ship right there starting to tire out. We know that, well, Rudolph and Ruan has to make sure that they maintain the pace that they have already started going around and turning around. One man out in front, but we're starting to see the rest of the kayakers starting to inch even closer. Rudolph senses a bit of urgency, starting to put a little bit more energy. Right now, the man out in front, he's taking it a little bit easy because he knows that he can't expel all of that energy too much as well. So they're trying to let them know that they need to go within that little canal right there. They have to go through that canal and then come right back out. That's a part of the race. So they're following. So we're going to be taking and following them as well. And we have the first two that are about to enter into the canal at this moment. We're going to follow them as close. We're not trying to create any kind of way for them to ride or them to cause any kind of obstruction. So no, we're having them going through the canal, and we have our first 6 currently passing through us right now. And we have, like I was mentioning, We have the shows out in front. Third place right now is Daniel. We have Roel, who's currently in fourth. So we got it switched up. So it's Roel who's behind, Ruan who's out in front, and then we have James who's making that push right now.
Yes,
He's making that move right now. This is where you see that he was waiting and holding off just a bit. We have Diana, who is currently in sixth place, and we're following them as close as we can. Right now, 6 canoes. They're passing through the canal side, but we're still along the Placencia Lagoon, and we're going to keep following them. They have to go to the Blue Reef Beach Resort, and they have to turn around. There's a wide buoy for them to turn around. So we have a 71 who's coming, another one of the outboard siblings. And for those who I alluded to, the outboard siblings, these are a good majority of them. They are paddlers, they are athletes in different disciplines, but especially on the water. They've competed in multiple different kinds of races. Ian could attest to that because Ian being a paddler himself too, he's met some of them, competed against some of them as well. And we're just seeing it's a battle right now between the from third to sixth at the moment. We had Ruan who's already set the pace, already turned around. Rudolph, I think he might be struggling just a
Yes,
slight
Rudolph, you can see he's slipping backwards, which is not good at all for Rudolph.
So he needs
you read it right when you saw him struggling earlier. Yes, we could see that indeed now the place has changed up a little bit. So we're in a residential part of the peninsula of Placencia Village. This area is locally known as Bakadia.
Okay, Bakadia.
Yes, Bakadia. Bakadia.
But so let's talk about this part a bit about it, Ian, because we know that this is more than just a race. It's about you came up with this idea because you wanted to highlight the environment. I believe you referred to it as the fragile.
All right, you're listening to Love FM News and Music Power as we are at the mile 10, halfway of the race, and Team Splash has taken the first half of this race since this morning as we start off early this morning there at the Placencia Municipal Dock. Yeah, and that's it right there. 10 miles completed. Team Track keeps that first place, followed by the Belize Coast Guard Spartans, and they're taking up that second place right behind Team Splash right there. They have not lost that place since we started this coverage since this morning, and of course there's quite a lot going on. Like we did mention earlier, we've noticed that they have the Belize Coast Guard, the other group that is there with them. They were at fourth place, but they swapped out, and also Park on Track was at third place, and coming at that last point before we get over here at Umaya Resort. This is where the 10-mile marker ends. Now they're making their way back to another 10-mile, and it's going to culminate over there at the Placencia Municipal Dock for the folks who are locked in live on Love FM. We continue with our live coverage right here. We're going to go next. We've got mile 18 on the Placencia Road, and then we head on over to Blue Reef. Lola's Art in that area, followed by the Placencia Polyclinic. That's going to be the other stop, and then we make our way over as we head back to the Placencia Municipal Dock. But yeah, just like that, Team Splash has taken first place. They've spun around and they're back on track, heading out again. And then we've got the Belize Coast Guard Spartans who are right behind at second place. But for some reason, it has been, it was a little swift. But for now, third place is nowhere in sight. And that was not the case 2 stops earlier. They are far behind. So the sun, the sun is bearing, it's just bearing down on them, of course. And we continue with, we've got the third team. The third team is coming in, and this is the team who took over Team Park on Track's third place when we got them over at the mile 18 switch over. This is the team that took over right here, and they've kept that area there, of course. So that's where we're at right now. The third place, the new third place guys, they're making their way in, of course. And let's see who we've got here. Team Brothers have now taken the third place reign, kept that third place reign after the mile 18 switch over, followed by Team Cuba Libre at fourth place. These are the four teams who are making their way right here in the second annual Battle of the Paddles, right here on the Placencia Lagoon, on the Placencia Peninsula, of course. Team Brothers coming in at third place, followed by Cuba Libre. Yeah.
They are right there at fourth place, and the remaining the canoes have not made their way over in this area as yet. So we've got first place running in with Team Splash, second place Belize Coast Guard Titans, third place we've got Team Brothers now taking up that third place lead, and then we've got Team Cuba Libre. Look at that, they are about to, they want to squiff, they want to take over that third place, but you know what, Team Brothers is saying no way, hold your fort, because we're coming in at that third place. There we go, quick, as it was just a mere half of a canoe length from taking in that third place, but now it's just a canoe length away from being the third place, and the thing changed just like that in a matter of split second. This is what's happening as we bring to you the live broadcast of Battle of the Paddles, the second annual, of course, right here exclusively on Love FM, Love Television, Love FM News and Music Power's Facebook page. We thank you so much for always locking in, of course, on our national frequencies 88.9, 95.1. Thanks so much for always choosing love. In the meantime, we're going to be sending it back over to Rich, and we continue with this coverage. It is 20 miles of kayak right here on the Placentia Peninsula.
There as well. So we're here within this little community, and some spectators are on by the side just watching on. We're hoping that, and I'm sure Ian is hoping that this race does continue to grow as it progresses over the year. This is only the second time as we push on and on. We can expect, and we're actually starting to see, because Ian had mentioned that we're seeing more sea kayaks that have signed up for the race compared to last year. Now, again, going to last year, let's run down the winners. Let's talk about the sea kayak and the canoe, since those two are already ongoing. So last year, in the male elite for the canoe, it was a Team Splash. They finished just a little bit over 3 hours, with 3 hours, 4 minutes, 58 seconds. In the mix, it was a KMR Waves. They finished with a time of 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 40 seconds. Then the C2 winners from last year was the Wave Warriors with a time of 3 hours and 33 minutes and 0 seconds. Just like that. Sea kayak category, there were three of them, three categories. In the male, it was James Alford, who finished with a time of 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 8 seconds. The first female was Diana Velasquez, 4 hours, 25 minutes, and 14 seconds. And in the Masters female, it was Sherry Olsen, who finished with a time of 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 11 seconds. So, that was last year's winner, but we will see if those winners remain on top. A new champion will be crowned, especially for the sea kayak that we are following at this very moment. Again, James was sitting back right now, but I'm not seeing, it doesn't seem to be tired or anything. I guess he's preserving all that energy, because he has a form that doesn't indicate that he is tiring as yet.
He's steady, yes. I could see that James is steady. I'm not trying to make an excuse for James, but James have dedicated a lot of his time into cycling. That has been his main sport for a while now. I've seen James making wave on the road. So I'm not sure how much paddling shape the guy might be in. That's where I was thinking James might, that's showing here on the water. But a tough contender, nevertheless, and you're right, his technique remains the same, and steady wins the race.
I'm seeing, so that means James was scoring the in-7, right in front of him, well, not directly, but in that blue that you're seeing is Diana Velasquez. She is the first female. I'm not seeing any other female behind.
Davis was behind us.
So, yeah. If she maintains this pace at this moment, it looks like she will repeat in the female category again. But out in front, it's still the same ones that are battling. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I think Royal has actually fallen behind into 5th place. You see, he's starting to struggle even more. He's starting to hunch over a little bit more. The way how he's starting to dig into the water is less impactful. So he's starting to falter. I think he missed a left stroke just now dipping. He just touched the water's surface, didn't quite dig deep into it. But out in front is Ruan, Rudolph, that is Daniel, I believe Jonathan as well out there in front. Those four are battling it out. So this is the stretch here. Again, this
This area, no, we're basically behind the Bacadea Canal, in the entire canal is called, but we're behind what would be considered the heart of Placencia village. If you notice a lot of vessels, this is obviously a safe harbor that a lot of people with vessels leave their boat. So a lot of action happening, like this area, Mambo, the great boat builder. That's the area we are. On the left coming up is Sandy Cove, our honorary sponsor this year, by the way. Sandy Cove Tours, they specialize in marine tours. They also use the lagoon a lot. One of the things they do are kayak tours on the lagoon. But why partner with a company like Sandy Cove? First of all, 100% Belizean company, tour operator. Two, they are one of the leading independent tour operators that leads cleanup in the lagoon. So just 3 days ago, I was out with the team, and you see this big boat right here? We actually, within 2.5 hours, filled that boat with garbage, just 4 of us. And we had other vessels along, 3 boats filled with garbage, just right from a few hot spots right behind us where we are. When I speak about garbage in the peninsula, I'm not talking about stuff that drifts up with the tide and the current, stuff that we see lodged on the beach on a regular. We're talking dump areas where people deliberately dump their garbage. So that's one of the other things we like to highlight for people who are listening, and those people know who they are, and they know that they're not supposed to do it, just to avoid a little fee of bringing in your garbage from out of the Keys. They find these hot spots. So these are some of the issues that we face, and Sandy Cove has done a really good job over the years with it.
All right, great. And that's why we remember, I like to see this. You know, you want to say you're patriotic, you want to show your Belizean pride, don't litter. I know there was this video going around, controversial one, where Belize City ranked a certain number 2 because of garbage. But remember, it starts at home. It starts with you that's watching and listening. But Ian, let's talk about some of the prizes right now, because they aren't just paddling for the glory. They're paddling for some cash prizes and some other in-kind donations as well.
Indeed. Yes, for sure. So considering with the sea kayaks, we could start with the sea kayak competition. Both male and female sea kayaks, we share the money evenly. So no gender bias. The first teams, male or female, would get $400. Second team get $300, and the third team get $150, which is individual, of course. They're not splitting that with anybody. And they also have some in-kind prizes.
Right. So for those in-kind prizes, let me see. So for the sea kayak, we have for the first sea kayak, it's a Hidden Valley 2-night stay, which is valued at $2,800. Then the second sea kayak is Reiki 2-night stay, valued at $1,900. And the third one for the third sea kayak is a Miramar Beach Suite 2-night stay,
right here,
$1,308.
Right here at Placencia.
Right here at Placencia. So some amazing prizes, and like you said, they're not sharing this with anyone. The sea kayaks, so they get to take all of this home for themselves.
And the thing what we call the big race, right? The canoe race, which is the longer distance. So and there are more people involved in their boat. So they have a lot of way more handsome prizes at the end of the day. So the male elite, they take home $750. Likewise with the U19, the mixed family and C2 takes home $600. That's the first place within those categories. All except for the C2, all other categories carry home a second place, $450, and third place takes home $225.
So we're gonna be
in-kind prizes as well is on there.
In-kind prizes, of course, we have the first canoe will get a prize of Ian Anderson's Cape Branch 1-night stay for 2, as well as the Ian Anderson's Cape Branch Adventure for 2, valued at $2,250. That is. The second canoe gets a Maya World experience of 4-person, river tubing, ATV, and waterfall package, as well as an Itzana 1-night stay for 2 with breakfast, valued at $1,860 in total. And then the third canoe gets Captain Jack's 2-night stay plus a Captain Jack snorkeling to Mohoki and Silky combo for 2, valued at $1,109. When we get to the sit on top kayak, we're gonna bring to you those ones because they have some prices attached to them too. Well, so we're back out here in the lagoon, and we're seeing now clearer. Like I said, we are in that Bacadere Canal area, so we had to respect that no-wake zone, but now we can come out in front, and we're starting to we're gonna show them a little bit so that you can see them a bit better. We're gonna see how close we can possibly get to them without disturbing them. We don't want to disturb the race any at all. So again, we have 4 paddlers who are out in front. 4 of them. We have a Royal who was in 3rd place, has since fallen to 5th place. It couldn't maintain that advantage that he had, that push that he was giving. So now he was at 3rd, and now he has settled back to 5th place. Diana behind him in 6th, but we want to catch up to those who are out in front because the top 4 right now, they're very close to each other. I can identify them as Ruan as well as Rudolph and Jonathan Alford, but we also have Daniel who is not too far away from them. Battle of the Paddles 2026. Love FM, the exclusive race sponsor. Of course, we want to say thank you to Niche, our broadcast sponsor as well. And let's give a shout out to the race sponsors. We have the WWF World Wildlife Fund, Barefoot Services, the Crocodile Research Coalition, Placencia Village Council, Sandy Cove, Blue Reef Beach Resort, Umaya, Belize Tourism Board, Hidden Valley Wilderness Lodge, Reiki and Island Resort, KS Branch Adventure Co. and Jungle Lodge, Captain Jack's Miramar Suites, Belsign, Decorative Concrete Solutions, Maya World Destinations, that's the Southern Environmental Association, Palam Golf, Gecko Property Rental, Karim Gordon on behalf of Mango Creek, Top Value Supermarket, M&M Hardware, Seahorse Dive Shop, Flowers Vacation Rentals, Belizean Nirvana, Primus Villa, Itzana Resort and Residences, 501 Tracking, Zeke Rental Agency, Wendy's Restaurant, Barefoot Bar, Maya Beach Hotel, and the Protected Area Conservation Trust. 30 years of
Woo! That's a long list.
It's a long list.
That's a long list.
But we know those are very instrumental in putting the race together because we want to make sure that, it keeps improving. Because last year was that, you could call it test run. This year, we're seeing the fruits of that run and the labor that you put in as well. So, again, we still have 4 that are out in front. From my vantage point, I'm seeing that there's an Alford that is currently out in front. Right behind him is Ruan, and Rudolph and Daniel are battling it out right now in the 3rd place position, but it seems that Rudolph is slowing down. You watch how he's pacing himself. We're seeing that we have Daniel getting in a little bit more strokes, and I'm noticing that Daniel, when he is doing the strokes, right, his hands are a little bit more lower, and I'm noticing Rudolph, his ones are a little bit more higher.
Yes.
And I think because Daniel has been experienced with this, because you have less, I don't know what's the right term, but the transition between strokes.
Yeah, what I'm seeing with Daniel is that he's not extending his elbow. So your bottom arm, when you're on your stroke, it should be extended. What I'm seeing, a lot of bend in the elbow, and that's basically telling me that the arms are tiring. You're using your arms to paddle. So again, like I mentioned earlier, we should be using our torso, but look how short the paddle stroke has become. And the pace has dropped quite a bit, but which is advantage to us, the headwind. It's nice and cool on this boat, but right now that headwind is definitely right in those guys' chests and pushing the paddle as well as they try to advance forward. So that definitely creates some difficulty if you feel the wind shifts, and we're going straight into the wind right now.
Right now I'm seeing that Rudolph is starting to lean a little bit forward to try to prevent some of that headwind from pushing him back a bit.
Getting low.
So he's getting low. I'm trying to put in a little bit more power, into those strokes from left to right. And these double blades. So Ian, tell me something. You've done both of them, right? Single blade and a double blade, right? So I'm gonna get back to you. I'm gonna get back to you right now, Ian. So so let me just call the action once again. We have right now Rudolph who's out in front, but we have Alford and not anywhere too far behind. Right now they're sticking together, and I think that's a strategy right now. Stick together until you find that perfect time in order to break away from the group. If you stick with the group, you can help set a pace. You can help maintain that pace that you see the group is going with. That's where you can gauge your energy. But like what I was asking you, Ian, so compare what it's like to have to use that double blade compared to a single blade. I know obviously with the craft it's different, but what's the difference like when you have to use a single blade to a double blade? What difference do you have to do?
So it's the same group of muscle,
that works for a single blade and a double blade. The only difference is, if you notice, when these guys are paddling the single blade, they would do so there's several strokes on each side of the boat before someone calls a hut, and they switch to the other side. Unlike the double blade, it is one on both sides, so they evenly paddle. That also helps them to steer. Another big key on these sea kayaks, if you notice, they have rudders. The rudders, and they have a foot pedal inside that helps them to steer. So they don't have to use the paddle much for steering, unlike the single blades. They do. That paddle is their steering wheel as well. The two paddlers, if it's 2-person or 3-person, the front person and the bow and the stern guy, they are the ones responsible for taking that boat left or right or whatever direction they need it to go.
Now, Ian, I noticed that one of the outports, he took a break just now, but a quick refreshment break, but he's back in it again, which is to me, it's telling me that there's still more left in that tank, and he's just sitting there calm.
He looks comfortable. He looks like one of the more comfortable paddlers in this group right here, in my opinion.
So that could, and I think that what he's probably waiting for is that perfect time to make that push. So we're gonna wait to see if when he will make that strike, because I can feel it in my bones. That might be the move. But for right now, again, out in front we have a Rudolph Show. Last year, paddling with his sons, but this year they decided to split because they want to see if they have a better chance. Last year, placing third in the Family Adventure Division. Right now, Rudolph, who is the experienced paddler of the three of them, he's currently out in front. Hasn't gotten much practice when it comes to being in a sea kayak, but nonetheless trying to adapt with what he is known to do in canoe. Right now, currently in second place, it's a battle between Ruan and Daniel. Those two are battling out right now. Daniel with the slightest of edge at this moment. However, Ruan is
riding his wave.
Oh, is it riding the wave?
His wave, yes.
So trying to take advantage of that. Very smart move, and that's what Alfred is trying to do as well, just to try to conserve some energy. And we know that with these sea kayaks, they're very buoyant, so you don't have to worry about overturning like that compared to the canoes, where we can easily see those canoes, if they turn too much to one side or make a major shift, that there's that large possibility of a turnover. So for right now, we're watching them as they go. Rudolph very much has his head in the game right now. While he's paddling, taking a sip to refresh, of course, with the camel pack. We have Ruan, who is right behind, managed to pull ahead. And I guess he's trying to ride his own father's wave right now. I'm not trying to create the wave for Daniel or Alfred to try to ride themselves. But we'll see exactly what happens. Staying within the course. Remember, I mentioned that there are these markers out here. We're seeing the red buoys. They have to remain between that and the shoreline, the line that we're seeing. Coastline, not the coastline, the shoreline.
The shoreline, yes.
The shoreline. I have to remember, we're not up on the seaside, we're up on the lagoon side. That's the big difference.
Which is the coastline, shoreline. I think you got it right. So the reason why we have these markers, right, because the natural shape of the peninsula, it has what we call these bites.
Okay.
And in order for us to maintain the same distance, that everybody spirit that all the paddlers paddle the same distance, we allow them to go into the bite. But if you look around, also we saw people on the side right over there. See some kids. We have spectators to allowing the race to be spectator friendly. I decided to keep the race as close to the shoreline, especially at these points where people could access the view of the race. So if they cut across, they are a huge advantage. So that's the reason why we have these markers up. Those two reasons mainly.
I think there's also another one is with the safety measures, because we want to ensure that if anything happens, that they're closer to the coastline. So actually we're coming there, I believe, not too far from the airport, right? We're by the airstrip.
Yes.
So we're by the airstrip right now.
Yes, that's a giveaway.
Just in case you're wondering
where we were, now you know.
Yeah, so while we're passing the airstrip again, and the same for just trying to maintain what they have already worked for. But we're seeing the Alfred, he's sitting back right now. And again, I believe this is all part of strategy, but Rudolph is the one that is setting the pace. The rest are just riding that pace and trying not to exert too much. But it is up to Rudolph to ensure that he's not completely giving everything at this moment, because that could be detrimental to the progress he's made. If he makes one simple mistake, the rest of them can easily pass him, surpass him, and leave him behind, and then he'll be out there having to try to struggle by himself.
Well, if you look closely, Alford is indeed just taking his time, paddling right in the wave. Again, the disadvantage to Rudolph from since the race started, he's up front setting the pace. And that will tell on him on the way back. That will definitely take its toll at some point, maybe right now as we speak.
Well,
that's his advantage, right?
As we're seeing Daniel looking to stall it, overtake him at this moment. So we're going to see, we might see that overtake, but then maybe he welcomes this and makes Daniel take the pace, and then he just follows Daniel's pace. But we have to wait to see how it all plays out there. I mean, the only thing about us following these races is that we don't get to hear the back and forth between some of these paddlers out there. And I mean, I know sometimes some of them they're heading at the game, they don't really have much to talk. But a lot of them, I know, you have this friendly banter back and forth. And I think that kind of helps you because, as a competitor, you like this little banter. It kind of motivates you to want to push harder, try to be better out there and trying to beat those who are around you.
The trash talk, the friendly trash talk, which is definitely allowed in sports. It's highly competitive sport. Because at the end of the day, you want to be able to back your mouth up, right?
Right. So while we're following this race again, let's get back to the environmental aspect of it. I know that this is the crocodiles. They call this lagoon home, and so we also have one of the coalitions who are a major part of the race sponsorship.
Yes.
That is a Crocodile Research Coalition. So
yes.
How important is this lagoon? Just how important it is for these crocodiles.
Yes, it is very biodiverse. We can't speak about this lagoon if we don't speak about multiple different type of creatures that call it their homes. Because of the fact that the Crocodile Research Coalition, that's what they do. They do research on crocodile, and this lagoon has a large population of American crocodiles, which are actually a threatened to endangered species. Very sensitive to ecosystem when it changes, especially with our presence. So wherever we have a lot of these development, we don't see a lot of crocodiles. Just you go right on the other side of the lagoon. If you look all that green space, we do have crocodiles. Crocodiles are nocturnal animals. During the time that we paddle, it's very rarely that we'll see crocodiles. Maybe sometime in again, the very remote areas, they would be up basking at this time of the day, catching some sun. But the very healthy population of American crocodiles inside this entire lagoon. Most of what we're looking at, it's just on the far distance you see a green hedge, which looks like solid land. And for most of it, it is, but there's a lot of channels and other lagoons that is inside, other wetlands that is inside that goes all the way to what we consider the mainland. It's all interconnected body of water, but lots of crocodile. This area right here is a hot spot for the Atelian manatee.
So you might see a manatee.
We might see a manatee or two around. So you look up and look on the water surface, the nose pop up for maybe 4 or 5 seconds at the most before they go down. So if you see something brown popping up and it stays up for more than 5 seconds, it's a coconut. If not, it's a manatee.
All right, so we're going to keep a lookout for that. Before right now, we have our eyes on the lagoon because we see a shift in the race. So Rudolph, who was leading, and we're talking about this, and we were identified. It seems that he ran out of energy, and now he's struggling. He's falling back to 4th place, and currently leading the pack is Daniel. He's out in front, followed by Alford and then Ruan. So we could see that there was that shift. I did see that Rudolph had, when he was coming around one of the corners, he did stop with his paddling a bit. Look back, I guess, to just see where his son was, and then decided that I need to continue. I can't wait.
But I think the camera is, if the camera on Rudolph, let's look at technique, right? Look at Rudolph who uses his arms to paddle. He's using his left arm and he's pulling with his arms. That's not the best technique. When he started off with a really good technique. But when you get tired, when the body gets fatigued, those training sometimes goes through the door and old habit kicks in. When we casually go fishing or you just paddle, you tend to use a little bit more arm than the proper technique. But long races like this endurance race does require the proper technique.
Yeah. All right, so
his technique is way better. The guy in the front right there, look at his arms. Daniel, yes. He's swinging his body. His arms, the catch is being made, but his elbow is not bent. Look at his elbow, right? Compared to Alan in the back. He's pulling, trying to get back.
Well, I think it helps for Daniel too because he's all the way from San Pedro. He's also a member of the Coast Guard, so I'm sure he has plenty of time to paddle in a sea kayak and has been able to develop technique over the years. Alford behind, like I was mentioning to the public, the Alford siblings. I think just about every single one of them are into sports in some kind of in some sport here. A lot of them have taken onto the water, whether it's sea, whether it's lagoon, whether it's a river. Plenty of them have taken kindly to the competition on the water. As well, after that we have Ruan and Rudolph that we're seeing. And actually, we're getting a little bit of a wave action right here, right now, Ian.
That boat just passed. We had a boat that passed out farther behind us that gave us its wake. That's why we kept the Coast Guard we only had one Coast Guard vessel out today, and it's critical that we had the Coast Guard out this morning for the canoes, because that kind of wake could be trouble for canoes. So they're slowing down this boat traffic, and this is a very active part, because now we're behind, what is this area is called, the Hummingbird Marina, or Rum Point. Okay. This is the area famously known as Rum Point, where there's a marina in this area, so we have a lot of boat coming up and down, in and out these areas. Highly active area with boat traffic, especially early in the morning when tours are going out and late in the afternoon when those tours are coming back in. But it is a boating community. Placencia is.
Well, it's a beautiful place, just a place to relax and enjoy all of the natural beauty. So right now we're just going to show you a bit of the behind, because we see that we have Roel. Like we mentioned, Roel had fallen behind a bit and he's still trying to struggle to catch up. Now, this is the hard part, at least I think for paddlers. One of the hard parts is that when you have so much space created and you're not seeing people in front of you, it kind of makes the race feel even longer. Normally you want to have that, I guess when you have somebody within within eyesight, it makes it easier for you to know that, all right, I'm still coming with this pace. You become less distracted. Now he has to make sure that he maintains that strong mentality also behind there with him. Is another part, and that is James. Like you had mentioned, maybe because he had been training for cycling here, it's different. And this is the thing, right? I think a lot of people think that when you train for one sport, it means that, okay, you will be versed in all sports.
No, sorry.
No. So it's pretty much like a cyclist can't just hurry jump in at this and say, all right, I have the stamina to do it. Just like how a paddler can't just hurry jump in on a cycling race and say, I got to do this.
Yes. I'm familiar with the best of both worlds, because I do come from a cycling background. I've just got introduced to paddling a few years ago. My first La Ruta Maya was 2022 and 2023, the second and the only two that I've done. But I came out of a paddling background, cycling background, and one of the things the bike does give you is excellent cardio. But the bike doesn't work the upper body, the core, like this does, which is necessary. You need to train those muscles. So you can't come right off of the bike, James, and expect to, he knows that. I'm sure as an athlete, he's quite aware of that.
All right, so what we're going to do right now, we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we'll be following the action for Battle of the Paddlers 2026.
minutes after 11 o'clock. It's the Battle of the Paddle. Let's rejoin Carol Wallace.
Pleasant morning or pleasant day. Once again, we're here at the Placencia Beach, the southernmost point of Placencia. And we're here with
Valeria Mori from Southern Environmental Association.
better known as C. And she'll be talking to us a little bit about what they do as it relates to public awareness and taking care of the sea, like sea. Hi, good day. How are you?
I'm great. So a bit about sea is we co-manage the protection of two really important marine protected areas, which is Laughing Bird Key National Park and Gladden Spit and Silk Keys Marine Reserve. So of course, our main purpose is not only to practice marine conservation, but spread awareness about it. And being a part of this event is us, continuing that purpose, continuing that mission.
All right. And so what have you guys, what input, into today's activity are you and your team doing here on the ground?
So our main activity that we are focusing on our team is, of course, mangroves. We know that the point of this Battle of the Paddles is to spread awareness about protecting this Placencia Lagoon. And one of the main ecosystems there are the different mangroves we have here. We recognize that mangroves, they provide nursery habitats. They help against storms. And a lot of people rely on these, their livelihoods on this. So, of course, spreading awareness about the mangroves and about the overall importance of protecting the Placencia Lagoon is to further not only come together as a community, but to spread awareness. And having an event like this not only is fun, but we're all coming together as a community for a greater purpose.
So for those who might be out there and saying, you know what, I don't want to be a part of sea, I don't want to be a part of the Southern Environmental Association, how do you become a member?
So thankfully, we have a Sea Ambassador program that we recently started. It's so easy to reach out to us. You can check out our social media pages at Sea Belize on Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. You can also email us at info@cbz.org. So just feel free to, reach out to us and we'll respond to you guys right away.
All right, and any closing thoughts for you to the general public as it relates to today's activities?
So, of course, as previously mentioned, it's all for the greater good. Spreading awareness about the natural resources around us is so important. And having events like these that are fun, but also educational, is something that we should continue to do. And, yeah.
Well said, Ms. Moore. I'd like to thank you for chit-chatting with us here. Of course, we will be sending it back to studio, but I want for you to just invite people out there if they want.
But yeah, so of course, we have a lot of booths here, a lot of educational booths, and also a lot of family fun days activities right now while the competition is happening. So please feel free to come out, enjoy, grab a drink, bring your family, and yeah.
All right, thank you very much. You have a great day. Of course, we'll be hearing a little more from you as the day progresses. But for right now, we'll be sending it back to Raphael as he's continuing coverage of the second Battle of the Paddles 2026.
All right, Carol, thanks so much. Of course, we're here at the Blue Reef, yeah? And the first two gentlemen have already made their cross mark at this 5-mile mark right here at Blue Reef, heading back. And that's the third team going there right there, gentlemen, he's making. And this guy right here at the fourth place, he is going, yeah? We have Ruan. Ruan he is the fourth person making his way right here, heading back up for this 10-mile round trip from the municipal port, yeah, the municipal dock there in Placencia, and he's made his way, taking his time, slowing down, of course, took a little bit of a hard turn there, but you know what, he's a professional. That man just slowed right down and he's back up again with that speed. Ruan is going there. Of course, this is the sea kayak category. It's 10 miles. They're going to make their right there at that white buoy. They're going to turn around and head back in as they've completed half of the race. That's 5 miles from the municipal pier up until at this point at Blue Reef, and they're heading back. This is the fifth gentleman here. He's going at it, of course. There we go. That's a quick slide. There we go. Yeah, that's a skilled man right there. He's a member of the Coast Guard, of course, the Coast Guard team, and he is going right at it. Yeah. These guys are not playing. They are giving it their all. And we have Roel. Roel is going at it, yeah? Ruhan and Roel right here. And these gentlemen are going. This is all part of Battle of the Paddles. Yeah, this thing has been built on for all of the environmental stewards. Yeah, of course, giving good awareness in terms of the Placencia Lagoon and all that it stands for. Of course, this has been the brainchild of the one and only Mr. Ian. Yeah, this is one of his thing. It is the second edition, of course, so we've got those teams already heading back to the pier as they come from this 5 mile marker at the Blue Reef, and they're heading back for 5 more miles as they cover a total of 10 miles. That's the sea kayak category, and of for the canoe that already on their way back also. That's a 20 mile though over there at Umaya Resort. That's their 10 mile marker, halfway of that race. But you know what? The next gentleman is coming in. That's a female, the first female, yep, in the sea kayak category. And she's taking her time, coming down, rolling right down, of course, getting to that 5 mile marker. This is Love FM News and Music Power's coverage of the Battle of the Paddle, second annual Battle of the Paddle, live exclusively on all of our platforms. We thank you so much for locking in to us on this Sunday morning, 18 minutes after 11 o'clock. We bid you a good morning. And of course, thanks for choosing love as we continue with this live broadcast right here. We're going to be sending it back to the guys as we continue with this live broadcast.
Welcome back from our vantage point, and we're here because we know Rafa's covering the sea kayaks, but right now we're with the canoes, and there is one canoe, a soul canoe, that's currently out in front as they are making their way back from that 10-mile paddle up to Umaya, and that is none other than the reigning, defending champions. We're talking about Splash, and that is Danny Cruz, of course, Andres Camp, and Javier Gardado. These are 3 young men. We know that they have been working together, paddling together for years upon years upon years. That teamwork that they've built together, that camaraderie that they have built together, that is being put to the test. Well, I wouldn't say put to the test. That is proving why they were the winners last year and why they're currently the ones who are currently out in the front. This is a Team Splash, and not a single other canoe is within a range of them. It's, I mean, we can't call it officially, but for right now, they continue at this, especially because there's a little bit over 5 more miles left for them to cover. They are going to be the ones that take back home that championship again, and who knows, this could be the start of a next 3-peat in a different race for them. This could possibly be the start of another 3-peat.
Indeed. I was thinking the same thing there. Yes, these guys are dominating any race they get in, and that's a beautiful thing to watch. What happens when you put 3 young men together from an early age and they find a love for a sport and they develop it, coordinating, look at it, that's what it looks like. Dominance. I'm still timing here. We already have a minute since they pass.
Okay.
And the other team is nowhere in sight.
So we're going to wait to see if we can see that next team before we go and follow them. So just in case, I know some people are always on the live stream saying, we want to sit in, but we have to just wait because we want to see the next canoe, the next boat that will pass us here. We want to see just how big of a gap has been expected. And I believe from what we're hearing, the next team that we might see will be Team Balam. And like I was mentioning, that team Balan with Brandon and the Daniel brothers, they are another strong team. I know that they're based in the Boom area, at least I know for Daniels, because Kenrick and Wilberto, they were brought into the whole paddling scene because of Chris guidance. So they're from that area, and I believe Brandon is around that area too as well.
The Boom crew.
Boom crew.
Yes,
so
it's a boom versus Kyle.
Boom versus Kyle. So right now, Kyle seems to be dominating the waters here in Placencia. The Boom crew are not within sight any at all. So right now it is dead. So we can confidently say that right now Splash has how much minutes?
2 minutes and counting.
2 minutes and counting ahead of Team Splash is ahead of the rest of the competition. We're just waiting. I believe that the next one might be coming around the corner anytime soon, and that might be, we'll expect that to be the Balam, unless there's anything that has changed. Actually, we're seeing the next one coming around, and from what I'm seeing, they aren't really paddling right now. Well, they have calmed down. Their strokes have definitely slowed down. They are not giving this urgency, and maybe they have accepted the fact that they might not be able to catch up, but they're still trying to make sure that they make a good time. I'm not too far behind for any other team to come and sneak up on them. But this is a Balam Flames with all decked out with full on white, the dry fit and the hat. We're talking about Kenrick and Roberta Daniels, as well as Brandon Lynn. They are the second team to be heading back, but there's another team not too far behind them. So we have two teams that are closer to each other. The second place team currently in the canoe race, we have them passing us right now. Again, that is the Balam Flames.
3 minutes 20 seconds. These guys are behind 3 minutes 20 seconds.
So 3 minutes 20 seconds is the difference between Balam Flames and Splash, who is currently out in front. Coming from behind, this is a team of brothers all the way from Crystal Ray.
Oh, those guys stepped it up.
They did.
Since we last saw them.
Look, this is from the adventure team from Crystal Ray. They have been constantly improving. They came back into paddling for a couple years now, and they're constantly improving and continuing to grow as a team. Team Brothers coming to trying to catch up to the Balam Flames, the third team in the canoe category, the first in the family adventure division. Now we have
another 2 categories we have passed already, right? The family elite. We have not seen the mix.
Well, speaking about the mix,
there they are.
Speak of the devil, we got the mix right over there. This is a Cuba Libre. This is a Dariana Matas, of course, paddling with Henner and Efrain Cruz as well.
The separation has been made between this mixed crew, apparently.
So, experienced paddler, like, obviously when you have someone like with Henners with pedigree, constantly on the water, a young Efrain, son to Efrain Cruz, a senior who is a past champion in multiple races, and Dariana Matos, who is an avid paddler who has definitely been increasing her stock when it comes to participation in these competitions. We're seeing that they stepped it up. So Cuba Libre is the 14th to pass, the first team in the mixed division. So 4 canoes have already passed us here. They're making their way back to the point. So everyone who wanted to see this end, we know that the sea kayaks, I'm not sure the amount of them, but a good amount of them have already turned around. We have 4 canoes that are taking their way, paddling back over towards the point as well. And we are waiting to see if there's going to be any more. So I think what we can do right now, at least from us here at this moment, because I'm not sure if we have a sight of any other one. Do we have a couple more coming around the corner? All right, so we have a few more coming around the corner, so we're going to stick with that for right now before we go back to the rest of the action. And probably we're over there with the Kirill, because we know he's on the ground. And very important part too, because we've been highlighting the whole environmental aspect, and we have some of those NGOs who are on the ground alongside the beach, just to educate all the persons who have gathered there. There's a family day that's happening along the beach as well, that you are more than welcome to come and join. In the distance, I'm seeing a few more of the canoes, and they're going to be making their way. When they get a little bit closer to them, we can tell you exactly who they are, and we believe we can begin heading back down after that, so we can catch up with the canoes and the sea kayak, because we don't want to miss out on that crazy action. So we're going to wait to see which one, what are the canoes that are coming in We have, I see one that's a little bit more ahead. I just see some shine, some glimmer from those paddles that are in the water. So we're gonna get a few more of this before we have to inevitably turn back around and catch up with those sea kayaks, the kayaks that are making their way back in. This is a Battle of the Paddles 2026. This is Love FM's coverage. We are the exclusive coverage partners for this year's race. We also want to say thank you to Niche, our broadcast sponsor. What we're going to do actually, yeah, we're seeing them about to pass right now. As soon as this is passed, we're going to be throwing it over to Rapso, whereas we're seeing the next few canoes about to pass us right here, and I believe that they have some of those who are cheering them on. It might be one of the points for them to get service as well, because there's some service points as well for these canoes. 4 service points to be more precise. And so we're seeing that the next one that is going to be passing right here, just going a little bit closer to get that service to ensure that they have enough energy to make that 5+ more mile trek back. And this team is actually, I believe this is the team that features the champions in the Ruta Maya. 2/3 of them, that is Enrique, as well as Enrique Cruz and Christian Lopez, along with Bayron Cruz. And then we're seeing the first C2 with Chris and Garrel. So right now, while they're passing, we're gonna throw it back over to Raph. So Raph, go ahead, take it away.
Libre. Yes, all right, folks, this is the Battle of the Paddles 2026. It's a second edition. Cuba Libre flying by right there, yeah. They are making their way. That's just under 5 miles officially now from getting to the Placencia dock. They are coming in at the 4th mark. Yeah, that's a 4th place. We've got first place Splash. They have not let go of that since they stepped off that dock this morning. These gentlemen have kept that first place right there, followed by, of course, the Belize Coast Guard Spartans. And surprisingly, which was a good lead, Team Brothers came to steal the 3rd place from Team Pac. And the Team Pac is still nowhere in sight as Team Brothers came over and take over 3rd place right there. And then, of course, Cuba Libre is right behind at 4th place. And they are now all under that 5-mile mark left to reach over at the Placencia Municipal Pier. So for all of the folks who are locked into Love FM News and Music Power on Love Television, Love FM, hey, you know what? We are getting closer to the finale of this race, so you can make your way over. It's not going to take long, I can assure you that, because these folks are moving. They are moving. Keep it locked on Love FM. We're going to send over there to my brother, Carol Wallace.
All right, we're live once again. We're here in beautiful, beautiful Placencia. And of course, our broadcast continues with Battle of the Paddles. Battle of the Paddles is a 2nd edition. It's the 2nd one of its kind. It started in 2025, and I'm graced by 2 ladies. Come closer. Come a little bit. Yes, I love it. Yeah, so we're graced with 2 ladies. They're here from World Wildlife Fund, and they'll be talking to us about what they do and also their input in today's activities. So we'll be talking to Miss
Juliet Neal.
Miss Juliet Neal first. She'll be talking to us a little about what World Wildlife Fund is all about and so on and so forth. Dear lady, top of the day to you. Talk to us a little about World Wildlife Fund.
WWF works in Belize. As you know, we're an international NGO, an environmental NGO, and so we work in different programs that promote working in harmony with people and nature. And so specifically in the Stan Creek district, we have the Reef Guard project, and my colleague Abigail Garbett will be talking more about that and the specific work that we're doing around the Placencia Lagoon.
All right, so now we come over this side. Talk to us a little about what you do, and also we'll be talking about what's going on here on the grounds today.
Good morning, I'm Abigail Param Garbot, and I'm with the WWF Mesoamerica, and we have an office based here in the Placencia Peninsula. So I also helped to support the Reef Guard project, which is funded by the Blue Action Fund, and it's being implemented by, of course, WWF Mesoamerica, but also Southern Environmental Association and the government of Belize. And so we work closely with a lot of the persons on the ground today that you see around. And so for today, we're talking about the Battle of the Paddles, which we are hoping is going to bring some attention to the Placencia Lagoon. Not most of the things that you've been seeing on the TV or hearing on the radio about the negative activities, but to positively highlight the wonderful things about the Placencia Lagoon, about the benefits that people get from the lagoon, about the beautiful organisms that you can see in the lagoon. And so today is a day to honor that, and it's our second Battle of the Paddles event. Yesterday, the WWF also launched a mural painting, a community painting with the residents within Independence Village, which showcases the history of the Placencia Lagoon and how people have been using the lagoon in the past and today, and how important they feel the lagoon is to them. And so a part of the Reef Guard project is also to advocate for the conservation of the Placencia Lagoon.
So, talk to us maybe like for say someone from maybe Belize City or Corozal or Orange Walk, they're listening or watching right now, and they want to know what's up with the Placencia Lagoon. What that have to do with independence? Talk to me about that.
What you have to do with the price of milk? Well, there are three main communities that border the Placencia Lagoon. And you often hear about Saint-Bite and Placencia and not much about Independence Village. But Independence Village also borders the southern portion of the Placencia Lagoon. And yesterday we inaugurated the mural, which was on the Malacate Beach, which is right on the lagoon itself. And so it showed that people interact with the lagoon through recreational activities like swimming, but also there are small-scale fishers who fish to put food on their table. And so that was one of the highlights of yesterday's event and even of today's event. And so protecting the lagoon is not just protecting the animals and the plants that are inhabiting the lagoon, but also people's livelihoods, cultural activities that Saint-Bite uses the lagoon for, and for providing fish on your table for Placencia, Independence, and Saint-Bite. And so it still offers those wonderful opportunities, and we're hoping that the residents, particularly around the Placencia Lagoon, will enjoy that. But for people coming from Belize City, Orange Walk, Corozal, the rest of the country, if you want to learn about manatees, crocodiles, mangroves, and the importance of mangroves, and if you want to get a nice sunset cruise, this is the place to be.
Anything you'd like to add?
I think she covered it all, but I think it's really important for Belizeans to explore their country and really appreciate all that it has to offer. When we talk about sun and sea, it's not just the sea, it's also our riverine and lagoon areas as well that are really important to livelihoods and Belizeans as a whole. So we welcome people to come and explore our country and be travelers in their own destination.
Any final thoughts?
I think we just got to have fun, and this is a wonderful family day event to highlight the importance of people and working as a community to achieve a common goal. And for this day, it's the Battle of the Paddles and for the protection of the Placencia Lagoon.
And you, any final thoughts?
Thank you, Love FM, for having the WWF. And for those listening, at some point, I hope you're able to visit the Placencia Lagoon and southern areas in Belize.
All right, I hope so too, because I'm here, I'm enjoying it, and I hope that at some point in time, you, wherever you may be, you'd have that opportunity as well. We'll be taking it back, and we'll be continuing with our broadcast of the Battle of the Paddles. It's the second edition, it's 2026. Do take it away.
To the folks there at from World Wildlife Fund, Mesoamerica, and Carol, of course, as we continue with our live broadcast right here. We are at the Blue Reef, 5 miles in from the Placencia dock, of course, Guardians. The Guardians are out here getting it done. The Guardians, yeah, they are getting it done. They are making their way over back to the municipal pier, of course. That's 5 miles away from this point where we're standing at the Blue Reef area. Yep, right here on the Placencia Road. So that's what's happening right now. Keeping in mind that for the canoe area, in the canoe category, we have Team Splash taking the lead since this morning. They've held on to that first place, followed by the Belize Coast Guard. Yeah, Spartans. They've kept that second place. Team Park on Track was right behind with third place, but Team Brothers have now taken up that stance and they are now vying for that third place slot. And we continue with our live coverage right here on Love FM News and Music Power. We've got another team sliding right through. These gentlemen have been going at it since this morning, of course, and once again they are 5 miles out from getting to the Placencia Municipal Dock. So keep it locked on Love FM News and Music Power. Make your way over there, folks. If you have not come out as yet, make your way down to the dock right here in the community of Placencia as we culminate with today's activities right there. And there's going to be quite a lot to see as we crown these guys. It is the second annual Battle of the Paddles right here in Placencia. It all goes down on the Placencia Lagoon. And of course, the gentleman is taking his time as he is a part of the Sea Kayak Division. That's 10 miles from the Placencia dock to right here at Blue Reef. And he just did his 5-mile turn, getting ready for that second leg of another 5-mile row. All right, we continue with our live coverage. We say thanks so much to the National Institute of Culture and History, NICH. Thank you so much for being a partner to bring this live broadcast to you right here on all of our platform exclusively on Love FM. We send it back to the folks there as we continue with this live broadcast. our live broadcast right here on the second annual Battle of the Paddle. For the folks who are using, this area, we know it's a public area, the lagoon, but kindly be traversing within this area with caution as we have this race going on. Of course, we've got this team, this person coming in, of course, under the sea kayak category. Yeah, taking a time to come in. Yeah, this individual is taking time. Yeah, and you know what? She's taking her time. She's going at it. But you know what's happening? There's the sea kayak category meeting the canoe guys, and they're meeting right here at this 5-mile marker. It's halfway for one, but then there's 5 miles left for the other. So 5 miles left for the canoe guys who have started a little earlier. And yep, that's it right there. The gentlemen just crossed 5 miles more to go, and they'll be heading their way in for the Placencia pier, and the lady just made her 5-mile half journey. She's got 5 more miles to head back in to make that total of 10 miles. And you know what? She's having fun. You know what? All the folks who are locked in on Love FM News and Music Power, you have to be here to enjoy this excitement. She took a little quick water break there, but you know what? She's back at it again, digging the paddle both on the left and the right side as she makes her way back to the municipal pier. We thank you so much for locking into Love FM News and Music Power. This is a family-friendly event happening this blessed Sunday right here on the Placencia Peninsula. In the meantime, folks, keep it locked on Love FM. Let me send it over to Rich and the team there.
Welcome back. So we are following the head of the race. We're going to be following the lead kayaks and canoes just for a bit as they are about to near the entrance of the canal. So for right now, we are with the sea kayaks, but the canoes aren't too far behind. We're out in front. Daniel Gregorio, he was out in front last time we left them. I'm sure that he was probably the first one to turn around when you were with Grant. Now he's out in front, and we're seeing one of the upper siblings not too far behind. So they are pretty much close to each other, so it could be any one of them. Now, I made a joke, and this is something that I say every time. Whenever you see the shirt comes off, things get serious. Talking about Rudolph's show, every time I see that shirt come off, and then, Ian, I know that's a fact that, it's shifting to that next gear, that other gear. Still trying to keep up. I think maybe like half a minute to a minute away from the second canoe.
Less than a minute for sure, yeah. I'd say tops 20 seconds these guys have Rudolph, but indeed the shirt comes off. It's serious business. It does get hot. It is a hot day. We're in a privileged position, sitting here in this nice calm boat, powered by Yamaha 100s. We are in a very comfortable position as compared to Daniel, who is powering himself. One-man power.
Now, we have to make a note of a very interesting development, and you probably might see it in a few. Anything could happen. So, currently we're showing you Daniel and Alford, but we'll also show you Rudolph. But look at this. The next kayak that is coming, the next sea kayak, is none other than the defending champion. We're talking about James Alford. Now we know he was falling behind, battling for that 6th and 7th place. But now it seems that he managed to propel himself ahead of the other one. Dug a little bit more deep, improved on the strokes that he was doing on his positioning, engaging the torso a little bit more in order for him to try to catch up. Now, he's still a good distance away from the lead kayak. However, there's still some time, but the time is slowly thinning by every second. So this is the time that if he does want to make that push, he needs to do that, because they're soon going to be entering that canal, and we know that means that we're getting even closer towards the end.
We are about 2 miles from the finish. You're within the 2 miles mark at this point. So yeah, we're winding down. We're certainly coming to a close finish. And you're right. James' pace has picked up.
Mm-hmm.
His tempo has picked up. His paddle stroke has increased quite a bit. I think he's seen the desperation now to get close. So you will see. We have 2 more miles of race, the sea kayak race, and in the distance, if we turn the camera around and look back, look who's coming.
We have the
first canoe, yes, which is the splash team. These guys are splashing water as we can see them coming in the distance. They're definitely going to close. I would put money on it that they will close these sea kayaks before the finish. Or it could be a sprint finish between the canoe and the kayaks.
We just might say that we'll see if the kayak outpaces the canoe when it reaches closer towards the end. But I believe they're going to be going through the canal, so I just want us to hurry capture them as they are about to enter the canal. We're going to focus back on the ones that are behind, trying to catch up. So we have, again, Daniel, who is currently out in front. A bit of wait just now, but we have Daniel out in front as well as Alport. They're going to be entering that canal very shortly. We will be following time, but we're going to go around in order to catch up with them when they're about to exit. They're going to be the first two that will be entering into that canal. Right behind them, some seconds behind them, is going to be Rudolph Show. No other one is near, so we're looking at about 3.
I'll tell you when.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll tell you when,
right.
when the time starts between Rudolph and the two leaders. There are just about
20 seconds between each other.
Okay.
The third kayaks, 20
so Rudolph
seconds.
needs to ensure that he maintains this pace, but also has to increase it. The other two out in front, they're trying to make sure that they eclipse that. We have James, who's starting to pick up. I'm seeing it in the distance. We're going to turn around right now and show you James, who's starting to pick up a little bit more momentum. He's starting to dig in deeper. I don't know how much more energy this guy got, but he's got like a third, fourth, fifth tank on him, ready to trying to get even closer towards the those that are ahead. Rudolph, I saw him into the canal. A little bit of a struggle to get in, but he still needs to make sure that he maintains it. We have Jim, who has this consistent show, making sure that that he's continuing with the pace that he is, and just trying to hurry get into that canal and try to make sure that he catches up with the other guys that are already in. Not too far behind is the first canoe. We're talking about Splash, Javier, Andres, as well as Danny. They are not too far behind, and they're the first canoe out in front. No other canoe is near them. Right now, it could be almost safely said that they are going to be the repeat champions, but we still have to wait to see just as we reach that end. Can't count it too early. So James is trying to just battle it out right now to enter into that canal to get in and hopefully try to catch up.
James is exactly 1 minute and 10 seconds behind the first kayak.
1 minute and 10 seconds.
We'll time them on the exit and see how far they are.
All right. Well, right behind him is going to be the first canoe that's about to enter into the canal. Again, this is a Team Splash. These are young paddlers, very young. We know that they have been paddling together from in their early teens, continuing on winning multiple races, as I had indicated, from all across the country. We talk about up north, down south, all the way to the east and the west. They have been one that has been constantly dominating and participating in these races and dominating these races like we're seeing right now. There is not another canoe that is behind them, not even within eyesight of me. We know that they are the ones who are out ahead, maintaining a consistent pace as they're making their way into the canal, and they are looking at as if they're going to be the ones to take it home once again. This is a Team Splash. I'm not sure this is going to be an indication going forward into future races that they may be able to come back and reclaim those top titles in other races, but we're going to wait and see, because this is a return to form for this team. We can call it that, for the Battle of the Paddles. So we have 4 sea kayaks, 1 canoe that has entered into the canal. Ian, more or less, how long you think the first one would take to pop out back on the opposite side of the canal, you say?
Based on the timing, I'd say take these guys nothing more than, I'll put my money on 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Before they be out on the other end, based on the pace that they're going.
So, you know what I think we need to do? We need to make sure that we make our way over to that exit
and don't
point.
miss them, indeed.
And don't miss them.
Yes.
So we're going to take this break. When you hear from us again, it's going to be from that exit, and we're going to follow them all the way in.
Yes, to watch the exciting finish. We're expecting a beautiful sprint finish between these sea kayaks. The guys in the canoe, of course, they could stroll in easily.
Yes.
They could paddle in back way.
Well, we'll see if they want to do that, but they want to make sure that they have this definite win. So we're going to go and make our way. We're going to take this break. We're seeing. Actually, before we go, let's just show you that there's two more kayaks that are making their way in as we're about to make our way forward. A couple more are making. Those are, I believe, that is Ruan is one of them. And if I'm not mistaken, that could actually be, I think it's Ruan and Royal. Both of them are coming.
Yes.
So it's both of them.
Both the brothers are coming in.
So both brothers are going to be the next to enter into the canal. But like I said, for right now, we're going to be taking a break from right here, and then we're going to be heading forward. So keep it on. This is our coverage for Battle of the Paddles 2026.
Rejoin Carol Wallace.
Right, a pleasant day to you wherever you may be. Of course, we're here in Placencia as we continue our broadcast of the Battle of the Paddles, and we have another one of the NGOs who highlights certain things here. And we are talking with Miss Paulita. That's the name, I said it right?
Yes.
All right. Talk to us a little about what your organization does and the impact they have out here today.
Okay, well, I'm with Sea of Life. My name's Paulita Bennett Martin. I'm the executive director. And so what we do is we really work on community-centered conservation. What we mean by that is instead of measuring the amount of land protected or waterways protected, right, we look at how we can empower people to play a role in conservation. So a lot of our work looks at investing in small entrepreneurs who are coming up with ocean-friendly products and solutions and services. We also work with schools to encourage refillable water instead of single-use plastic water. We do a lot of community science measuring plastic pollution. And then we do an annual summit for women in conservation in Belize City every year.
Awesome. And so with all of this that you guys do, what impact do you see your organization have with the events taking place today?
Yeah. So one of the things that we noticed is that there's no shilling water here, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've been pushing groups. We're the annoying organization that's been pushing people and saying when we do sporting events of any kind, don't give out shilling water. Give a fresh, big, cold water or provide refillable water stations, right? And that way people are getting clean, fresh, cold water.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, the stuff in the little pouches, there's all the microplastic that's coming off of that, and then we're drinking it.
Right. And you mentioned a lot of the stuff that you guys do. How does that relate to here in Placencia?
Yeah, so we're headquartered in Belize City, but we have people we work with all over the country. So our entrepreneurs are in Punta Gorda, Independence, Belize, Corozal, Cayo. We don't have anyone in Placencia yet, but we will be.
Maybe as of today.
Exactly. And we're also talking with partner organizations. There's all these other orgs, Crocodile Research Coalition, Black and Marine Science, all these orgs working locally. And we're learning together through this event, actually, how we can work together on solving some big issues. Right now, sargassum, right? That's a big issue. Well, we're producing packaging in northern Belize made with sargassum. So biodegradable packaging that could replace plastics. We're making that right now. But then you have groups down here in the south that are pulling the sargassum out of the sea. So how do we create that pipeline for industry in Belize for local Belizeans?
So you would say that is where you guys would come in to merge along with folks here in order, because then I know that the southern part of the country does have a lot of the sargassum impact as well.
Absolutely, that's right. It's all about partnership. If we can't work together, not one org is going to go out and solve that problem. Not one by themselves. We have to do it together.
And how has that been, the collaboration between you guys and other organizations?
So far, so good. We work with a lot of partners. So like I said, we host an annual conference, International Women in Conservation. That really brought a lot of people together and started opening up the conversations about let's work together, not in competition, right? So that's opened some doors. And then, like I said, we're not headquartered in Placencia. We're down here because our partners call us down and say, hey, we want to do a cleanup and an audit. Will you help us? Yesterday we did the cleanup and the audit, right?
How did that go?
It went really well.
When you say really well, what do you mean really well?
That's a great question. It went really well because people came together. That's really well for us. We came together, we care, we cleaned, we took the data, right? What sucks is that there's constantly plastic to pick up all over the beach, all over the lagoon, all over the Placencia Key. Everywhere we go, there's junk.
What would be one of the things that you would say personally that would aid in getting that information out there to not litter?
Use refillable and reusable wherever you can go. Okay, carry a bottle with you. A lot of restaurants, they have 5-gallon behind the counter. They'll fill your bottle for free. Save your money. Stop buying single-use everything.
So how in relation to the public relation, how do you see that working in relation to that, getting that message out?
The public relation, how to get it out, the message, just consistently being present, doing the cleanups, handing out information, talking to everyone that you can, finding ways to solve the issue that aren't just about conservation, but they're also about building businesses.
All right, and your final thoughts today?
It's hot, it's beautiful, I'm surrounded by amazing people, and I'm blessed.
All right, great. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Do have a great day. Continue to enjoy the event. And of course, our broadcast will continue. We know that the guys, the paddlers, the canoes, they may have conduct a little merge, but we'll see how that goes. Of course, the guys will be coming in just a little, so keep it right where you've got it. This is Carol Wallace here We Did a Pint. And so right now we'll be joining Rich. He's on the seas. Take it away, Rich.
And welcome back as we continue our coverage for Battle of the Paddles. Now, we saw the first canoe and first 3 kayaks come out of the canal, and we're going to show you that as we're seeing in the distance. Another one about to come, that is James. But we have to catch up with those who are ahead. So right now you're seeing James, who is currently the 4th in the sea kayak category right now. But we are going to be coming around the corner because we're coming your way. Point. Get ready, because The race is near that finish line, and we're coming in as hot as we can, maybe even hotter than the sun is today. I can't tell you exactly how much degrees it is, but I can tell you that it is hot. It's scorching out here. So we're going to be going around, and we're seeing Rudolph, who is currently in third. Now, I guess I could just let everyone know, because we're going to show you eventually, that out of the canoe, the first boat, and I'm saying a boat because it was the canoe with the Splash team. Again, that is Daniel Cruz Jr., Andres Talbot Jr., as well as Javier Guardado Jr. You know this team's name, you know them under a different name, but today they're under Team Splash, and they are the team that's currently out in the front. Daniel, as well as Alport, they were next to come around. You might see things a little bit bumpy because we got to make sure we catch up to them. They are going. I can see the pier. It is within a sight, which means that this race is soon going to be coming to an end, at least for the very first few ones. And it's going to be a very tight one, because in the distance we're seeing that we have Daniela and Alford. Those two are battling it out, and I think that there's this sense of urgency that's coming to overcome them, because they know that they're seeing the dock, where the pier, where the finish line is going to be. Those two are battling out, but not to knock anything off of Rudolph. He's seeing them with insight, and he's trying to catch up. Daniel is trying to create some space right now at this moment.
So the bar is starting.
Yeah, so this is where he's putting in that little bit extra.
That's where the sprint's gonna come. So if you're not out on the point, then stay tuned into Love, because you will miss the finish.
And it's
stay locked in.
A great one, because like I said, we have these two amazing athletes who are currently out in front. We have both of them that are going to be making it in. We have the finish line that is out there waiting for them to go and pass under. So get ready, Belize, because the first two
slow down.
Canoe, the first two divisions will be ending soon. So there was a boat that was passing, creating a bit of a wave, so that kind of slowed down the progress of the Team Splash a bit. Remember, for those who are out here asking them to not, to of course be wary that there's this risk going on currently. Don't want to create any unnecessary wave, any unnecessary wake for these paddlers. We want to make sure that's in security, that they're safe and secured. But right now, again, Splash is currently out in front. Not a single other canoe is near them. They are going to be taking this home if they continue like this. If there's no kind of problems, they are making sure that they have their head in the game. There's nothing that seems to be stopping them. The sun that's beating down, but they are beating it right back. The wind, who worries if it's blowing? They're going to blow that right back. The water, it could be rocking, it could be smooth, it doesn't matter. They'll conquer every single way the water wants to throw them right now. The energy, you might think it's depleting, but these young guys, they're making sure that is not a thought in their mind, as they're going to be the first one to overtake. But we go to the sea kayak now. What we're showing you, we have two amazing athletes battling it out right now. Daniel Gregorio, all the way from San Pedro. No, he did not paddle all the way from San Pedro down to Placencia. There's a little bit too much, but he's still battling it out there with Alford, trying to make sure that he means within eyesight, as well as not exert too much. There's going to be that big final push that we expect at the end. We'll see what will happen. Rudolph seems to fall in behind and probably conceded that he might not be able to place in the top two. So it's probably going to be these two battling out for first and second. We're talking about Daniel Gregorio as well as Alford. These two are going to be battling out in the sea kayak category. But out in front again, we're talking about the Team Splash. We're going to shift over to them and focus on them as they're going to get ready. So they're going a bit around, and we're almost going to we're going to go around so we can catch up to them and show you this spectacular finish. We also have a crew that's out there as well. So you don't worry, you're not missing a single moment of this action as it's about to make its way into the finish line. And I'm starting to see that the pier is infested with excited fans, spectators, supporters. The persons who are out here have decided to go onto the pier and wait for this finish. And so we're waiting for them to make sure that they turn in. So again, the canoe that is out in front is none other than a Team Splash. Team Splash, the sole canoe out in front. As soon as we see them cross the finish line, we're going to go back and jump into the
And
kayak.
and if you notice, if I think these guys are actually taking a little joy ride, like they have extended their own distance. Because yeah, like almost like a victory lap, because they should be a lot closer into the coast, like following where the sea kayaks are. But they decided to take a little friendly paddle in the Placencia Harbor. That's where we are, the beautiful Placencia Harbor.
I think it's because, you know, after this, you don't see someone to the sea, you know, I'm going back in the sea, so might as well we take this is the pleasure part now. we had the work, now we get to enjoy it.
You guys are having fun because there's the other canoe just turned, which is the Balam Fires, just turned around the point.
So that means that they are more than likely have secured this. We just need to see them cross underneath that finish line.
Officially clock their time and hear the horn song, and these guys will be celebrating.
Of course they will be celebrating. And I'm not sure what they'll be celebrating, but I'm sure that they'll be happy with the fact that they will be back-to-back champions in the canoe category for the Battle of the Paddles. Just the second one ever. Imagine they're already making a name for themselves in this competition. They're just a few more feet away, 2 more yards away from the finish line, and they are going in. And I'm sure that those who are on the beach side, who are in the water, those who are on the pier, they are excited right now. They're getting ready to cheer them on as they're about to cross underneath. They've been patiently waiting. Saw them depart a little bit after 9 this morning, and now you can see that they're picking up with their strokes, because there just is one final push that is left for Team Splash, and they're going to be the first team to cross underneath the finish line in the canoe category. So there it is. It is Team Splash who is the first canoe to finish off.
Congratulations, Team Splash. Second winners of the second year. You're right. These guys are making a name for themselves. And as we're doing it, we're also making history. You guys are marking their way in history. Look at how beautiful everybody looked in the Placencia Beach. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed.
Now we got to go back to it right now, Ian, because we're seeing that we have the sea kayak. The sea kayaks, they're battling it out right now, and we have Daniel Gregory as well as Alford. This is going to be another exciting finish. They're cheering both of them on. They have different groups of spectators, but who will be the first one to go? Alford needs to dig in a little bit more, because Daniel, it seems that he's shifting to a third or a fourth gear at this moment. Who will be the one to cross underneath that finish line? It's very close, but Daniel's still holding on the pace, picking it up, making sure that he has enough, and that's it. Daniel Gregorio, the winner in the sea kayak, followed by Alford, the second place in the sea kayak. That was an amazing fight.
What's happening here?
Okay.
Look at what's coming. Look who's coming.
Oh, we have James.
Look who's coming. James Cummins closing really fast.
This is going to be another one. Rudolph expended a lot of energy to maintain a pace. Fell back a bit, not too much, but is in third place at the moment. James sees that he's within striking distance, as well as seeing the finish line not too far away.
Little too late though for James. He actually closed quite a bit on Rudolph. Really quite a bit, but I think he made his move a little bit too late. He's going to glide in and definitely take third place.
All right, so Rudolph decided to shift from a different division. It went into the sea kayak, hoping for a better placement. Last year, third in adventure. From the adventure, now third in the sea kayak. There it is. We have, and of course, I see that wifey is out there, as well as the rest of the support is on the pier cheering him on. Rudolph, the shirtless man, when things get rough, he takes the shirt off and goes, make sure that he has that extra bit of energy. Third place in the sea kayak race for the Battle of the Paddles. James Alford, still an amazing effort that he put in. Was as far as behind as 7th place, managing to close out with 4th place.
Definitely have to commend James for such a decent paddle this year. I know last year he came in really good paddling shape, and I could tell you the guy is in really good bike shape. But for the next event on the road, good job, James, as he finished in third.
Now let me just give you a rundown of the prizes so far that have been won, because we saw the first canoe male elite. They are going to be taking home $750 for placing in first place.
Cash money.
That's cash money, but in kind, of course, they also win the Ian Anderson's Cave Branch one night stay for 2, as well as the Ian Anderson's Cave Branch Adventure for 2, value $2,250. So in total, they go home with about $3,000 in prizes that they're, plus the medals as well. So kudos to the splash team. Now we're going to the sea kayak. The first meal gets a $400 as well as a Hidden Valley night, 2-night stay. So that goes to none other than Daniel Gregorio. The second place kayak gets a $300 plus that Reiki 2-night stay that goes to Alford. And then the third place sea kayak, $150 as well as a Miramar Beach suite 2-night stay, and I don't have to worry. I don't know who would offer care for that 2-night stay, so we don't know. That's a given.
Yeah, that's a given for sure. Yeah, the guy actually called me in the week, and he want a little leak on what the surprise is. So I hope I know the boss the man bug. He have some big plans for your wife. I fuck I left that there. I left on national radio. I'll leave that alone.
Okay.
I'll leave those personal business alone. But the guy actually, he actually won what he wanted. He won exactly what he was looking for.
All right.
He actually won a vacation. Would you mind repeating again what?
That
what
one was a
won?
Miramar Beach suite, a 2-night stay.
All right, sweet.
I have a feeling maybe the anniversary is near.
Yes, anniversary. Not actually anniversary.
But something. All right, well, I'll leave it as is. I'll wait for that. I'll be surprised as probably she will be. But let's see.
I'll give him that opportunity for him to reveal it during his interview.
All right.
Be sure to remember to ask him.
All right, we'll be sure to remember to ask him. But right now we have the next canoe that will be arriving in. This is the Balama Flame. We're talking Wilberto Daniels as well as Kenrick Daniels and Brandon Lynn. Of course, Brandon Lynn is in the stern right now. On the front of the bow, it is it is a Kenrick, and in the middle it is Wilberto. So we have them going to be finishing off second in the canoe category, second in the male elite category as well here for Battle of the Paddles. But the paddles are still hitting the water as we speak.
Brothers, right?
We have a team of brothers that are coming not too far behind, and I don't see another canoe nearby. So we can safely say that they're going to be the third place in the canoe division, but the canoe category. But when it comes to the subdivisions, they are going to be the first family team, and they're going to be taking home $750 for being that first family adventure canoe to cross under the finish line. They're going to also be the third canoe to arrive here. And going to the canoe, Balam Flames, they also won a Maya World Experience for 4 persons for river tubing, ATV, as well as waterfall adventure tour. And it's on a 1-night stay for 2 with breakfast. That's for being the second canoe to arrive. That was for the Balam Flames. But now we have the team of brothers who are going to be the third canoe, the first in the family division. And for being third, they're going to be getting like Captain Jack's 2-night stay plus Captain Jack's snorkeling, Mohoki, and Silky combo for 2. Last final push as they're cheering him on. And the third is a team of brothers, the third team to arrive here. Team Brothers. So we already have 3 canoes and 4 kayaks that have already finished here at will cross underneath the finish line. So and 3 canoes, 4 kayaks.
We got 4 more kayaks in the distance coming. You could see these are going to be the other show brothers, the 2 of them. We have Diana somewhere in that mix. And who was that 4th person logging behind? Who am I missing?
It was James who was behind their way. Managed to pull up
James
ahead.
already went ahead.
So now so we know it's going to be the Show brothers as well as Diana. They are the next 2. The next 3 that are coming there, we're going to see which one of the Show brothers. Now this is going to be interesting. It's going to be sibling battle.
Cuba Libre is the next canoe.
That's
a 4th best place. I thought it was canoe.
Okay, so you're seeing the canoe. So
yes, it's the other canoe coming in. First mix.
That's going to be the first mix indeed. And for the first mixed tea, well, they're going to be getting $750.
Took care of some expense for the weekend for sure.
Yeah. But they also, of course, going to be getting that medal and that bragging right as well.
Of course.
Couldn't quite finish off in the top 3 overall for the canoe, so they weren't getting that extra in-kind donations, but they're still getting that cash prize.
Yes.
But we still have the Cho brothers, and you're seeing that, for the ones who are behind their paddling, their strokes have started to slow down a bit, starting to wane a bit because, of course, fatigue does play a factor. You've been out here for for a few hours already, so the heat and all of that, the wind, it's starting to just take its toll on you. as you're making your way in. But we still have more, like I said, more paddlers, and in the distance we're seeing a lot more of them just coming in. We're right here by the Placencia Municipal Pier, waiting for them to arrive a little bit. I think maybe within the next half hour or so. I believe that's going to be the sit on top kayak. Now, for the sit on top kayak, it's going to be different because the sit on the top of kayak, it is going to be going around the quay twice. They have to go around the quay twice. And like I was mentioning to everyone, we know originally there was supposed to be the paddleboard, but a part of the rules is that there needs to be, I believe, 3 registered in that category in order for it to be an eligible category. There was only one taking on the paddleboard. Maybe next year if they decide not to have me on here, I want to take on the paddleboard myself.
All right, the man just said that publicly. The man just, you hear it, right? We have witness. We have a nation of witness.
I think now I've gone on paddleboard one time. I know. I think now.
Well, you say paddle. Just we're a whole little paddle. The paddleboard, the craft. We could get closer. When we get closer to next year date, we could figure out which one you want to be participating in. But yes, here it is. We got the first mixed team coming in. Cuba Libre.
That is out in front. We have Efrain Cruz Jr. In the middle, we have Dariana Matas, and in the back, in the stern, it is Henner Cruz. But not too far is Ruan Show. We know that Ruan was holding a pace out in front and fell behind. Still finishing 5th here in the Battle of the Paddle. So we have, again, Cuba Libre, the 4th canoe to arrive. Ruan Show, the 5th kayak to arrive here at the finish line. Not too far behind him, just some seconds, is Roel Show. It is a Roel Show who's going to be the next one to arrive. This is going to be the 6th sea kayak to arrive here. And congrats to them. No, not the results that originally they had anticipated when they came out here. However, still a good showing for being the first time being in a sea kayak, and it's completely different being in a sea kayak compared to being in a canoe, not only because of the amount of persons you have in the vessel, but as well as the kind of blade you're using, the kind of technique that you need to integrate when you're utilizing these vessels. Now, we are going to go back to the action because we have the first female paddler that's about to come in, and this is going to be another repeat for another competitor because we have Diana Velasquez. We know this name. It should be a popular name when it comes to paddling here in Belize. She is going to be the first female in the sea kayak category to pass. Going to be the 7th overall in the sea kayak. And she was keeping up with all of the other guys who are out in front. Unfortunately, fell a bit behind, but nonetheless, still managed to hold on enough from the other female competitors to ensure that she holds on to that title.
And you know one thing I am so happy about? I am so happy that our Coast Guard are so strong. You notice how much Coast Guard came in first, right? So I feel safer on the seas with women like Diana looking out for me on the seas. Exactly, as a woman paddler, look at it. You know, she brought herself in.
You know something?
The second woman to cross the finish line.
I think Coast Guards internally they have something when they say, all right, you're going to join the Coast Guard. You have to pick a sport. Any sport, you have to be good in a sport.
What happened to the police?
Well, don't worry, we'll get the police is somewhere out there. Remember, police's jurisdiction is on the mainland.
Yes.
So usually on the mainland, so that's why they're not as.
We shouldn't see them paddling. We should see them in cycling. We should see them
racing
marathons.
Those racing,
yes,
those marathons.
All right.
Yeah.
So with the whole police department, actually had a call from somebody in the police department. I'm not going to put them on spot, but they were hoping to get a team together. I'm not sure what happened. So we're encouraging everybody for next year who's tuned in, everybody that wants to participate, get ready early. One of the things with paddling in Belize is that after La Ruta Maya, everything is quiet. So this is one of, more than likely, we'll have other events in this area. Not over speaking, not going ahead of myself, but this is the start to a lot more paddling events throughout the country. I think it's something that we need to keep on going so these athletes could remain engaged in their sport.
Most definitely. So right now, all right, so we know that we're going to let you know that on the radio, we're going to be breaking from the radio only because we have to get ready for the 12:30 news. However, you can continue watching on Love FM's Facebook and YouTube pages as well as on Love TV as we continue with our coverage for Battle of the Paddles. So the break from the radio will join back as soon as at the conclusion of the midday news report. But the action is still happening out here on the sea. We're in on the sea, right? We're done up on the seaside. Good. So we're waiting for the other ones to come in, and these are canoes that are battling it out. So no, this is going to be a good old-fashioned canoe battle right now.
But we're talking about a C2 versus a three-man canoe. The first C2 to come in. This is the Vincent Guides canoe.
Well, Chris.
With Chris and Garel in the front, bringing it around the side of these other guys, looking to take them.
I think that's something that's experience.
Look, watch
right
this.
That's
watch this move here.
Chris directed Garel around. He knows what he needed to do. But these are no slouches either in the three-person canoe, because then we also have that is Enrique as well as the Christian and Byron in the middle. So we have Christian out in front, Byron in the middle, and of course Enrique Cruz at the stern. The C2 trying, but just couldn't quite keep up with them. But they slowed down right there. They have to make sure.
Don't finish.
It's not finished. We have the C2 trying to come up. We couldn't C2 overtake. This could be it. Can it be? Will he be able to overtake? No, not quite.
Hey, at the end of the day, these guys hold their position and they still win their prize. Good job, guys.
So that makes it 6 canoes that have already arrived here. But as well, with the first C2 team coming in, that means that they win $600. Again, that is Chris Guides as well as Garel. They are the first C2 team to arrive here at the finish line. We already have 7 sea kayaks arriving. We have 6 canoes that have arrived. And we're well on our way to see the rest of those that are going to be coming in. I see another speck out there with them coming in. Again,
All right, as our broadcast continues with Battle of the Paddles, we're here. We did our pint, and I tell you what, the canoes have come in. Some of the canoes have come in, and the first we could have seen Team Splash, they passed the finish line first, but of course, we'll get official word from the folks, the tabulators, as they progress with the afternoon's activities. But at this time, we're getting ready to start the sit-on-top kayak race. That'll be 2 circles around the Placencia Key, and once that has get off, then we'll definitely see how that goes. We know that we'll be seeing them once they pass this point here, because they have to make 2 circles around Placencia Key, and once that has been done, then they will finish right here where they have started. So that is what's happening here at this time. We also have some canoes still coming in. Some paddlers are still coming in from that side, but we have some canoes coming in, and as soon as we get official word, we'll be finding out their positions in which they came in for today's race. The sit-on-top kayak is about to start. We know for sure one of the organizers, Miss Megs, she has called them to the waters. They're about to start in about 3 or so minutes. So as soon as they're off, definitely our folks on the waters will be keeping you abreast of their speed and how they are going in the sea. All right, we're here off the coast of the Placencia Peninsula, Placencia Point. Yes, the southernmost part of the point, close to the municipal dock. And quite a number of folks have converged on this area to make this memorable event. It is the second one of its kind. It's Battle of the Paddles and sit-on-top kayak. It's 3.5 miles or 2 loops, or 2 times circled around the Placencia Key. And of course, we also had the paddleboard scheduled for this afternoon, but due to not making the amount of paddlers, that one won't be kicking off. So this will be the final race for today. It's 3.5 miles, and as we hear the person on the mic getting ready, so as they're heading south. And they'll be heading south and then circle around the Placencia Key. They'll be doing that 2 times. So in just a little bit, that sound of the horn will be sounded, and they will be off. And we will find out what will be the time frame of their completion of this one. All right, it's sit-on-top kayak. We have some... I know that we have... I think that's a Joker costume one of the paddlers have on. Quite... entertained by that, and quite a number of folks have gathered alongside the beach. We know that folks are coming out as the day progresses. They know that events are taking place, so we know that things will be going on here. As soon as we get official word from the folks tabulating, we'll be finding out the first 3 canoes and also the first 3 kayaks, and we'll be finding out their positions, and of course we'll be knowing their prizes. So in just a little, they will be kicking off. They'll be getting this sit-on-top kayak race underway. Once again, this is Love FM. Carol Wallace here with you. We're here at the point in Placencia. And just a quick look at the sponsors, the race sponsors. They are WWF, World Wildlife Fund, Barefoot Services, Crocodile Research Coalition, Placencia Village Council, Sandy Cove, Blue Reef Beach, Umaya, Belize Tourism Board, Hidden Valley Wilderness Lodge, Ray Key and Island Resort, Caves Branch Adventure Company and Jungle Lodge, Captain Jack's, Miramar Suites, Belson Decorative Concrete and Solutions. They're off. And we have the start of the sit-on-top kayak race. They are off, and they're heading to the Placencia Key, where they'll be making 2 circles around that. And then once the 2 circles have been completed, that will be the culmination of this one. This is the 3rd race for today. It'll be the 3rd and final. And we have the kayaks dotting the sea as they move out. Very colorful. We have green, yellow. We also have some pink canoes, sit-on-top kayaks. And in just a little bit, now these are not professionals. We want you to know that these are not professionals. So they may look a little bit disorganized for now, but I'm certain that as soon as these guys get their left and right together, they will be moving along fast, because they are at a distance already. And of course, the sit-on-top kayak. The participants in the male division, it's Jaime Romel Requena of San Ignacio Cayo. We have Godfrey Alford, Devon Daniels, Harrison Garbott, and Francisco Matut. And also Jerry Dunn. In the females, we have Cam Murray, we have Mariko Wallen, Mildred Calderon, Sherry Rosado, and Natasha Gibson. So those are the folks taking part in the sit-on-top kayak race. And as we can see, they're on. Some of them they're off to a slow start, but some of them also they're on a speedy pace as they try to get the best advantage so that they'd be able to capture first, second, or third prize for this category of today's Battle of the Paddles. So in just a little bit, I'm certain that we'll be getting the official word from the folks here, the top three in the canoe and the kayak. But right now, it's a sit-on-top kayak, and they're heading around the Placencia Key. Bear in mind that this is going for 2 rounds, 2 laps. And at this time, we'll be sending it to Rich. He'll be giving us highlights of the waters as the sit-on-top kayaks make their way around Placencia Key.
Back as we continue our coverage for Battle of the Paddles. Now we have shifted from the sea kayak and the canoe races, and we're now moving on to the sit-on-top kayak. Now I had alluded to this earlier that the sea kayak is different, and let me tell you. First of all, there's a single male and a single female category in the sea kayak. These sea kayaks are built. I'm sorry, that is sit-on-top kayak. That is a male and a female. And these are very stable, versatile, and beginner-friendly. So for somebody like myself, an accessible entry point, if you will, for racers of all skill levels. And now we have the sit-on-top kayak race that is currently ongoing. Just let me run down the names for you that we can expect out there on the waters. We have Jaime Romel Requena. We have Godfrey Alford, Devon Daniels, Harrison Garbud, Francisco Matut, that is a single male. The single females, we have the Cam Murray, Mariko Wallen, Mildred Calderon, Sherry Rosado, and Natasha Gibson. Ian, we're on the way with it right now. Not as fast-paced as the sea kayaks, but this is perfect for like those who want to be a part of it, but don't have as much experience as these other paddlers, right?
Precisely. That's the reason why this vessel was included in the race. And just 3.5 miles. Who can do 3.5 miles?
Should be easy enough.
So we decided to include the sit-on-top kayaks because a lot of people can paddle, but doing the 10 miles is brutal, even more so the 20-mile race. So this is the more friendly, fun type activity, but it doesn't look like fun at all because I see an Alford, a familiar body style of an Alford paddle stroke in the front.
I mean, you can't miss that any at all.
Any at all. It looks like we're watching his brother, right?
That's Godfrey.
Yes, we look like we're watching James, and that's Godfrey indeed leading the charge thus far. And Mr. Garbut, that's Harry, holding up the second. So Harry is one of our local Placencia guy. Harry paddles, he does that every day. Because he paddles home and back every day.
He's a guy that where he lived like 4 miles from the area.
He lived between here and Monkey River.
Okay.
And he paddles that kayak every day.
So he's adapted to this.
This is his thing. But let's see how he does in a race.
All right, so we're following the sit-on-top kayak again. We have a total of about, let me see if I can count it quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, what? Well, 13, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, 13, yes.
I'm seeing 13 of those kayaks that are on the water right now, sit-on-top kayaks. And again, this one is different because they're not going down the lagoon. It would have been torturous to have them go down the canoe, the lagoon and come back. So they're just going to be going around the Placencia Key. That's 2 loops, or as Ian had mentioned, 3.5 miles. And right now, comfortably out in front, we have Godfrey, who has not, really has, you can see that technique that he has, but not too far behind is one in blue. I'm not sure if you can identify him properly, Ian. In second place.
I'm not sure who that person. Honestly, I'm not familiar with that paddler.
Well, if you're not familiar, it could be the one from Cayo because that could be.
Definitely a kayak paddle. I would like to suggest to say indeed.
That just might be time every Kenya. But
Maybe we're not.
all right, so we're going to see if we can get a little bit closer to all of this so we can get a better view of their faces and get you closer to all of the action. But right now, again, this is a sit on top kayak. Now, I just want to let you know that although we've moved on from covering the canoe and the sea kayak race, there's still a few more out there on the lagoon waters. So, but we have boats that are following them. I believe we will still be able to show you as they arrive in video. But we are following the sit on top kayak race now. It's as it says, they have to sit on top of the kayak. So unlike the sea kayaks where when they sit down there below the water level, they are on top of the kayak. Now, does this make it harder when it comes to buoyancy for them?
It actually doesn't. It doesn't, because these are way wider than and not as long than the sea kayaks. So it is actually really buoyant. It is designed again for beginners. For people who are staying at a resort, they don't paddle, they just want to go out. So you'll find a lot of these at our resort, and a lot of them locally made, by the way.
Okay.
There's a company here that actually makes these kayaks. But the other difference between the sit on top kayaks and the sea kayaks, they don't have rudder for steering. So we were speaking about steering earlier. They need to use a paddle for steering.
So that means if you're going in the wrong direction, you might have to do a double dip on one side.
On one side, exactly, to keep you steered. And then you also have the effect of the wind, like we didn't have in the lagoon out here, which brings a little bit more difficulty to the race.
They shouldn't expect to have it as easy just because they don't have to do that long 10 or 20 miles. But they're still battling the elements out here, as you had mentioned, Ian, and it's still out in front in the distance. We're seeing James. Once you see the red still on top kayak with the double-sided blade that are red, you know that is James. Not too far behind is the other one with the orange blade. And we're going to go around the Placencia Cave. Now, while we're following this race, this is still a part of the whole ecosystem as well, because the Placencia Cave, I'm sure that we have some mangroves over there. And one thing, I'm not sure if you might mention it, but what these mangroves do, they also are a home for these juvenile species where they can have a safe haven in order for them to grow, especially like the fishes.
Yes. So we think a lot about marine life and we think about fish, but there's a lot of crustaceans that these mangroves also play a very vital role to provide a habitat, a safe habitat for these animals in their juvenile state. Also, we don't think about it, but the birds. A lot of marine land-based birds and marine birds use these mangrove for nesting. Reptiles. A lot of these keys have big guana, boy. Big guana. Especially, well, we just missed guana season, but and snakes. They also play a vital role for those habitat. But this key, make a talk a little bit about Placencia Key and about the history of this village. So during our colonial settlement, Placencia was one of those first places that were settled and was known as a buccaneer camp, where pirates actually used the harbor that we started off, that beautiful beach that we now take for granted, and all of these modern sailboats are parked there. Imagine in the 17th century, it was all ships, pirate ships, parked in this safe harbor, still used today as a safe harbor. So speaking about protection for storms, this can play a vital role in protecting the main tip of Placencia village during storms and protect them against storm surge.
So we know that it is very crucial. So that's why we've been highlighting for the entirety of promoting, and right now that the ecosystem, we rely on it. So we need to make sure that we take care of it, do our part. Don't be carelessly destroying it. Don't be carelessly disposing of trash, causing any harm to it, as well as the wildlife that call these places home. We need to make sure that we leave them untouched and allow them to live out their lives as they should, without interference. And right now we see that without interference at all, we have Alfred who is out in front of Alfred is out in front. Godfrey, he is the lone person out in front. The second kayaker right now has fallen back a bit, but still maintaining a decent pace at this moment, outpacing right now third place that you had mentioned
That is Harry, right from Harvest Key Point here down in Stan Creek. So he's the third place, and I'm not seeing any of the female kayakers as yet. I'm just seeing all the males, so maybe they're falling behind a bit. We have a fourth one who's trying to catch up to Harry, but we'll see if he can outdo a guy who pretty much paddles for every day of his life.
Well, 8 miles actually. Harry actually does about 8 miles more or less. I wouldn't say on a daily basis. Every time the guy feel like go home, he paddles home.
Even in the rain?
I'd like to assume if weather really bad, Harry has place he stays in Placentia. He has family here.
All right.
There's a safe place in Placentia Village as well.
That's got to make sure. I have to look out for our people saying whether we are from the area or not. But yes, we're still following them. And again, out in front, that is a Godfrey red canoe. I'm sorry, the red, I said on top kayak, the red paddles, double-sided blade. That is, we see him leading the current pack of kayakers. And then there, the closest one is just some seconds. And you have to be careful because if he allows any more distance, this is Godfrey's one to take. This is his one. He might be able to go wrong it 3 times, and the last one might not even be able to catch up to him.
We don't normally put the money on the first horse that leaves the chute. Godfrey is paddling very strong at this point, but keep in mind, it might be a short race, but one, they're all doing the same distance. 2, it will take its toll eventually. Let's look at the second lap and see what where the second kayak would be to Godfrey. Because remember earlier I was talking about paddling technique. I just noticed, I was just about to say, Godfrey actually changed up his technique because he was using a lot of his arms. So that simply means that it's getting difficult in this wind and the current. So he has to adjust. He makes some very good adjustments. That's going to keep him going for the entire race. His initial paddle stroke looked a little bit short, and he was using his arms.
Now, so we're seeing him still out in the front. We still have more of this action to be coming your way. Again, this is around the Placencia. Here we have still the rest that are in the back in the distance. This is not the lagoon as the first 2 races were taking place. We are on the sea, so again, the wind, we have the waves that we have that they have to try to battle out there as we're going around. And I think we just might be able to be making that first go around. We just might be going around. I just want to remind everyone that we will still be showing you those canoes and those sea kayaks as they are arriving in. So if you have someone who hasn't reached in quite yet at the finish line, just be on the lookout. We're going to be showing you as they arrive in, so you know that they've made it safe. But don't worry, we have the boat. Security is important, is imperative out here for a race like this. For any race on the water, you got to make sure that you have those security measures in safe. But going back to the action again, Godfrey is still out in front at this moment. Closest one, it looks like he's trying to spread that distance. Not quite a minute as yet, but it could end up as that. We have Harry who's still holding on to that third place comfortably. Again, like you mentioned, because he's been doing this, he's used to riding these waves, handling the wind, the sun beating down. And keep in mind, Belize, he had to paddle all the way from Harvest Key over here too as well. So that was his warm-up rep that he had to get in earlier this morning. Yeah,
look like you're fascinated with Harry lifestyle, man.
I mean, if I were to live by the sea, I might just want to take that up. Might as well take advantage of what you have while you have it, because we know we have many problems around the country. One of the big ones when we talk about problems, especially along the shoreline, is of course the sargassum, and we know that we're starting to see efforts in order to clear it up. But it has been affecting a lot of businesses that are near the shoreline because it creates that very harsh smell that can detract from some tourists because they might not be used to it. But then again, sargassum is affecting a lot of the shorelines, not only here in Belize, but across the world.
Yes, it is a regional issue that we've been facing with in the Atlantic Caribbean basin. And yes, it not just affects the tourists and tourism, it does affect us locals too. A lot of people have developed allergies towards the sargasso, the gas that it releases. Our beach I know it's another national issue that needs to be raised. How our beach have been, we have had massive erosions on our beach. That does affect tourism and us, business, local, and everyone that depend on this Placencia Peninsula for their livelihood. But it's not just Placencia. Our entire coastline in Belize has been taken a pounding, and the Sargasso add to it does increase that rate of erosion. Over the years, we have watched the beach. We have lost maybe 5 feet, 2 to 3, let's say 2 to 5 feet every year. Just within the last month, we actually lost somewhere between 10 feet of beach in some areas, or a little bit less, just within the last couple months, with the massive Sargasso mats we had deposit and a lot of that hard wind we had about a month ago that devastated our beach line. So yeah, we have a lot of challenges. But besides that, another thing I wanted to mention, we were talking about Hawaiian lifestyle. Keep in mind, our ancestors not too long ago, this is how they got from point A to point B.
Yes.
There were no, if they never mule and cat,
Dame
paddle,
it was.
or walk.
Yeah, well, you still have that as options, but yeah, using this as a way to transport. We know that the first highways we had were pretty much the waterways.
Exactly.
That's what connected and the mainland to those islands, even mainland locations to other locations. So it seems that Harry got caught up or
got a little shallow area he got stuck in. He just pushed his way through. And that's another thing, right? If you look at the brown, the seabed, that brown color you see there, that's all coral, very healthy living coral are around certain points on this key. On crystal clear days, people who are staying at Pranamaya Resort, one of our sponsors, they can enjoy unlimited snorkel in this area. Beautiful coral. The fish stock it's I'd say semi-healthy because it's so close. A lot of people fish in this area, but it's a very healthy and balanced ecosystem as well. Our partners, CRC, also manage a portion of this key as a park, as a national park that they have allowed to become an area that is protected for the American crocodile that also inhabit these areas.
All right. So we're making sure that you follow this race, but also keeping you updated about what is occurring, how we're making sure, and the organizations who are working to ensure that it is an ecosystem, that nature is kept up and it is preserved. So we are still following the race right now. One single sit on top kayak is out in front. I'm just gonna call it kayak for right now because sit on is on top is a little bit too long for me, so I'm just gonna say kayak. But you know what I'm talking about. So we have that one out in front, which is a Godfrey, and this next one, I could confidently say that look like Jaime Kenya from San Ignacio. It could be. Because I noticed, if it was from around here, I'm sure you will recognize it in the end, because I noticed that a little bit over half of the competitors in the sit on top kayak, they are from nearby.
Yes, I see a lot of locals started this morning, but I'm not seeing them right now on our vantage point.
Well, I guess they are more for leisure. The other ones who are currently out in front, minus Harry, obviously, they are competitors. They do it as more for sport than for leisure.
And I applaud those people that came out here for the leisure, for the fun. I applaud those people.
You know, I think maybe they sit on top kayak on my one next year. I want maybe that one.
We should have a whole lot to the paddle board, Joe.
Well, we'll see. I don't know, because I might have some more powerful. Then again, if I have to go up against Godfrey, I'm afraid. Okay, speaking about Godfrey, he is the one who is out in front that you're seeing on your screens right now.
Godfrey.
And let me see, we are almost at the end of that first loop around the key. We can hear in the distance that we have some horns being sounded to cheer them on. But actually, that's for the who are coming in from from what I'm seeing, that there's another canoe that's about to arrive in. But we're going to be showing you all of that. The canoe that is coming in right now, the sit on top kayak that we're seeing right now with the second place performer at this moment. And again, I'm confidently, I want to say that it is Jaime, all the way from San Ignacio, came all the way here to participate in the Battle of the Paddles race. So we know that there's another
canoe that has arrived in. So that's why we're hearing that noise in the distance. Two kayaks, sit on top kayaks that is, have just about completed that first rung along the Placencia Key, which means that they still have one more to go and then to the finish line, cross underneath of it. I'm not seeing third nor fourth nor fifth, which means that these two have definitely outpaced the other. So they're going to be the first two that you're more than likely going to see. But again, we can't call it before it ends. So anything can happen out there, just like what we saw when it came to the sea kayak. How James came back from being all the way in 7th, came in close to finishing third, but just couldn't quite. We'll see if that does change. But again, right now we have Godfrey who is out in front. Then we have Jaime who is a second. And we're having the next two, the third and the fourth. We're talking about Harry and another kayaker who was about to make his way. One thing, and we're not getting any a video of it quite yet, but there's one brother out here who we're just going to refer to him as Joker because he has one of these jester hats on just for the sport, just for the fun of it. I want to take part of it. So we have Harry who just isn't worrying about it. He just wants to finish. He wants to go head in the game. He says when he reaches back on shore, that's when he's going to take the drink of water. Right now, it's all about finishing strong right now, holding, maintaining his place. Then we have the next kayaker, and actually I believe that this one might actually be Jaime. So we're gonna have to find out who exactly is the one who is out in front. In the name. So I want to make that correction right now. So that fourth place is actually Jaime Requena. So we're gonna get that name for the second, the one who's currently in second. So this is Jaime all the way from Telenor to the fourth one that's trying to catch up to Harry, or that's his name, Harrison Garbott from Harvest Key Point. Of course, out in front we have Godfrey Alford from Lake Garden, Ladyville. So, like we said, the Alford siblings are down here in Placencia for the Battle of the Paddles. We have those four that have already passed us, and we're going to just wait at this vantage point to see a few more of them passing before we continue going around and catching up with them on the loop. First loop is done for Godfrey already, as well as the person that's currently in a second, fifth. So we're waiting to see more of them coming around, and we're seeing another sit on top of kayak, which means that this is going to be the fifth one that will be passing us here. Now, keep in mind it's just 3.5 miles, 2 loops along the Placencia Key, but it is still a challenge because you're not doing this just for pleasure. Well, some of them are, but when you're doing a leisurely stroll on these kayaks, you're not picking up a large pace. You're taking your time. You're paddling a bit, taking a little bit of break to recover. You know, if you're with someone, you're chatting it up. However, this is a race, so they can decide to do that, but they still don't want to be out there too long. So they still have to try to make sure that they try to be somewhat competitive as they're taking on this challenge to sit on top of a kayak. We have 2 more that are coming right now, and I also think too, when you're on these sit on top kayaks, you need to make sure that how you position yourself on top of them is very important. How you place your feet. These ones look a little bit more smaller compared to the ones that we just saw pass us a while ago. The 4 of them that had passed us a while ago. So we're doing the next one that's passing here. This is a sea kayak. The more of the smaller ones here. So maybe that caused a little bit of why they're falling behind a bit. As well, you got to make sure you know how to hold your paddle. Otherwise, you have it flipped in the inverse direction. You're putting too much effort for not using it in the proper way. We have a 6th kayak that is about to pass us right now at our point. We're almost directly in front of where we're by the point, almost directly in front of where it all started. We're seeing them make their way around, and we're seeing that group of them that are passing us right now. We have that group. We have the sixth one to pass us, the 6th kayaker to pass us. We have, I believe, 3 more about to come and make their way. So we're trying to see this is where the group is. The ones out in front have separated themselves from the group. The group is right here, and I believe might be seeing our very first female kayaker at this moment. We just have to wait to see when she arrives here. So we're waiting to see what happens exactly. So We are bringing this coverage live and direct to you while we're waiting for the rest of the paddlers, to the kayakers to come. Want to let you know about the prizes for the sit on top kayak now. For the male, $250 for first place. Second place receives $125, and third place receives $100. Similarly, the first female receives $250, second female receives $125, and the third female receives $100 as well. The first sit on top kayak to arrive will get a Seahorse dive shop snorkeling for two, valued at $400. And the second sit on top kayak gets a Go See dive shop snorkeling for two, valued at $450. So that's additional incentive for these paddlers. Now we have the. All right, so we have the first female, the passers. We have a Sherry Rosado all the way from a Cayo. Coming all the way from Cayo to be here in Placencia to take part in this sit on a top kayak race that we have. And then we have, that means that's my count, that's the seventh kayak that we've seen pass us here. We have the 8-1 who is passing us here. 8, 9, 10. We're going to be seeing the first 10 in the race, which means that there's still a few more. There's 13 of them in here at this moment that are taking part in it. They're trying to take a break. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to be taking a quick minute break. We're going to come back and bring you more of this action. So keep it locked. The Battle of the Paddlers at 2026.
o'clock, we go back and join our Love Crew in Placencia with the second annual Battle of the Paddles.
We are back with the action for the sit on top of kayak. Right now we had a Godfrey who just passed us right now. Godfrey Alford out in front. No one has taken his place. He is the one who's looking like to take it all the way to the finish line and be the winner. Second place, not well. He was a little bit closer to him. Seems to have fallen back a bit. The waves and the wind starting to take its toll on him. He is currently in second, and it seems that right now he's hit that shallow part that you had mentioned, Ian, because he's struggling to get through there. You saw like he was looking like he was almost going backwards, but it's because he wasn't going anywhere.
Indeed. The shallow does affect the draft of the boat. So that shallow water, some paddlers will say you feel like the boat gets sucked down in those shallow areas. Well, we know about buoyancy, right? More water, the more buoyant you are. Right. So the less water underneath you, the less buoyant you will be on a vessel. So it does make some sense to, if you do hit those shallow spots, to go a little bit faster.
All right.
Needless to say, that won't make much of a difference as his position will remain to the finish.
Then we see in the distance we have Harry who's currently in third place, and then Jaime who is in fourth place at this moment. But in a few we will have to be following these kayaks because we want to make sure we capture them as they are arriving in. But we're seeing those other two in the distance, third and fourth. Still not that close. We're seeing Jaime still falling behind a bit. So Harry just might be the one that might be able to take home that third place.
And of course, if you're locked in live on Love Facebook or Love Television, you'll see right now the beautiful, we're looking at corals right off the coast of Placencia Key. And these corals, we're talking about habitat for wildlife, marine wildlife. The coral does provide a very balanced ecosystem as well for marine life. So if you look and we turn to our right, you'll see there's a local guy right from Placencia, using these shallow waters, these very beautiful habitat to pick up lobster. The lobster season, why not? Coming out here for an hour or so, carry home some lobster for dinner. You can't beat that. And how much you think a pound of lobster costs?
$0. Well, only the fuel.
Price, I guess. Yeah,
price, only the fuel.
Inflation and price, I guess. You could make it cheaper though if you may paddle with you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So, all right. So,
$30 or $40 a pound for lobster. We were told by our boat captain.
All right. So I think what we could do, if anything, Ian, we could probably go and catch up with
finish. Yes, because we might just miss that.
So we're gonna go and move forward so we can catch with those that are out in front. What we're seeing right now is Harry currently in a third place, Jaime in a fourth place. Other things to be going around because last time he got caught in that shallow area. Hopefully he remembers that is the shallow area that kind of held him back a bit, but still making a good pace. And after winning this prize, well, he have to paddle right back home. So, look at how much miles he cover for the day. 4 coming, 3.5 wrong, 4 going, 10.5 miles.
10.5 miles, you got him up right.
10.5 miles for Harry. So we're going to be going around, we're going to be catching up with the kayakers that are out in front because I'm sure that they're almost there at the finish line. Godfrey was all the way out in the front. We're waiting to see if he will, well, I mean, more than likely he'll be the one. The second place is still too far behind and it had to take, so we saw the fish. It's beautiful out here at Placencia. Those who decided to come out there getting to enjoy all the activity out here, the competition, the nice fresh air, the beautiful sun, the wind, all of it. If you're at home next year, you need to ensure you book your trip to Placencia so you can be a part of Battle of the Paddles. And now we're going to be heading back towards the point where we see that in the distance we have the kayaks that are out in the front. We have 2 of them, but we know that it is a Godfrey that is out in front. The old man who is out in front trying to make sure that there's no one that overtakes him, which is almost a definitive conclusion at this point. Getting there, about to go underneath of it, just a couple more minutes away from the finish line for Godfrey. Second place doesn't have enough
unless you can flip some insane switch in order to catch up. But at this point, all that effort might be not be as useful. So we have it going in. Right now, we were seeing Godfrey, who is going to be the one that is going to cross underneath of that finish line first. Godfrey holding on to that pace, showing a dominant performance in this year's Battle of the Battles. Godfrey Alford, who was out in front from the very beginning and did not let up any at all. He is going to be the very first sit on top his kayak paddler to arrive at the finish line. And I know that the crowd is going wild. You can hear that they're cheering for him. Godfrey, just a few more feet. There it is under the finish line. Godfrey is the first kayaker to arrive. This is in the sit on top kayak category. Now we have a second place, maintaining that that work that he has put in. Going to secure that second place. And of course, we're hearing from the shore that there's someone who is cheering him on, has his own cheering section, and we're waiting for him to go. That finish line, it seems very close. You want to just push in that last little bit of energy in order to cross underneath of it, to clock your time and secure your winnings. Again, reminding you about the winnings. So when it comes to the sit on top kayak, first meal gets $250. And the second meal gets $150. So that's what we're looking at right now. So congratulations to Godfrey coming in first, as well as winning the Seahorse Dive Shop Snorkeling for 2. And now we have the second one almost in, but going to be securing that second place placement and taking home the $125 cash prize, as well as the Go See Dive Shop Snorkeling for 2. So we have 2 sit on top kayaks that have already finished off here in the race, the Battle of the Paddles, but there's still more of them out there. Remember, we saw 13 of them on it. Some of them has fallen a bit behind. We didn't see that very first female as well. So we're just waiting for them to reach here. At the conclusion of all of this, of course, there's going to be that ceremony, that closing ceremony to award those who have won, give out the medals and any final thank yous. Thank you to everyone who has been joining us from this morning as we brought to you all of the action out there on the lagoon. Right now, right here on the sea, we're getting ready to see the other ones coming in. And the 2 of them we're going to be seeing them in a bit, because we still have Harry, but it seems that Jaime is trying to make a last-ditch effort in order to try to catch up to Harry. We'll see if that will be able to happen, trying to put a little bit more power into those strokes, trying to make sure that that blade not just hits the top of the water, but actually goes into it to help him propel himself even more forward while battling this heat that's out here. It's a little bit after, well, not a little bit after midday, but we know about the midday sun. Around that time when the sun is directly on top of you and beating down on you, got to battle that along with the waves. But I'm sure that now that they've seen that they've almost completed their 2 laps around, they have that feeling of relief, but still can't give up quite yet. You don't want to fumble anytime soon. You want to make sure that you complete your placement by crossing underneath of that finish line. And I don't know. I think Godfrey, Ian, I think Godfrey could go for a 3rd round if he wanted to, because see what I told you?
You know, I next year, Godfrey, I can't participate in this race. Nah, just joking. The guy told me you're not ready for the 10 miles. When I asked him what happened, why you sign up for this easy thing, yeah. But it's supposed to be a really fun thing for people who are not experienced as him. But he say he never ready, he never prepared to paddle at all. He did well. Definitely. Compliment Godfrey. Indeed, he has a lot of training, a lot of discipline. You're familiar with his background, and it's our family, our athletes.
Now, last year you didn't have the correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't have a male category for the sit on top kayak, correct?
We actually did, yes.
You did? Okay, who was the winner? You recall? Well,
I honestly, right off the top of my head, you're putting me on the spot.
All right, so we're just going to say, Godfrey, congrats, you are the new and the reigning sit on top kayak champion for the Battle of the Paddles, writing your name in history. Now we have Harry, and we can call it a hometown hero if you want to. Let's call it the hometown hero.
Yes,
About to make his
local
way
vocal.
in. So I hope that those who are watching on the pier, those who are on the beach side, to cheer on Harry, because Harry is going to be the third place finish. Just needs to go underneath of that finish line to clock the time. Harry paddle all the way from Harvest Key Point to over here by Placencia. 4 miles just to come and participate. And now finishing that second loop around the Placencia Key, we have none other than Harry. If we're going to give him government name, Harrison Garbut. Going to be the third one. He can't, but he still need, they have to tell him that he needs to go underneath of it. He still has to go underneath of it to clock the time. So he has to be careful. He has to go underneath of it in order for it to count.
Yeah.
And there it is. Third place, Harry, third in the sit on top kayak. And the man, I'm sure that he couldn't be any prouder. Came here, participated, and now he's going home with a little bit of extra cash in his pocket. So congrats to Harry, and for being third, that's $100 that he won. We have fourth place right now. Jaime was trying to keep up, but just fell behind. Jaime Kenya, actually, with another name that you should know, he's been paddling in Ruta Maya for a few. But decided to take on this as a separate challenge, I believe. Wanted to branch off, not taking on the canoe and just trying something different. I think that's what a lot of paddlers did this year. Rather than just go the traditional canoe route, decided to want to take on one of these two kayak challenges, more particularly the sea kayak that we saw earlier. So while we have a little break, I want to say thanks to all the race sponsors once again for the Battle of the Paddles. That is WWF World Wildlife Fund, Barefoot Services, Crocodile Research Coalition, Placencia Village Council, Sandy Cove, Blue Reef Beach, Umaya, Belize Tourism Board, Hidden Valley Wilderness Lodge, Reiki and Island Resort, Caves Branch Adventure Co. and Jungle Lodge, Captain Jack's, Miramar Suites, Belsin, Decorative Concrete Solutions, Maya World's Destination, C, the Southern Environmental Association, Balam Golf, Gecko Property Management, Karim Gordon on behalf of Mango Creek, Top Value Supermarket, M&M Hardware, Sea Horse Dive Shop, Flowers Vacation Rentals, a Belizean Nirvana, Primus Villas, Izana Resort and Residences, 501 Tracking, Zeke Rental Agency, Wendy's Restaurant, Barefoot Bar, Maya Beach Hotel, and Protected Area Conservation Trust, 30 years of PACT.
And of course, we could have never had this event if we don't thank the people who actually showed up today. The beach looks beautiful. The Placencia pier, the beach looks beautiful, all different colors, people coming out, a little bit more people, way more people than an average Sunday in Placencia. So I'd like to thank for the people who came out and the people who couldn't, including my 92-year-old grandmother, who I know is tuning in home right now. She's tuning in, she's watching the race, and everybody else that have logged on to love since morning following the race. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Remember, next year again, this point, around the same time of the year, we're expecting to have the third. So I'm already inviting you out. You can't say you don't have enough time to prepare
for
come for Placencia.
Or just for come for
whatever. However you come, it doesn't matter. You come on the beach to support. You come ready to go on water top, digging paddles. That's what we support you. Just coming out to beautiful Placencia. And look at this, man. We should all be tourists in our own country. No need to go across the border and spend money. Look at what we have to offer and some. So again, thanks for love for being here today, and all of our other sponsors, supporters, people tuning in. I could not say I appreciate it much.
Now we have more of them coming in. We already have 4 kayaks that have already crossed under the finish line. We still have 2 more that are arriving in at this moment, and I'm noticing that. So I was mentioning on the broadcast earlier when you were a little bit busy, Ian, that how
you know, how you have your placement sitting on the top of the kayak is important too as well. And I'm noticing that this one seems to be a little bit more smaller than the other ones that we saw, if I'm not mistaken. So that's why I believe his foot is a little bit more up. And I'm not sure if that makes it harder for you to maintain your balance while
Not
trying to paddle.
necessarily. That's his position on those kayaks. So if you look, well, you probably won't get a good vantage point from where we are, but they're different place. He could have stretched his chair back a little bit more. Actually, no, you're right. It looks like he's all cramped in there.
Yeah.
That is a small kayak.
It is
Most of them would allow a little bit more space, so you stretch your leg out. Would have different foot spots.
So that's like
But
more like kids one. Probably.
yes, definitely for a young kid. I think the paddler definitely trying to get a smaller craft that could have been an advantage to the bigger, longer craft, but nevertheless, not only finish strong.
That is the fifth sit on top kayak to arrive here at the finish line, and we still want to wait and see when the first female kayaker will be arriving. And I believe the one who was out in front was none other than Sherry Rosado, all the way from Cayo. We're waiting to see when she does arrive as well, if she maintains that position. We have the next kayaker that will be arriving. This is going to be the sixth one to cross underneath of the finish line. So with 6, that means there's still 7 more of them out there waiting to cross underneath of the finish line. And again, want to remind everyone, don't tune away, because at the conclusion of this, of course, we will have the official closing ceremonies as well, where the prizes will be given out to these winners. And of course, we're just gonna have those final closing words to an amazing day that it has been out here for Battle of the Paddles 2026. Now we're seeing the 6th one about to cross underneath of the finish line, and that means that we still have, like I said, we'll still have about 7 more of them to come in. So we are still bringing to you live this coverage here. We're still sitting on top of the water inside of the boat. Also, we have to say thank you to all the vessels that have been a part of Battle of the Paddles, right, Ian? We know we have the Coast Guard that are out here, as well as other boats from different organizations. Maybe you could highlight them, because we had to make sure we had the boats.
Certainly, yes. This race could have never been possible without the long list of help that we have had along the way. Indeed, on the water, the Coast Guard played a very significant role for us today. So we'd like to be thankful for the Belize Coast Guard for being out here today. And yes, we could not do it without these vessels. The one that we've been enjoying all this comfort is definitely Ewart Marine. I'd like to thank Ewart for allowing us to use his vessel, and his very reliable captains throughout the day. We also had the Southern Environmental Association, who also provided a boat, and one of our supporters as well in this race. So we like to definitely thank our volunteers that are on the ground, making sure that everything went smoothly out here today. I know we had some fun that we missed for the kids. While we're catching the paddles, the kids had some fun games. I guess we're going to have to be filled in and see who won the tug and war and the swim contest and whatever other fun games we had out here for the kids today. But yes, that a long list of, and I again don't want to be starting to call names, especially when it comes to the many volunteers that we've had, because if I miss somebody, they might get back to me.
And I might don't want to volunteer next year.
I might want to volunteer next year. So yes, we also can use more volunteers in the future, not just for this race, but we also have other events that we do, like the lagoon cleanup, the beach cleanup, all of these community event that brings us together. We need more people from Placencia to come out and participate in these events. So again, couldn't do it without you all listening, and definitely couldn't do it without all the people involved in making this a possibility today.
Now we have the first female sit on top kayaker that will be arriving here at the finish line, and that is going to be Sherry Rosado, all the way from Cayo. But it seems that she's going, hopefully she turns and sees the finish line. Actually, it seems that she stopped and is probably going to try to divert how she's going. So yes, so she did see the finish line. You know what? Next, she almost accidentally went and did a third lap, which I'm not sure if that's something ideal you want to do at this point, or they're trying to make sure that she goes underneath the finish line. Now this is crucial, because she needs to make sure she crosses underneath to clock the time. Even if she passes where that is out
further. All right, so we're going to have Ian who's going to indicate to her. Now, this could change. This could change exactly how this is going to play out because. All right, so she got it. We got to make sure. So she has to make sure that she protects it because if another female paddler decides to come up, another female kayaker decides to come up, they could claim her first place spot. But we have the very first one. That is going to be Sherry Rosado all the way from Cayo, who's going to be the one now. I'm noticing that one of the boats that was out there created a bit of some waves and it disrupted one of the kayakers that was out there. So just gotta be very careful about that because these waves, they affect these paddlers, especially if they aren't prepared for it. Now we have the first female to arrive, Sherry Rosado. The first female, and that means that she also receives $250 for being the first female to cross underneath of the finish line. Now we have another paddler, and we're almost at the end. We're seeing them starting to slowly come in more and more, which means that their two loops around the Placencia Key is almost over for them, and that's going to bring us closely to the end of today's race for Battle of the Paddles. Again, it's been exciting. We had the canoe race that started off earlier this morning, a little bit after 9 o'clock. We had the canoes that made their way out there. We saw a good amount of them closely together at the start. However, Team Splash was the one that decided to take that lead and not break it any at all, outpacing Balam by more than a minute, and ensuring that they confidently came in first here at the finish line. Balam Flames came in second in the canoe race, and then third was the team of brothers who were in the family adventure, as opposed to the first two teams I mentioned that were in the male elite. Just before I go to talk about the sea kayak, we're seeing the other sit on top kayak about to arrive underneath of the finish line. Time has been clocked. We'll have all of those available for you a little bit later on as well. We're going to the sea kayak. We know that Daniel Gregorio was the one that was able to do that. Daniel Gregorio was able to claim the prize, finishing first. Closely behind him was one of the Alford siblings. Coming in second and third was Rudolph Rudolph, ensuring that he does place out here. Was in a canoe last year, this year in a sea kayak. So congratulations to everyone so far and everyone who has participated. It's been amazing. Even though they weren't able to win, we can ensure we know that they are happy to have been a part of all of this. We're going to be going to dock in a few, but we're just going to let you know that you don't want to turn away any at all, because again there's going to be that closing ceremony. So we have the next female to have arrived here at the first female to arrive here, and the second female that is to arrive here. So what we are going to be doing right now, I think that we are going to be taking that break in a few. So we're going to take a break and don't go anywhere. Again, a little bit later on, we're going to be having for you that awards for the Battle of the Paddles 2026. So we're going to go back to the studio.
So as the good vibes continues here within a pint, Placencia, we have the pleasure of speaking with
Dr. Marissa Tejas.
All right, and she is from Crocodile Research Coalition, and she'll be talking to us a little about what they do and also their input in the event taking place today. How are you doing? How is the weather treating you?
I'm doing good. It's hot, just like the vibe here, so it's all good.
So talk to us a little about CRC.
So the Crocodile Research Coalition, the CRC, we are based in Placencia, but we work countrywide in regards of crocodile conservation, research, as well as management. But it's more than just the crocodiles, because we need to protect the habitat that the crocodiles are in. So we're all about promoting and educating about manatee, about birds, about snake, iguana, mangrove. All of this is so vital. So we're all about anything within crocodile habitat, but also the cultural connections between wildlife and people.
So I noticed you're talking a lot about various animals that people are afraid of. We're talking about snakes, talking about crocodiles, for instance. How do you guys present your outreach to people to not hurt these animals?
Well, one, it's just basic education. When you look over history here in this area, going back to even 5000 BC, everyone revered and coexisted with crocodiles. This fear is really with only the last 200 years. And so it's about educating people about the do's and don'ts, and that a lot of times when there's some type of conflict between humans and crocodiles, when you look at the root of the problem, it's people. It's overdevelopment. It's feeding the crocodiles. It's harassing the crocodiles. So if we, develop sustainably, where there's space for them, space for us. Where there's, we don't feed the animals. We don't harass them because we educate ourselves and realizing, they want to actually not be near us. We have found coexistence, and Placencia is a perfect example of coexistence. Now that the race is over, I'm okay to say this, but we have a big crocodile in the lagoon that the Sandbite fishermen have named Charlie. He's about 71 years old. He's about 14, 15 feet. They saw him today. Some of the boat captains saw Charlie today. Did he do anything to the paddlers? No. He saw what was going on, went down, went away. Perfect example. If you give them their space, they'll give us our space. We can absolutely coexist with these animals.
So in relation to your outreach to the general public, how often do you guys would conduct such, or in what manner would you do that?
So when we go about with doing our research or our education, we at least do educational outreach at least once a month. That is so important, sometimes multiple times a month. And it's also about doing the research. If we go into other areas, we're working with NGOs, and if there's anyone in the community that is interested in seeing what we do, come onto the boat. Come on with us as we capture crocodiles. Learn about crocodiles. Realize that these animals are not the villains that colonization and Hollywood has made them to be.
I was just about to say, or about to ask, in the event someone may hear of this or listening or watching right now, I would like to be a part of or maybe contribute to what you guys do. How could they do that?
Yes, if you would like to volunteer with us, get some training so that you could be the advocate for your community to ensure that communities and crocodiles can coexist, contact the CRC. We're more than happy to train you. Also, for anyone that is young, like whether they're high school or college, we have virtual courses as well as field courses, free to all Belizeans. So you just got to contact us and we'll make sure that you participate so that you can learn more and become an advocate for these amazing animals.
And how do we get to communicate with you?
You can communicate with us on our social media, Facebook, on our Instagram, on our TikTok, and then we also have information about our WhatsApp on all of our social media outlets.
So with that said, let's give Belizeans and the folks here in Placencia your final thoughts.
My final thoughts is not only is it about conserving the ecosystem. Yes, because at the end of the day, conserving the ecosystem, conservation of crocodiles, scrabbling caws, jaguar, all that, it's not just about conserving the animal, it's about conserving culture and heritage because everything is intertwined. So if we protect the environment, we're also protecting culture.
All right, thank you very much for that, and wish you all the very best for the remainder of the evening. Of course, continue to enjoy the activities taking place, the good vibes at the back.
The good vibes, the hot vibes. That's why I'm going to go into the water right now.
All right, well, you take care and enjoy yourself doing that, all right? And of course, our broadcast continues with continuing coverage of Battle of the Paddles. I believe we have come to the end of it in relation to the paddling part. In a little bit, we'll be moving over to the folks who will be presenting the trophies and the medals to the participants. And until then, we will take it away. We'll ask you guys to take it away. And we will have, in a little bit, we have another one of the NGOs to chit-chat with. And as soon as we get them, we'll be linking up with you guys. So take it easy. Keep it right where you've got it. The vibes continues. The good vibe continues right here where you got it on Love FM, Love TV, our Facebook page, all our social media platforms. Big thanks. You're going to get them. She's going to get them for us. So we'll hold it right here for a little. I'm holding it for the next group that will be joining me here. I don't know, Chico, the sun hot. Ensure that you stay hydrated because it tends to happen when we're doing this, and I have to move around because you'd never believe our slippers get really hot. But yeah, so we have the young lady coming here, and she'll be talking to us. Come from my left side, with your right side. All right, and then we'll be talking. To. Let me see who we got here. What's your name, dear lady?
Hi, my name is Delcia McDougall, and I'm here with the Strong Coast team.
Strong Coast. So tell me what Strong Coast is all. Come on, leave it close to this side. All right. Tell me what Strong Coast is all about.
So Strong Coast is a group of researchers. We partner with a couple Belize partners, the University of Belize, University of South Florida, University of Miami, and University of Stanford. And we're basically doing today's workshop mainly because of our connection to the lagoon and what the purpose of today's event is about.
So what's the connection with you guys to the lagoon?
So part of our work is water quality, mangrove, and basically marine species. For water quality, we're basically looking at salinity, the pH, the temperature, and the visibility.
Okay. What else?
With the mangroves, we're looking at the benthic, which will basically be like the root system and how tall the mangrove is. And
I don't know what that means, but but yeah, continue what you're saying.
And what we do is also bring students from the colleges, from universities, and other partners to learn how to do those stuff, because eventually we want this to be something where the locals can take it into a concept of making money off of it, but at the same time protecting what is theirs.
How does the outreach work with your team, with your group, reaching out to students or to the wider public?
So we, whatever high school or school reach out to us, we go to them and we present our work, whether it's about the marine or the mangrove ecosystem, whether it is above or below the sea.
Okay, and how has that been in relation to schools or the wider public reaching out to you guys? How is the reception of Strong Coast?
I would say it was pretty strong. We've had a lot of great turnouts. At first it was kind of a little bit rocky, of course, because it's a new concept for people around coastal communities, but eventually we get it. We got from pre-K to primary school to high school students, to college students, and university students interacting with all of the stuff that we do.
And does it limit itself to just students, or can it be maybe just one regular citizen reaching out to you guys?
So it could be a regular citizen, so especially tour guides. So we have a project called Key in a Day. Key in a Day is basically a multi-research day in one. So we do transect, bathymetry, oral history, coral ID, coral bleaching, marine species, mangroves, and seagrass. And what we do is we take tour guides and we train them to be their own researchers so that they can eventually turn this again into an income. And they already know the facts, but the only difference might be is that they don't know the scientific terms.
So how can one reach out to you guys if they would want to join, or if they maybe be one of your teammates, or just reach out to you guys for assistance?
So they could reach out to our Strong Coast Facebook page. Currently we don't have a website, but eventually we'll be having that.
If I don't have Facebook, and I don't have Facebook, and I want to reach out, how do I reach out?
We also do have a WhatsApp number that you can reach us, and we're pretty good on answering.
Everybody else a texter too, huh?
Yep.
All right, so in closing, we know that you guys are here. What would be the purpose of you guys being out here, and how has it impacted the folks out here?
So we're here again because of the connection between what we do and why this event is happening. This is all about protecting our Placencia Lagoon and its connection to one of the nearest attraction. It is cultural, it is local economy, it is finance, it is a lot of things in one. The Placencia Lagoon provides for you, whether it's housing, clothing, food, education. People make money off of it, and culturally they have been utilizing it for years.
All right, well, your final thoughts.
Don't miss 2027 Battle of the Paddle.
All right, short and sweet, you do take care, and thank you very much for chit-chatting with us. Of course, there we had Strong Coast talking with us. So we have someone else that's coming. So we're just pretty much wrapping up our interviews here, because in just a little bit, we'll be moving over to the folks here who will be presenting the prizes, the trophies, and also the medals and awards. So we have here Southern Emergency Services, one of the representatives that was out here. You could come a little closer in my... All right, so we're good there. Your name, sir?
Tony Sagiri.
Say that again?
Tony Sagiri.
Tony?
Sagiri.
Sagiri. Not Isagiri, but Sagiri.
Yes.
Okay, I got to get it right. I don't want to butcher your name on TV. So talk to us a little about you guys being here at the event today.
Well, when it comes to Battle of the Paddles, it is a new event for me, and it really caught my attention because when they outreached to us a month ago, sharing what's the event about, how are we able to be part of it, sharing a little bit of our booth, what we help facilitate, because we have home care programs, we have community outreach, we do training opportunities when it comes to health, safety, basic first aid, and advancing to even paramedic level and above. So when it comes to our facilitation, we covered the south, so that include the Stann Creek district and the Tully district. So we are very flexible when it comes to taking care of our patients and other community members, because we develop a network whereby we have other organizations aiding us to try to help the community members, because, hey, we believe that the South is always forgotten, but don't look at it that way. We will find a way to help the South best as possible.
How has, I know that you guys are out here, were you guys rendering services here to the paddlers? And if you were, how was the outreach from the paddlers to you guys?
Well, actually, I was trying to look forward to helping them as much as possible, but apparently they were in good physical condition, so it never really got to us for that opportunity as yet. But there were a couple of individuals that still came, and they had minor cuts, so we just treated accordingly.
I saw a guy come and he had like a lily baby cut by his finger, and then he got to you guys.
Yeah,
so I'm like, I will cut myself and I'll make you guys deal with my
to me, it's not much of an issue. It's that, he came for help, and we're going to treat it to the best of our possibility. Because then there was another guy who also split his finger for the fingernail, and that really hurt him significantly. So he just tried to ask us to manage it, to make it comfortable best as possible. And then, hey, he felt much better. And then having that good feeling, it's what we actually look forward as well.
So give us your final thoughts and wrapping up this conversation to maybe the folks in the area or also to the folks out here.
Well, I have to say, guys, look out for Southern Emergency Services. When there's any situation or major medical emergency that comes about, trust me, you guys are well taken care of.
All right, sounds great. You do take care, sir, and all the best. And thanks much for chatting with us here with Love FM. Of course, our broadcast will continue. We know that we will be having, at the dance of the heat. We will be having the presentation of the trophies and also the medals in just a little bit. So before we get into that, what we're going to do is that I will take a break. I need to take a break. What do we have here?
What do we have here?
Well, what do we have here? So talk to us a little about, I noticed you took part in the sit on top kayak challenge. Come a little more this side, right there. Talk to us a little about your experience out there and why you're like this.
Well, I'll start with the first one. My experience out there was great. I've never paddled 3.5 miles before. The second lap was easier than the first. I got into a
most of the time it is.
Yeah. And this costume is 40 years old. And
It still looks good.
I wear it to make people smile and laugh, and it also gets a microphone in my mouth so I can say, well, now, but I want to say how much I appreciate what this organization's doing. I've been to a lot of beaches in the world, and this is one of the best ones, and I don't want to see it go away. So, you know, we got to all do what we can do to...
And take part and participate.
Exactly.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Like I said, I don't want to hurt your blisters. So.
No, I got no blisters. I got my cycling gloves on. I ride bike, too.
All right, well, thanks much for that, and all the best to you. Of course, folks from all walks of life here, converging in this area to bring to you Battle of the Paddles. Of course, we know that the afternoon portion of the broadcast is where we have folks coming in. So what we will do, we'll take a little break. And then we'll be back with some interviews from the paddlers. And also we'll be back with broadcasts of the presentation of trophies and medals and awards and so on. Take it easy. It's Love FM. We ain't going no place until this one is finished. So keep it right where you've got it. The good vibes continues.
o'clock as we go back to Placencia for the second annual Battle of the Paddles.
And of course, guys, we welcome you back to our coverage of Battle of the Paddle right here on Love FM News and Music Power. There's been quite a lot happening since this morning. We're baking under the sun. It's direct. I know you guys got a beating since this morning, so I will not keep you all for too long. How does it feel accomplishing this part of we're at this part of the day? How was that race for y'all this morning?
Very challenging, right? This is our first time actually participating in, a kayak race, right? So it was really challenging, right?
What were some of the challenges for you being your first time?
Challenges. Maybe I was a bit, unprepared. I did not prepare for this at all. It was like a last minute decision. But we keep moving forward. Can't give up.
I noticed you guys this morning, of course, while covering on that area. I noticed that there were a little point in time where you guys start slowing down after hitting the second part. What were some of the strategies to keep going for y'all?
Well, it's all in the mindset. We mostly do river kayaking, so this was totally different. In the sea water, right? Totally different. So next year we will definitely have to do this again. Have to.
Okay, and so in regards to you being here, the cause is basically to help publicize and bringing awareness to the ecosystem, especially maritime. For you being here, what were some of the main points that brought you to this actual race?
Well, actually, just promote the safety here in Belize, having the clean waters and, getting more people involved in these kind of events, because it helps the environment, it helps us as well. And, just pushing whatever companies that are very low in that time of year, they just started and look at what it's become. So it's evolving a bit, yeah.
Accomplishing the part that you got today, a long race, but picking up that, the place that you got, how do you feel?
Well, I feel very amazing. I mean, for the first time, I think we didn't do too bad. Like he said, a little bit last minute decision when we got invited, but we still had the confidence and the strive to continue and said, you know what, let's see what we're up against and what we have.
Okay, and what differently would you have done? ¿Qué diferente ibas a hacer si podías dar el otro chance?
Pues no sé, en la realidad pues daré mi máximo y estamos bien para la otra.
Okay, guys, muchísimas gracias. Thank you all so much, of course. And these gentlemen are from Team
OG Cave Tubing and Tours.
All right, we thank you all so much, gentlemen. Of course, we move on to the another group. Have a good day, of course. Thanks, and we continue with our live broadcast right here on Love FM News and Music Power. There's quite a lot that happened throughout the day. We were on the road driving all over the place. Buddy, how do you feel?
Feel great. It was a nice race, a little bit challenging, but it was okay. I would like to thank my sponsor, Primos Villas. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. I wouldn't be here. I want to thank them, thank God. I would like to thank my family, my friends, and all my supporters. And I'd like to give a special shout out to Dion Peters, my friend who every day we go to the river to work out. Yeah, he helped me out and yeah.
Okay, is there anything that you could have done better in today's race?
I believe I didn't put in enough workout. I plan to work out for at least about like 2 months for this race, but I could have put in about 3 weeks, 4 weeks. It was still good, but not enough for the race.
Okay, and now that you've accomplished, finishing this race, how do you feel in terms of what it stands for?
Yeah, it's a really nice race. I would love to come again next year. Of course, it was a really nice race. I really enjoyed it. Nice experience.
All right. Of course, to everyone who is watching at home, would you encourage them to be a part of this for next year?
Yes, even if you're not as competitive as the others out here, it's always great to come out and socialize and do some sports like the kayak, the sit on top. It's always a nice experience.
Okay. All right, bud. Thank you so much, of course. We appreciate you being here with us, and have a good day. No problem. Yeah, folks, that's what's happening right here on the grounds. This is the Battle of the Paddle right here. Of course, carried live on Love FM Love Television and our Facebook page. Of course, we're the exclusive media bringing to you all of this highlight. All right, so we have this wonderful trio. Of course, how was this thing for y'all today? I know y'all are accustomed to the river, not more so of this whole, you know.
Well, we do a lot of ocean kayak competition. We do the Love FM challenge last a couple of years ago. So we kind of familiar with it, would I say.
What was different in terms of the lagoon area and the river for y'all?
Well, the lagoon is pretty much just like the river because it calm, so it not much difference between two of them.
Being one of, the female on the team, how did this felt for you?
Well, I paddle my own category in the female category. So it just feel normal. I every year try to paddle my category. So every year I just do my best and go out there and perform.
Was there at any point in time did you say, man, what did I got myself into?
No, this year the race was very short. I usually do the 20 miles or the other long distance kayak race. So this one was really short. Indeed, when we reached on the turnaround point, I was like, really? No, it was not. I was a bit disappointed.
You're already accustomed to the long drag.
Yes, I like those long drag. That's what to challenge you and put your mind to a test to see what you are able to do, what you are capable to do. So I like the long distance instead of the short ones.
What made you participate in this event?
Well, just the love for the sport. I've been doing this paddling ocean kayaks from 2006, where I paddled 28 miles from Labuga, Livingston. So I was very young then, and I love the sport. I believe that the sea activity, when it comes to kayaking, there's the need for a lot more involvement from definitely the community. Placencia is a coastline community. I expected more people here. I drive all the way from Belize City. I came out of retirement for this little event. You saw me suffering right around the island. I was in bodybuilding for over 10 years and I came back. This is the first time I paddled. There was no training, but I came out here to inspire the youths. I met a lot of young people, young paddlers for the first time, and they were very impressed by my paddling, but actually my brother was a little disappointed that I paddled so short of an event today. So I'm in here coming next year. I know the people that organize this specific race, and I love the sea. You saw me out there having fun. I'm still having fun. I want to see this race grow. I need a lot more involvement for next year. I'm paddling alone. My sister and my brother, we're not, as you mentioned earlier, calm waters or river. We did paddle competitive male and female categories in the Coast Guard. But now my brother and I, we are from the sea. So we won the Love FM Sea Challenge. I won the Love FM Sea Challenge from Belize City to San Pedro in 2011. And consecutively, we are from the sea. So when it comes to sea kayak, when it comes to double blade, we really enjoy it and we enjoy the people. And we see a lot of kids that probably were kids when we started to paddle. And I like that this specific race is growing. My sister has been winning as long as, I know she started paddling, my brother as well. And my other brother that won last year, he came in fourth. This race, he didn't do that well, but he will be here next year, I'm sure, motivated and ready to support this growing event.
All right. And of course, when it comes, you guys relatively, because of being in that area, you guys relatively say it's short. Was there anything that captured attention in this year's race?
Well, for me, the race is growing. That's what captured my attention. Normally, you won't see so many canoes out on the sea. I know that it's growing. I saw a beautiful amount of participation, canoes, kayaks. I would love to see a younger category, especially for kids, 11 to 12, something around there. Having fun, something organized specifically for the kids. I would love to see definitely from Placencia, because this is a coastline community. I come from the south. I come from Punta Gorda. My entire family is from the south. And when we used to have canoe race there, and I participate in San Pedro, and I see the influx of people, kids, everybody, tourists, everybody enjoying. This is a clean sport. This is what we should represent. So I would love to see more engagement, but I'm definitely satisfied with the effort and the participation. And the organizer, give them kudos. Everybody's out here giving freely of their time, trying to have something built. I would love to see it get huge, much bigger than the Ruta Maya, even though that the Ruta Maya is same community, the same love for the sport. I love that the coastline is clean. I went around the island was clean. I picked up a little balloon or whatnot from the water, but it was good. I love the beach, the efforts of the community to keep it clean, but definitely we need to see Placencia people, man, represent. Come out, beach people, right? So show the love.
All right, folks, thank you all so much. We do appreciate you all for being a part of this year's contest, of course, and looking forward to getting guests to be back here next year. All right. All right, take care. Once again, congratulations. And we continue with our live coverage right here on Love FM as this is the Battle of the Paddles. It's happening right here today, Sunday, the second day of August 2026. Gentlemen, come on over. Let's have some chit-chat real quick. Talk to us. The first word that come to your mind about this race, the first word.
Well, first of all, I would like to give thanks to God for giving us the strength and courage, and this is an exciting race, and it's great that they're doing the race like to take care of the lagoon. It's a beautiful thing that we got here in Belize.
In terms of this race here, what was some of the challenges along the way for y'all?
Well, it just was for the starting was a bit rough and coming back. Apart from that, everything was good.
Is there anything that you would have done a little bit different for today?
Well, first of all, I want to give thanks to God. He's the one who gave us the strength and courage to be here, and I want to thank our sponsor Splash. And this is a good thing that they're doing this race. It's a beautiful race, and it helps to keep the Placencia Lagoon clean. And what is the question?
What would you do differently if you have given the chance from today's race?
Well, everything went good. Well, I'm happy with me and my two teammates. We did good, and I'm not sure what mistake we did. I think we did pretty good.
All right, the sun has been beating y'all since this morning. Talk to us about that pressure right there with the sun.
Well, first of all, I want to give thanks to God that gave us the energy to be here, and thanks to you guys that do this race. And I want to give thanks to my sponsor Splash too. And the sun and the breeze was pretty rough, and the wave out there was pretty rough today.
What was the easiest part, going or coming?
The easiest part was, I don't think they have an easiest part.
No point in time was it easy?
No, whole of this race is hard and tough.
Of course, bringing more awareness to environmental, the environment itself when it comes to the maritime area. Is it something that, of course, you guys are deep into?
Yes, I guess everyone should do their part in keeping the lagoon clean and to protect the wildlife.
And of course, your overall performance, how do you feel about that?
Well, I feel proud of myself and of my two teammates.
All right. Anything you want to say before we leave?
Well, once again, I want to thank God, and our sponsor, Splash Dive Center, and my family that is Kyle cheering me on, and my two teammates. They are two strong paddlers.
All right, guys, I'm telling you, when you get here at this time, if for some reason there's no breeze, so you just start sweating, Gentlemen, congratulations once again, and we thank you all so much. Looking forward to seeing you all next year. All right? So, yeah, all right. So that's what's happening, folks. It's the Battle of the Paddles. These folks are from all over the country. We have folks from Belize City, all the way out west who have joined us when it comes to this. It's just only the second year, but it's getting that popular attraction. We're inviting more folks to join us, of course, and let me just join you right here in the middle real quick. Yeah, so we ask to come on over, come on, have fun. It's a family fun day, and that's what it's basically about. Now we have these gentlemen here, the team brothers. Now y'all played a key. You guys had a key role today. Y'all were not too hyped up. Y'all were not in the top region, but after hitting that third marker, I noticed something there.
Well, first of all, I want to give thanks to God that gave us the strength for today's race.
But yes, we had to come with a plan to just put a pace because of, well, nobody's in shape, right? Nobody's trained for it. So if you come out crazy and just do what you gotta do, and you're gonna stay back. So we have to put a pace and try to catch up with those guys in front.
Y'all dominated. Y'all took over. That was a smooth takeover after hitting that fort mark. What were some of your strategies? Now we could talk about it because there's nothing else after here.
Well, one of the strategies was that you need to know how to control your boat because there is a lot of wave and the wave is very tough. Okay. So we try to study the wave and we had wave like every 5 minutes and that's when we decide to attack. Once you ride the wave, well, it's gonna be a little bit more easy and you advance more fast.
All right, and in terms of your participation today, being a part of the group, would there be something that you would have changed to advance a little bit more in today's overall race?
Yeah, I think we fell short in our service. We didn't have enough water, and you definitely need a lot of water in this race. Especially the sun is very hot, and you need to hydrate yourself a lot, every minute.
You guys managed to creep up from where you were and took over third place. You guys were moving in that slot. How did that made y'all feel?
Well, exceptional. Me and my brothers, me being the oldest, and two of them the younger ones. I'm so happy with them. I think we did a great job to keep up and to close the gap to reach third. And I think that's the farthest we were able to to reach. We were already tired. So.
And you guys were 5 miles into it, passing Blue Horizon. When we got into the other stop, things just changed real quick.
Yeah, because I'm the bowman, so I can see the distance and I see those guys going fast. But I'm telling those guys that the one behind is staying behind, so we got to push a little bit harder, and that's what we did. And thank God we managed to reach to third, and I'm very happy with that.
Now that you guys have picked up that third place victory, how does this feel for you guys?
Well, for me, it's my first race here. My brothers, they did it last year. I feel grateful that, well, I'm paddling with my two brothers and we did third.
All right, anything else before you go? Any encouragement for other people who have not showed up here today or who didn't come out today?
Well, thank you to always to our fans, our family that is always cheering for us. They're always with us everywhere we go for the race. They're always there to back up.
All right, we thank you all so much, of course, for being here with us. And once again, congratulations on picking up that third place. Gentlemen, thank you all so much once again. Have a great, great day. All right, well, we continue with this live broadcast right here. And it's just one of those things that you look at and then you turn back, and of course it's just a family-filled day. There's been no incident to report, thank God. It's just a clean, wholesome family, and for the most part, the folks who are participating are all family members, okay? So that's one of the best things. Gentlemen, how are y'all doing today?
Well, I'm good, thank God.
All right. Well, you know what? Participating in today's event, how was it for you?
Well, it was tough, but we managed, thank God.
Okay, so I'm not crying, folks. I'm literally sweating bullets out here, all right? So in terms of when it comes to this overall race, what were some of your preparations to get here?
Well, we didn't have enough time to prepare, so we just came with mentality to do what we have to do.
Could it have propelled y'all to a different stage if you had prepared for it?
Yeah, definitely.
What are some of the challenges that you met along the way when it comes to this race today?
Well, we aren't used to the sea as well.
Okay.
Yeah, the waves. Yeah.
All right. And of course, to the place that you took over today, how does it feel paddling today and also picking up that slot for today?
Good. It was good, and so it was tough and all, and good, yeah. Yeah, and I give thanks to my sponsor. I give thanks to my teammate. Yeah, and it was tough. Yeah, thanks.
All right, folks, thank you all so much, of course. I'm going to be asking Carol to step in. Gentlemen, thank you all once again for being here with us. Carol, you know what? This is one of the best things. I'm sweating bullet. I need to clear up my sunglasses. My eyes are just burning. It's hot.
So what we'll do, we are relay right now. and then I'll be talking to. You could take this for me. I'll be talking with some of the paddlers as well. As the team, the organizers are getting ready, getting set to get the trophies and the awards and also the medals ready for the paddlers, the participating paddlers. But for now, we have here a lady who paddled. I bring a paddle with her. Dear lady, what's your name?
Sherry Rosado.
Sherry Rosado. All right, so talk to us a little about your experience today. Was this your first time or did you paddle last year?
Yes, I paddled last year. This is my second year.
And how was it today?
Wasn't bad as last year. You know, I came in second last year and I come back this year and I said I'm going to try get back this second, but by God's grace, I come in first.
Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds great. So, well, congrats to you. And how was the wind out there? Did that help you? Did it hold you back?
Well, when I reached on the back, the wind was kind of little, you know, but
you had a headwind.
But yeah, but it was good because I kind of
you did the sit on top kayak.
Yes, sit on top.
So it was a good experience for you.
Definitely.
All right, and would you do it again?
Sure. Sure.
Why you had to take so long?
Because I know I could say something, but things could change.
All right. So anybody you want to thank for support you or anything of that sort?
Oh, yes, I want to big up Mr. Chap Tacos in Esperanza. He was one of my sponsor. And I want to big up my trainer, my other half as well.
I'm calling him, man.
Well, he named Ronald, but everybody know he has stood.
All right, and he paddled earlier this year in the Rutamaya as well, did he not?
Yes, he did.
All right, so no stranger to paddles, no stranger to water. So, dear lady, any final words you want to say to the folks out here?
Yes, I want to say big up my kids. They didn't make it this year, but they enjoy themselves. What one right over, man?
What I say?
Yeah, yes, man. The Hopkins are there.
All right.
But I want to big up there, Destiny, Arthur, Avery, and Kamisha.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and we'll look out for you next year once again. All right.
Sure, man. Once God is willing.
All right. So that the fun continues here. The good vibes continues. We're getting ready, getting set to do the presentation of the awards, the trophies, and also the medals to the top three performers in the categories. So come on. Who are we?
We are on the mixed team.
We are who?
Mixed team, Motherfish.
Okay, all right. So talk to us. All right. So come more leave more this side. And how was the experience? How was the experience today?
Was good.
Was good. You just like it was good. Like
that was good.
I mean, like nothing.
Well, I mean, it was. We've been training. We train all year round, right?
Okay.
So it was good. We've done the road like as a test run, like a couple times. So you know, it was nice. It was just hot. A lot of competition, but it was like a really good race.
What did you guys place?
We placed, I think,
seventh
overall and second in
So
mixed.
you guys okay? You guys were in the mixed category for the canoes.
For the canoes, yes.
All right, all right.
20 miles stretch up to Umaya.
Okay, and that was good.
That was good, yeah.
You gonna do it again?
Oh, absolutely. I was here last year, so I'll be here again next year.
And you, sir?
Well, first of all, I want to give thanks to God, for having us here one more time again, and for the strength and health. First of all, I want to give thanks to our sponsors. Chris Guides, one of our sponsors. Miss Tanya, we really appreciate you for your hospitality and everything down here. Plus, it just seems to be a nice place. The race is pretty practically hard. I'm sure you think that I'm only 2 hours race, but one of the other I prep bad. I only prep only 1 hour and a half. And
how was the wind?
I was practically nice. I'd already done the sea challenge, but it's been a while. I bring my little brother, and he never had, like I said, that much experience. But we did manage, we did quite well, But, with Miss Tanya help, she made in a shape, you put out there a little bit,
Shame. No shy.
Well, I hope so. I train all bloody year.
So, any final words from you guys?
No, I just hope we encourage more people to come now, and especially more women, because it's good to have everybody on board. Yeah.
Well, I just want to shout out to my family home, the Lopez family, my dad, Armin, my mom, Alida, and my family home, Maria, Leticia, everyone, all my children. Shout out to everybody.
No stranger to paddling.
No.
You know Armin, right? And then his brother Ulysses Lopez. Tanya Halls, Armin Lopez, and
we really thank you guys, Love FM, to come and let this happen, to let the Belize people see that, what an event you guys are doing,
Actually, we're just carrying the broadcast. Mr. Ian Yearwood, he's the person put it together, and we're just bringing the information to the folks out there. All right, thanks guys. Thank you very much. Of course, like I said, the broadcast continues right up until when they like saying over till the fat lady sing. Well, we don't got nobody to sing yeah, but so in just a little bit we'll be joining the folks who will be doing the presentation of the trophies and also the trophies, the awards, and also the medals. So we have. All right, so we'll do this quick because they're asking for the top 3 teams to come in. Guys, talk to us quick about your work today on the water.
Well, today was very hard. I didn't have any training and.
You not train?
Not at all.
I'm rough.
Bad.
What category you guys took part in?
C2.
Okay, C2, and that was hard for you guys. For you or just for both of you?
For both of us, it was.
You trained too?
No training, pa.
Just something like a bucket list.
No, you see that for the love of the sports, yeah, yes, man.
Family and thing where we paddle and so on.
Yeah, me and my brother, we do really paddling. Yeah, but to them, rough, really tough day.
You guys did the 20 miles?
The whole 20 miles.
What did you guys please?
We came in third.
Third
in the C2 category.
So the hard work paid off.
Yeah, it paid off, but we were looking for first.
Anybody you guys want to thank for make it possible for you to come out?
Well, I just want to thank my teammate and his family and family back home and everybody, you know.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. Of course, we're getting ready to present the awards and the trophies. So we'll ask you guys to just go over that side, wait a little, and of course, we'll see if we don't hit or not back. Yeah. All right. So yes, that's how it's going. We're rallying. We're moving around. We have moving particles coming all together in order for us to bring this one to an end today. We know it's the second of its kind, the Battle of the Paddles. And of course, the first one was last year. We have someone here. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Come on, step on up. We have this gentleman here. He'll be telling us his name and the category in which he took part in.
Okay, so my name is Jaime Requena. I took part in the sit on top kayak.
All right, and what did you place?
Fourth place overall.
Place fourth, okay. All right, so tell us what was the experience like doing this? Have you done it before?
So yesterday, I grabbed the kayak as I got it from the rental. I grabbed the kayak for 25 minutes. And that was all the experience I had. I never paddled on sea and above all in kayak. I paddled with UB for the Rutamaya this year. Okay. But that experience it helped me a lot with this one when it comes to the mental health game. But with the kayak and sea, no experience.
And how was the wind factor?
The wind wasn't much an issue. Right, it was the waves and the sun because in my opinion, I feel like they could have started the race a little bit earlier. In our category, the race started at 12:30 midday, so that affected us dramatically.
But at the end of the day, you did well. You come in fourth. Anybody you want to thank or big up for your presentation here?
Okay, so first of all, I want to thank God for giving me the strength and the knowledge to adapt so quickly. Secondly, I want to give thanks to my main sponsors, which is Minister Michel Shebat and the Port Authority of Belize. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. All the best to you in the future. You look forward to do it again next year?
Always, every year.
All right. All right. We got somebody else? Yes, we do. Boy! The one and only. The one and only. Yes, sir. The one and only. How is it? How was it?
Good. Excellent.
Are you good? All right. So, I go so, correct. Okay, come closer. All right, so how was the experience today? You guys took part in which category first?
We're C2.
C2. Yeah. And how was the experience?
It was good. You know, I had fever last night.
Just too cool, like it was good. Like, you know?
Yeah. Well, it turned out better than I thought because I had fever last night. Wasn't feeling good, and then, you know.
So the fever still is out?
No, this accomplish, big accomplishment. So we did good.
Nice. Yeah. Chris, talk to us a little about your experience here today.
Well, I am a whole
seasoned veteran
in this
like
thing. So
steak where those marinate for long.
This is one of the best tasting steak. But when it comes to canoe race, that my next
Yeah.
life.
Correct.
So yeah, so meet this guy from down Placencia, and me and he team up and train for this C2 category, and we do really excellent. We win the C2 category.
This match we call really excellent.
Very excellent. So well, I call him Garbo, but I'm not sure whether the right name because
What's your real name?
Everybody call me Garbo, but my real name is Garel Flowers.
All right.
yeah. So I for big up the man for accept paddling with me, no.
You accept the paddling
To me, that privilege to me. I learned so much since I paddle with Mr. Chris, so I have a big improvement right now.
So we'll wrap this up quick because then get ready for do the presentation of the trophies. Anybody who guys want to thank or anybody who want to big up or so for today's event, because we know that this is the second one of its kind, and also after when we're done big up, tell me if you don't think gonna do it again.
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. I missed it last year and I knew I wasn't going to miss it this year. So next year again for sure.
Anybody who want to big up?
Yeah,
Family members?
everybody back home, you know, my mom, dad, Mr. Chris, his wife, you know, they took good care of us, the cooking and, you know, all that little detail stuff that went a long way. And our sponsors too, Wild.
All right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to big up the organizer who make this race possible, because without them, we wouldn't be here today. So big them up, and hope we have more sponsors come in and make the race more bigger, and because it's a very unique race on the back of this peninsula, we'll call it. So I love it, and I hope that it's continue. So big up the organizer for this race. We want to big up all sponsors. I'm not sure who is the sponsor for the race, but big you guys up, because without you, this race couldn't happen. And I would like to big up my sponsor, Vincent Guides Canoe, and big up Wild Pet Food. It's a company right here in Belize, make nice pet food. So go and get your food from them.
All right.
Also, they're my main sponsor for La Ruta, so I gotta keep big them up.
All right. Thanks much, guys. Kudos to you. You want to do it again next year?
Oh,
providing that there's another one.
I will do it the next 20 years if it is. So
that's all like Chris to talk for you. All right, guys. Thanks very much. We'll be joining the folks in just a little to get the trophies and the awards distribution on the way. So in just a little bit, they're making sure that everything is done with a fine tooth comb to ensure that everyone gets what they deserve. So we have which team here? Okay, and you guys took part in the canoe category, right? What category you guys took part in?
The kayak category.
Oh, kayak. So you all are individual kayakers. All right. Okay, so your name?
My name is Ron Shaw.
And you?
Roel Shaw. And Rudolph.
All right. And how was the experience today, guys? Starting from this side.
Yeah, so the experience was pretty good. It's actually my first time in a kayak and my first time paddling this race in a kayak.
And what position did you place today?
I placed fifth place.
Fifth. All right. And you, how was the experience? We're not twins or something?
No, we're not twins.
Okay. What was the experience for you?
Very new, right? Since it's my first time I'm paddling a kayak, but I tried my best. So I did get a best start, you know, like crashed into a couple canoes, but I still tried to chase, and I think I come out third behind them, but I dropped back because I had a problem with my reach for the foot, my foot brace. So that kind of threw me off a bit, and I couldn't really use the muscles I needed to move, you know.
And what position did you place today?
I placed behind my little brother, sixth place.
Okay. And you, sir, your name?
I'm Rudolph. I'm the father for these strong boys here. And today this was my plan, you know. We decided to do this kayak challenge because it's a different technique. It requires both arms, and we've been in the canoe, and we're well experienced in the canoe, so we decided to have fun in the kayaks today in Placencia.
All right. So just to wrap up, anybody you guys would like to thank at home or so for making your presence here possible?
definitely we need to thank our sponsors. But first of all, I need to give thanks to God. Thank you, Father, for having us here today, healthy and strong. And we thank you for protecting us along the way. We know it is very dangerous and anything could have happened out there. And we have to thank God for having us safe here. And we need to thank my wife. She is behind us every morning, meals, and she always have lunch for us prepared. And then for sure, we need to thank the Honorable Oscar Mira. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you and we always respect you, sir. And we look forward for more fun.
All right, so you guys plan for take part next year?
Definitely, that's it. That's the plan. As long as we have life, we want to come back and we want to do this kayak. We don't want to come do canoe in Placentia. We want to do the kayak.
All right. Well, that's a good one. All right, thanks very much, guys. We appreciate you guys. We're going to be trying to get started with the presentation of the trophies and so on in just a little. All right, so what we're going to be doing, we're going to be taking a break. And as soon as we get through with that break, the folks line up their logistics and everything. They'll be getting to you the presentation of the trophies, the awards, and also the medals to the participants. Take it away. Do take care. continued broadcast of Battle of the Paddles. It is the second edition of its kind, and at this time we'll be joining the closing ceremony with the presentation of trophies, awards, and medals.
Second place trophy, $700 for overall winning category for canoes, and for your category male elite second place overall, Team Balam. And these guys are also taking home a vacation experience courtesy Maya World Experiences, ATVs, river tubing, waterfall, and an Itsana Resort hotel stay. Keep tapping it. And they completed their race in 3 hours, 4 minutes, 17 seconds. All right. We have third overall. Get ready to receive your trophy. And these guys are from family category. They did it in 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 33 seconds. Overall category, they're taking third place trophies. And they're, oh, I'm sorry, did I not say? Team Brothers, I'm sorry. Team Brothers, family category. And family category is taking home a trophy, $750 for being the third overall winning team. And they will also take home $750 for first place for their respective category family. All right. So we want male elite team, third place winner. We're now doing by the respective categories, and you'll receive your prize and your medals. Keep this open for me. I have to keep tapping it. So third place overall, third place for canoe male elite. Remember we said first place and second place overall, and the respective category for male elite were those first two canoes. Now we have third place. They have a team name? Okay, I don't see a team name. Christian Lopez, Enrique Cruz, and Byron Cruz. Congratulations, third place male elite. All right, they're not here. Put it on the side, roll it up. All right, we're keeping it moving. We're doing first place canoe mixed, and the team carries home $750 and first place medals. I'll call the team name in 1 second. Right here. Cubra Libre. Cubra Libre. Pass it to Marissa. Yeah. And then we have. We done the mix? Okay. We got third place, mix. Which category was her? First place canoe mix. So we need to finish mix. Second, oh, I missed, sorry. We have second place canoe mixed. Mara fish. Mixed mara fish. They're taking home $750 and medal. What happened?
All right, so we're having the presentation of trophies, awards, and also medals at the Battle of the Paddles. Of course, it is the closing ceremony. This one has come to an end. The race themselves has come to an end, and we are doing the closing ceremony with the presentation of the medals, awards, and also to the trophies to the winners in their various categories. Of course, the categories they were a canoe. We also had the kayaks. We had the sit on top kayaks as well. Tree race took place today and saw winners in those categories. So we're just waiting for them to finish iron out their logistics, and we'll be getting back to the main ceremony area.
So we completed second canoe. Is that correct? Oh, we're at that category. Be patient with us, guys. Sorry, this is brand new and we're still learning. River Raiders. C2 or Canoe Family? Which? Canoe Family, sorry, read the name. Second place, Canoe, category Family. Second place, River Radars. Are they here?
Our broadcast continues with the presentation of trophies.
Not here, so we're moving on to third place, Team Fast Forward Family. What are young man gone? I don't know he gone.
Something I mixed up with right here. I mixed up with.
All right, they seem to be having some technical difficulties with the mic for the presentation area.
No, I'm not sure. We don't have to block up or something.
So as they try to sort things out.
River Raiders.
River Raiders came in second family. River Raiders came in second family.
Like I said, it appears that they're having some technical difficulties with the microphone in the area.
At third, we passed second. They weren't here. We're at third. Family, Team Fast Forward.
They're presenting the award to the family category in canoes, and
is Team Family under the category Family. Second place, Team Raiders here. Is it Raiders? Read it. Give that a name. River Raiders Family, you're second place.
Of course, to the folks on our social media platforms, pleasant day to you, and thanks for tuning in to this part of the coverage of the Battle of the Paddles. It is the presentation of the awards and medals and also trophies to the folks who took these prizes in their various categories. The day has been an eventful one. We had canoes, we had kayaks, we had sit-on-top kayaks. All these participants, kudos to them for bearing the elements. It is a hot day, and so we'd like to congratulate all the winners as well, and also the participants of this challenge.
It's for the category canoe mix. Sorry, we're going back, but there's a set of medals here with an envelope. Is canoe mix winning team here?
Once again, we're still here in Placencia, beautiful, beautiful Placencia. We're at the southernmost point where the beach is and the municipal dock is, and a number of folks has converged on this area as the broadcast continues, as the closing of the Battle of the Paddles continues here on the
First
grounds.
place, taking home their medals and a $600 prize. Christopher Guides and Daryl Flowers. Garbo, congratulations, guys, taking first place. Second place, C2 Canoe, taking home $300. Dari Carrillo and Jerry Cante. Queue up, third place. No.
And of course, the presentation happening. I mean, these people, they're no strangers to paddling in Belize, and we hear their names all the time, and they continue to excel in paddling in Belize. In just a little, this portion of the presentation is completed. They will be moving on to the kayaks. The presentation of the kayaks awards to the winners in the male and the female categories of those, and then the sit on top. So in just a little bit, we'll be getting back to the main ceremony area so that they could continue to present the prizes, the medals, and also the trophies to the various.
We want to remind
persons who took part.
Soto, that was for canoe. Please, if you didn't get your prize, send me a WhatsApp. Let us know. We're moving on to the other category in a few minutes. We cannot solve any more canoe queries or prizes while we're doing the sea kayak. So allow us a couple minutes to get those sorted.
We continue. Let me just take a quick look at the race sponsors for the Battle of the Paddles: WWF World Wildlife Fund, Barefoot Services, Crocodile Research Coalition, Placentia Village Council,
Category, are you here?
Sandy Cove, Blue Reef Beach, Umaya, Belize Tourism Board, the Hidden Valley Wilderness Lodge, Ray Key and Island Resort, Caves Branch Adventure Company and Jungle Lodge, Captain Jack's, Miramar Suites, Belsin Decorative Concrete Solutions, Maya World Destination, C, Southern Environmental Association, Balam Golf, Gecko Property Management, Karim Gordon on behalf of Mango Creek, Top Value Supermarket, M&M Hardware, Seahorse Dive Shop, Flowers Vacation Rentals, Belize and Nirvana, Primus Villas, Itzana Resort and Residence,
and their
501 Tracking,
medals.
Zeke Rental Agency,
$125.
Wendy's Restaurant, Barefoot Bar, and Maya Beach Hotel, Protected Areas Conservation Trust PAC, 30 years of PAC. We got to thank our broadcast sponsor, the National Institute of Culture and History, NICH. The presentation continues of the awards, the ceremony. Of course, they are still in the process of getting those ready, getting those prepared as they are moving on to the next category, and the presentation of the medals, trophies, and awards. I like to call it awards. They're giving that little envelope that may have in little ones and twos. But yeah, it's the final part of this broadcast. This one's coming to an end very fast, and as soon as all of this is completed, I guess we will be wrapping things up from this point. But we do hope that you enjoyed the broadcast for today. We had our teams that they were all over Placentia trying to get you the best vantage point of the race. We had Rich and Greg. They were on the waters, bringing to you highlights of the race as it moved from the dock and make its way to the 20 miles, the 10 miles and back. Then we had the 5 miles and back. And then also they brought us coverage of the sit on top kayak race, which circled twice around the Placentia Island. We also had we had another team which was on the ground who was moving around and bringing information to you. And of course, course, he was bringing to you highlights from the ground, from various points, various vantage points. Raphael, he was bringing information to us all the same on the ground at various vantage points. And of course, I was here bringing to you highlights on the ground, conducting various interviews with the NGOs who are a part, are part of this event in relation to highlighting the main cause or the main highlight of the challenge, which is the Battle of the Paddles, the 2026 edition. So in just a little, we'll be moving back over to the main area as they will continue to conduct the presentation of the trophies, also the presentation of medals, and their cash prizes, I believe, as the broadcast continues here in beautiful Placencia. We're on the beach. Where quite a number of folks has come over here to witness the finish of this one, and also to enjoy a family day on the beach, and kids, everyone in the water. I would like to take a dip in the water in just a little and see how that goes. And of course, we want to thank you all for staying in tuned here with us. As soon as they iron things out, I think they're still lining up their logistics, trying to sort things out. What we will do, we will take a little break. As soon as they iron things out, we'll be back with continuing coverage of the closing ceremony of Battle of the Paddles. the ceremony for the closing of the Battle of the Paddles. We now join the ceremony.
Get $400. And the team is, the person name is Danielle Gregorio. Congratulations. Trophy, 2 cash envelopes, and you also have a stay at Hidden Valley, 2 nights, value over $2,800. Next in queue, second, Sea Kayaks. Also another male, Jonathan Alford. He takes home second place trophy for $300 cash and another envelope of $300 with a medal. Congratulations. And then third place, Sea Kayak. Did I say what he gets for his vacation package? You get an awesome 2-night stay at Reiki, valued at $1,900. All right, third place gets a medal, a trophy, and 2 envelopes, each having $150. So third overall, Sea Kayak is Rudolph Show. And did you know, Rudolph, I think they tell me that the first time you paddle kayak. That's what I heard. Congrats, man. Next. And now we're going into the category females sea kayak. The first female was Diana, and Diana Velasquez, she gets a medal and an envelope with $400. It just so happens to be the first 3 kayaks were male, but this is where sponsors and support comes in with getting maybe top 5 canoes with overall larger prizes. And second place is female Avis Guides. Avis takes home an envelope with $300 and a medal. No. Yeah. And third place, Sea Kayak, single female, takes home $150 and a medal. That is for Miss Raquel Leslie Battle. Third place, Sea Kayak, a medal and some cash. Moving on, we're doing sit on top category. Sit on top category. Get in the queue. Sit on top winner. Gregory Alford is the overall sit on top winner. He takes home a trophy and an envelope. Sorry, Godfrey. Trophy and $250, and you get something else. You get a snorkeling trip for 2 with Seahorse Dive Shop. All prizes will be loaded on the Battle of the Paddles social media page. So if you think we missed something, you could recheck it. Because I see here that Sea Kayak winner got a stay at Miramar for 2 nights. I failed to mention it, but they have a voucher inside the envelope. Sit on top, male, second place. Devon Daniels takes home trophy, $125, a medal, and you get to go snorkeling with Go Sea Dive Shop. We're doing the sit on top category. Queue up.
place. I think that's no, second.
Third place. Oh, Mr. Harry. Oh my goodness. Read the name, read the name. Mr. Harrison Garbo. Whoop, whoop. Oh, third place, a trophy, a cash envelope, and a medal. Awesome. And then we have sit on top, first place female, takes home an envelope of $250 and a medal. Sherry Rosado. Second place, queue up. You're taking an envelope of 100.
Next year, I want more Placencia people win something like this here. I want to hear more gear, but let's be West Base. I'm glad that the people from West come, but the challenge.
Envelope of 125 and a medal. Second place, sit on top, female, Mildred Calderon. Third place, envelope with cash and medal. Queue up. Give me a female. Miss Mariko Wallen, third place, sit on top, female. All prizes will be loaded with the winners and the times on the Facebook Battle of the Paddles page in about 48 hours. Thank you so much for supporting, and we appreciate those folks that came all the way from all over Belize.
All right, folks, we thank you so much for choosing Love FM, of course. This brings us to the end of this wonderful, it's the second annual, Rich. Help me out right here.
The second annual Battle of the Paddles was an amazing day. We started off, of course, with the canoe race and the kayak race after that. Then we transitioned to the sea kayak. My voice is already tired, so I don't got nothing much to say except that I had a good time, and I hope every single person watching had a good time themselves.
All right, Carol?
And certainly on the grounds here, we know that a whole lot of folks came out. They enjoyed the activities. We had some activities for the kids, some little prizes and so on and so forth. And to all the participants who took part, whether you won, whether you didn't win, you are champions for taking part. But we'll be wrapping things up from here right now, Rich, and I keep on forgetting your name. Why I keep on forgetting your name? But yeah, we'll be wrapping things up from here, so we want to take this opportunity on behalf of the folks out here. We had our crew, we had our videographic crew, we had Greg, we had Kev, we had Ajaman, Sean, Miss Manuela, and Miss Elisa at the back, and our technician extraordinaire, William. We want, on behalf of all these folks, we want to say thanks, and thanks for choosing love.
Live from Placencia, this is Love FM's coverage of the second annual Battle of the Paddles. Because love is everywhere.